Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. A fragile Iran-Israel ceasefire holds as Israel continues strikes in southern Lebanon. China and North Korea pledge closer ties after a rare Pyongyang talks between Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un. And Bangladesh says it has foiled multiple attempts by Indian forces to push people across the border. To our top story, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says fighting with Iran has stopped for now after both sides exchanged retaliatory strikes that raised fears of a wider regional war. Iran's military says it is halting offensive operations, while Netanyahu has warned Israel would respond with force to any future attacks. Now, despite the pause in fighting with Iran, Israeli strikes continued in southern Lebanon, with reports of casualties following attacks near the city of Tyre. Now, to discuss this and so much more, we are joined by Benny Gantz, who is the former Israeli Defence Minister and the chairman of the Blue and White Party. Benny, first of all, thanks for joining us. Let's get into this. You've spent decades in the military, years of strikes and covert operations and, of course, direct confrontations as well. Now we're seeing Iran still launching missiles at Israel. So what do you think? Do you think Israel's strategy has a genuinely strengthened deterrence here, or simply normalised what we're seeing as somewhat of a cycle of retaliation?
Thank you for having me. I think it's a very important opportunity for me to speak with you and through you, of course, with the Arab public around the Middle East. I must insist and say upfront that I think Iran is a global challenge. It's a threat for the region, and it's also a threat for the state of Israel. So I think we all share the same interest of making sure that Iran is not destabilizing the area. I know that many other countries like Saudi, like the Emirates, like Qatar, Bahrain and others have suffered from this Iranian activities. I think that we crossed the threshold of acting against Iran. We still don't have the perspective, the proper perspective of seeing what is the influence on Iran itself. Down the road, we will see more of that. But currently, Israel must and will continue to defend itself from Lebanon and other places as well. And if Iran's continue to shoot at us, whether it's with Lebanese reason or without, we will retaliate harshly.
We'll talk about that retaliation, because Iran says the attacks that we've seen in the last few days, that they are directly a response to Israeli action in Lebanon now and in elsewhere as well. Do you accept that Israel's military actions can sometimes create the very escalation that they're designed to prevent?
No, I disagree with that. Look, we have zero territorial demands in Lebanon. I was the last Israeli soldier to come out in May 2000. We definitely don't have any other demands, nor in Saudi, in the Gulf countries, whatever you can think of. Iran is trying to play itself as if it is the defender of Lebanon. But actually, it's the cause of ruining Lebanon, because if Hezbollah would not do what it did, Israel would not act there. We have nothing to demand from Lebanon but security and quiet and peace, and I hope we can come to an agreement with them, with the Lebanese government. I hope the Lebanese government will be able to practice statehood responsibility for whatever happens in Lebanon and from Lebanon. And if that's the case, we have no reason to act. So actually, the real truth is that Hezbollah, supported by the Iranians, are destabilizing the area and causing us to defend ourselves. And then we are being portrayed as if somebody was destabilizing the area. It's on the contrary.
I want to talk for a second about the Lebanese civilians. You mentioned it there, and Hezbollah was mentioned as well. They feel a bit like they're trapped, Lebanese civilians, this is, that they're trapped between Hezbollah and Israel as well. So how does, in your experience, how does Israel prevent the ordinary, everyday Lebanese people who are becoming collateral and damaged in a conflict that they didn't actually choose to be part of?
Yes, but look at it from our perspective. Many houses in Lebanon, especially among the Shiite villages, have, instead of just a living room in their home, they have a living room and they have a missile room. And if we find a place that we think that there is Hezbollah capacity in it that threaten us, I think we should attack it. Now, we have nothing against those who don't do it. Unfortunately, Hezbollah is operating from civilian areas, and we cannot just stay there and say we are doing nothing, because that's the situation. It's their tactics. We are very sorry about it, but we must and we will defend ourselves. There's no doubt about that.
Listen, you were part of Israel's wartime leadership right after October the 7th. But then later, as we know, you left the war cabinet. What specifically convinced you that the government, at least in your opinion, was taking the wrong path?
I wanted to act much more harshly. I wanted to act faster in Gaza Strip. I wanted to act faster and harshly in Lebanon, and I think we wasted a whole year. But nevertheless, I accept what the government is doing. I think it's defending our own countries. I think it's helping the United States to stabilize the area. I think, as I've said at the beginning, that really think of it. Before this war started, the place that was mostly bombed by Iranians or Iranians' proxies was Saudi. We all remember the attack on Aramco sites, etc., etc. Did Israel ever attack Saudi? No, we didn't. So we must go back to the origin. You know, sometimes when people are missing their way on a vacation, you tell them you go back to the last place that you recognized. It's not because of Israel. It is because of the fundamentalistic regime, the radical regime in Iran, that took a prosperous country and made it a fundamentalistic one, threatening the others straight or by proxies. And we have no alternative but defending ourselves. And I'm sure it stands for all the countries around us, which we appreciate the normalization we have with, and we hope to expand it as much as possible down the road.
Benny, I got to ask you, do you still trust Benjamin Netanyahu's judgment on national security right now?
In terms of national security, I can trust him. I have lots of political argument with him. That's fair in democratic countries. And we know how to set this issue. But I want to tell you that as far as Israel's security, there's no left or right in Israel, just right or wrong. And I think we are right.
I want to talk about something that, certainly from my point of view and from the media's point of view, when we see images emerge of dead children, and we mentioned a bit about civilian casualties in countries where Israel have struck, many people around the world will stop listening to Israel's security arguments, or they'll at least downplay that a bit more. Do you think Israeli leaders, from your inside point of view, understand fully how much images like that have damaged the international standing of Israel?
Yes, we do understand that. I would say that most leaders definitely understand that. But seriously speaking, we never sit those fights. And some people here in Israel say that we were wrong by doing it, because look what have been developed around us in terms of operational monsters, such as Hamas. See what they did in October 7th, such as Hezbollah, who prepared the same launch from the northern arena as well. So I think really we are a peaceful, let's put it this way, we are seeking peace. You know, my first operational mission as an Israeli soldier was to secure President Sadat from Egypt that came to speak peace in the Israeli parliament. And I'm so proud of that very simple fact. We seek peace. For us, when we meet each other, we say salam or salam alaikum or shalom, and we actually mean it. It doesn't mean that we will not defend ourselves, and let us not go wrong. The fact that we are stronger does not make us not right. We are strong yet right, and we will defend ourselves.
Benny, we're more than a year and a half into this war. What is the end game? And this is, again, I'm not asking you what is the political end game of the Israeli government. I'm asking from your point of view personally, what do you think would be the end game if Hamas was ousted from Gaza tomorrow in its entirety? What would be the next day plan? Who would govern Gaza? What would you see that transpiring as?
Well, I guess that down the road it's the Palestinians that will govern Gaza, but it will take a decade to rebuild it and probably a generation to de-radicalize it until it comes to a point where they can live with and we can live beside. And we have no other interest in Gaza to exclude security. And I hope that the same will happen with Lebanon. And hopefully Abraham Accords will expand to more countries and other places. And I think that for that to happen, we must fight Hezbollah, we must fight Hamas or any other terror activities such as the Houthis in Yemen and others, because those organizations supported by Iran are the strategic interceptors of any positive development. Let me tell you, my friend, that on October 5th of 2023, I came back from the United States speaking about normalization processes, possible processes with Saudi. And on October 7, all those dreams were swept away by Hamas Act. So if we want to have peace, and we want to have peace, if we want to enjoy normalization, I think we all want to enjoy normalization. If we want our countries to prosper in stability and security, we must make sure that those proxies are not capable of operating, and Iran is not continuing to support them. Because if we won't change the situation, we will find those activities over and over again.
Before I let you go, Benny, we've spoken a lot about peace. What do you think is the hardest truth? The one that Israelis need to hear right now? Politicians might be too afraid to say it, but you could say it.
Can you repeat? I'm not sure I understood you.
My question is, what is the harsh truth that you feel Israelis need to hear right now? What is it that politicians are not saying that Israelis need to be aware of right now?
No, I think all Israelis are aware of the security hazards that we have to face. It doesn't mean we won't seek political processes with our neighbors. We should. I'm engaged with many, many leaders around my country, and I think we should find a way forward. But once again, no Israeli can afford not to stay secure. And unfortunately, we have to take care of it ourselves.
Benny Gantz, I want to thank you so much for joining us on W News. Former Israeli Defense Minister and Chairman of the Blue and White Party, Benny Gantz in Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and inshallah we'll see peace. Salam alaikum.
Now let's continue this conversation with Donald Trump's former advisor. It's George Papadopoulos who joins us right now. George, thank you first and foremost. Donald Trump reportedly told Netanyahu not to retaliate on these Iranian strikes, but Israel struck anyway. So what do you think is going on here? Has Trump lost a bit of influence over what has previously been one of America's closest allies in the form of Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel?
It's great to be with you. Thank you very much for having me. I think we have to just look at President Trump's recent pronouncement a couple days ago, in which he stated publicly that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be forced to have to accept a peace agreement with Iran. And just today, President Trump stated that within 2 to 3 days, the United States and Iran will likely find an agreement between themselves. So given these very public announcements by the President of the United States regarding Israel and Iran and the conflict in which all three countries have become embroiled in over the past months, I don't think that the United States is losing influence regarding Israel, but it's actually imposing itself and its will in regards to Israel, Iran, and the United States' role as a mediator in this interminable conflict.
You are based out of Washington right now. From somebody who's coming to you live from the Middle East, I can tell you that the feeling on the ground here is that although Trump has campaigned on ending the war, the Middle East does feel a bit like it's on the brink right now. And you mentioned 2 or 3 days away from some sort of a deal, and that does feel like it's not really a reality. Is there a failure of diplomacy, do you think, or is the reality that this regional conflict, it seems no closer to a peace deal than we did in April? Do you genuinely believe we're 2 or 3 days away from an actual deal?
I believe that the conditions have been set. There has been a systematic progression towards a peace agreement between the United States and Iran, because the conditions have been met for a peace agreement to occur so that this doesn't once again flare up after a ceasefire agreement. The United States would like a temporary ceasefire to become a permanent solution, and the solution will involve the Strait of Hormuz, ballistic missile production, the regime in Iran, and the global energy markets. And what the United States has been able to do is achieve those objectives by dismantling the Iranian ballistic missile production. The leadership in Iran, I should say the former leadership in Iran, has been assassinated, which were the real hardliners. The Iranians seem very open to now opening the Strait of Hormuz to stabilize a global energy market. But what I would argue in the U.S. interest is the most important that the Trump administration has done. It's highlighted that the United States is now a swing producer of energy for the first time since the end of World War II. And now other countries in Europe, Asia, and in the Middle East are looking to the United States as not only a different route of energy, but a supplier of energy. So Iran has achieved one thing and one thing only in this conflict, and that is to isolate itself more than ever before and to affect its standing in the Persian Gulf as a net exporter of energy. So I would rate the diplomacy of the United States in regarding U.S. and allied interests as an A+, because that's exactly what I think moving forward will be achieved once the pen has written down the peace agreement between both countries and Israel as well.
George, you mentioned there the US has taken upon itself to be a bit more self-efficient, I guess, when it comes to its oil production. It still doesn't matter because as soon as Iran and Israel exchanged that fire the other day, we saw the price of oil spike once again. Regardless of where you are in the world, the price of a barrel of oil went up. So I guess that's kind of counterintuitive. Do you think if this was to continue on again, if there was a re-engagement of the fire, would you see Donald Trump be willing to go back to where we were pre-ceasefire in April in terms of that level of fire and effectively what was a very tense regional conflict?
Certainly, all options are on the table. The president has been overtly vocal about Iran never obtaining a nuclear weapon under his watch. This is not President Obama, in which President Obama's red lines then became pink lines and then evaporated into the desert in various Middle Eastern countries. President Trump, since day one and on the campaign trail, stated that Iran will not obtain a nuclear weapon. And if Iran continues to affect U.S. and allied interests in the Middle East and around the world, they will be dealt with severely. The president attempted diplomacy initially. That didn't work. And then military strikes with the United States and Israel were conducted. The president now would like to see peace, but military strikes are definitely on the table. Do I believe that we will have a resumption of hostilities the way that we did in the initial stages of this conflict? I don't predict that will happen. But I do believe that we might have some intermediary tit for tat, the way that we saw recently between Iran and Israel, where some ballistic missiles were shot at Israel. Then the Israelis hit central Tehran, but then those stopped. That is the most likely course of action. But a resumption of hostilities, the way that initially started this conflict, I don't think that's going to continue.
George, you're on the inside, or you have been on the inside, quite literally, of this administration. Is that, or at least from the outside point of view looking in, the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu, is it as strong as it appears publicly? Or are there some cracks beginning to emerge? And I know that we've discussed it at the very start of this interview as well, but Netanyahu did technically defy him, even though Trump is saying that he didn't. So the facts tell a slightly different story. How is that friendship in reality?
The United States is a global superpower with global interests. And of course, the United States and Israel have been historic allies. They are allies and they will remain allies. But the United States has various other interests in the Middle East and in the Eastern Mediterranean and in the Arab Gulf. So the United States has to have a very important balancing act between how it approaches Israel and how Israel is a function of those interests and not a liability to those interests. One would argue that at some point in this conflict, Netanyahu became a liability to U.S. interests in terms of attempting to stop this conflict. Now, of course, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu at a personal level are friendly. Prime Minister Netanyahu has visited the Oval Office approximately 5 times during the Trump 2.0 administration. So clearly, this isn't a cold relationship. But as long as Israel remains a function and not a liability to the various interests that the United States has in the Middle East, this friendship will remain strong and enduring. If it doesn't, then there will continue to be some air or light between the United States and Israel, and that's not in the interests of either country.
George, we hear various reports that within the MAGA base and Donald Trump's fans on home turf there in the US where you are, that this is a deeply unpopular war. From your point of view, is there still support for America's role in the Middle East in this conflict, or do you think there's a level of fatigue among voters? And is it important to put this to bed before those midterms coming up in November?
You're absolutely right. We do have the most important midterm election, I would argue, in modern American history coming up in November. President Trump campaigned on and he won on stopping endless wars and prioritizing diplomacy over war. There is some fatigue within both the left and the right regarding this conflict, but that doesn't omit the fact that the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party believes that Iran is a threat to the United States and his interests around the world. And that's exactly why they have continued to support the president months into this conflict. Now, that support will likely ebb and flow if this continues into July and August, something that I predict it will not. As long as this conflict ends before the summer and there are no more killings and the global energy markets are stabilized and that the president can once again tell the world that he has signed a new Middle East peace agreement, I think this will galvanize the Republican voters going into the midterms. If it continues into the fall, this could be a big issue for Donald Trump and the Republican Party.
George, I really hope that your words ring true and that they actually come to fruition. I want to ask you before I let you go, what do you think success would look like for Trump's Middle East strategy? So say 6 months from now, if this all goes according to plan, what does that look like?
I think as long as the United States can promote energy security, sustain the cohesiveness of our global alliance structures, including in the Middle East, and promote security, then we will have a very winning foreign policy and success story that the United States and the Trump administration could sell not only to the American public, but to the global public. I believe this is the most important moment for U.S. Middle Eastern relations, not only for the U.S., Iran, and Israel relationship, but also regarding the GCC and the Levant. I think President Trump is very aware of that. The voters are certainly aware of it, and he will prioritize peace going into the midterms. I am sure of it.
George Papadopoulos in Washington, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. Over 300 migrants heading to the UK last year were apparently kidnapped, tortured and threatened with forced organ removal. A British broadcaster has reported that Iraqi Kurdish men were seized by Libya by a militia demanding $5,000 ransom from their families. At least one hostage is reportedly dead, and it's unclear how many remain captive. Authorities in Japan have captured a black bear days after it was seen roaming around a city near Tokyo. Another bear has been filmed chasing people in Fukushima and managing to evade officials. Japan is dealing with a rise in bear encounters. A federal judge in the US has blocked President Trump's $100,000 fees for the new H-1B visas. The ruling contradicts an earlier federal court ruling that upheld the fee hike. H-1B visas are usually used for high-skilled jobs, and often that's the preferred route for employees of tech companies. And reality TV star Spencer Pratt has lost the race for Los Angeles mayor, with left-wing candidate Nitya Raman advancing to face incumbent Karen Bass. The winner of November's race will lead a city which is currently fighting homelessness and housing affordability. Chinese President Xi Jinping and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un pledged closer ties and deeper cooperation following 2 days of talks in Pyongyang. Xi made a rare visit to the North Korean capital as Beijing looks to restore influence over its strategic ally and socialist neighbour. Emily C. has this report.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un rolled out the red carpet for Chinese President Xi Jinping as he arrived in Pyongyang for a rare 2-day visit. Xi's previous trip to North Korea was in 2019. Footage published by Chinese and North Korean state media showed Xi greeted by honor guards and huge crowds waving flags, flowers, and balloons. Inside the Kum Susan guest house, a luxurious villa completed in 2019 to host world leaders, Xi and Kim pledged closer ties and deeper cooperation. In a statement released Monday evening, Xi reaffirmed China's support for North Korea no matter how the international situation changes.
I'm very pleased to visit the beautiful city of Pyongyang once again after 7 years. I feel especially warm and familiar. I'm ready to work with you, General Secretary, to take this visit as an opportunity to strengthen top-level planning and strategic guidance for China-DPRK relations in the new era.
Kim thanks Xi for choosing Pyongyang as his first overseas trip this year. The visit comes just weeks after Xi hosted U.S. President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Beijing. Analysts say restoring influence over North Korea would give Xi leverage in dealings with Trump, who has repeatedly expressed his desire to restart diplomacy with Kim.
We believe that this visit once again demonstrates clearly that the DPRK and China have always stood on the right side of history, the side of autonomy and justice. It also shows the world that no matter how the international situation may evolve, the time-tested DPRK-China relations remain unbreakable.
North Korea is China's only formal treaty ally, but the relationship has been strained by a freeze in trade during the pandemic and Pyongyang's close relationship with Moscow. North Korea supplies troops and weapons to Russia to support its war in Ukraine and has received economic and military assistance from Moscow. Kim and Xi also watched dance and acrobatic performances Monday evening and visited a memorial for Chinese soldiers who fought in the Korean War on Tuesday. According to state media, Kim said Pyongyang's friendship with Beijing remains a top priority, while Xi said the two countries share a common destiny. Emily Su at Arabiya English, Hong Kong.
We're going to continue this conversation. We're joined by Ross Darrell Fingold, who's the Asia political analyst and former Asia chairman of Republicans Abroad. Ross, lovely to have you on the show. Xi Jinping hasn't visited North Korea in 7 years. So why? Why was this trip important enough, and why now?
Of course, there was the pandemic in the middle, so that made it difficult, especially with North Korea having one of the most restrictive policies, basically banning foreigners from entering for an extended period of time. And also, Kim has traveled to Beijing in recent years, so that may have reduced the urgency for Xi Jinping to go there. But I would also say that if you are the leader of China, and you've had this long, close relationship with this neighbor, that it's something you got to do once in a while. And as you said, he hasn't done it in 7 years, and he's made other trips, even though Xi Jinping, in some ways, he's kind of like Donald Trump. It seems he's not a big fan of overseas trips or lengthy overseas trips, but he does travel. And to the extent that he is traveling to foreign capitals and meeting with foreign leaders several times a year, then it becomes increasingly difficult to say, well, I'm just not going to go to North Korea. There's really no justification given the close historical relationship. So at some point, he had to go there, and the point came in 2026, so there he is.
So what's it all about, Ross? Is it really friendship? Is this potentially China softly sending a message to Donald Trump and even to the United States? Is China somewhat running with the fox and the hounds here, trying to keep everybody happy? Is this a game of diplomacy that we're seeing playing out?
It's probably a combination of all of those things. A lot of people want to focus on whether or not North Korea has become too close to Russia for China's liking, and China wants to change that. Of course, there's the nuclear issue, and if we go back 20, 25 years, some people think China was more on board with other countries who really wanted to prevent North Korea from having nuclear weapons. And then there are people who say, well, actually, China never really cared, or China even facilitated it. But China does seem to have come to accept it. But even if China accepted it, there's still things to talk about with regard to the nuclear weapons. There's other types of military cooperation, non-nuclear, to discuss. I don't think China would say no if North Korea requests other types of military aid to maintain its military, because if China doesn't provide it, then North Korea would get it from Russia, which is not an outcome that China wants. And of course, they do have trade. It's a long time debate among experts whether China is complying or violating UN sanctions. It's probably a combination, but certainly they're going to discuss trade. And then ultimately what they often discuss, and North Korea doesn't like to broadcast this, but they discuss aid. North Korea is in desperate need of aid, whether that's food aid, oil, medical assistance, education for their people, to the extent that they lack knowledge or they lack equipment. So even though it's Xi Jinping going there and he's the guest, he's probably going to leave having given some things or offered some things by way of aid to North Korea.
You mentioned it there briefly, Ross, as well, North Korea's nuclear program. I mean, barely featured in the public statements from this meeting that we've heard. I mean, what does that actually tell us? Do we know, if anything, that the West needs to be concerned about as a result of this? Do we know anything as regards to North Korea's nuclear capabilities right now?
We know they have them. We know they maintain them. We know that in past years they have tested them. And we shouldn't underestimate their technical capability. We know they lack equipment at times. We know they might lack some raw materials as well. But these are very smart people, despite the challenges that they have from sanctions. And sometimes they have other types of crises, such as food crises. But they do have very capable people. We know that. And that's why they were able to build what they have built so far, whether that's nuclear or conventional weapons. And of course, their hacking capability is quite impressive, given the scale of their activities, which it's no longer a secret. But China's not going to tell them stop it. We know that by now. China is not going to take a very strong view that would align with the United States and South Korea and Japan. They're just simply not going to do that. So at best, China is going to have discussions about safeguarding the nuclear arsenal. China probably wouldn't be thrilled with a nuclear test, but I don't even think China would say don't do it, because they know if they say that, North Korea is not going to be too happy to be told what to do. But they would have talked about it internally, and probably North Korea would be reluctant to share too much information, because ultimately, even if China's their close friend, North Korea trusts nobody.
Ross, you did mention and touch on this earlier, North Korea and the potential ties with Russia. Has it drifted closer to Russia, probably more than China would like? Is that maybe why, also part of why this meeting has happened, to try and rein that back in again?
The only person who could truly answer that question is Kim himself. Clearly, the aid that Russia has provided, whether that's in the form of oil or other types of aid, whether it's food or even cash, there's a lot we don't know about what's flowing from Russia to North Korea. We know men and material have been flowing from North Korea to Russia, in fact, to the front line in Ukraine. But we shouldn't underestimate the strength of those historical ties, and the fact that China did join the fight against South Korea, and the United States and the other allies that came to South Korea's aid in the Korean War. That is a very strong bond that Russia will never be able to match, notwithstanding that North Koreans have been fighting for Russia in Ukraine. I mean, the scope of North Korea's involvement in Ukraine at the moment is still far below the scope of what China's involvement in North Korea was, or in the Korean Peninsula in the early 1950s. That's a very, very strong bond. And these leaders, both sides, keeping in mind that their fathers or grandfathers were revolutionary heroes who worked together, keeping in mind that the communists of North Korea and the communists of China back in that era did work together. It's a very, very strong bond. Even when I visited North Korea, there'd be signs about this. That was many years ago. But it's something that they do put a lot of emphasis on, and Russia will never be able to match that.
Ross, there we must leave it. Ross Darrell Feingold, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, Bangladesh says it has blocked multiple attempts by Indian authorities to push people across the border into its territory, raising tensions between the South Asian neighbours. The allegations come weeks after India's ruling BJP party won power in West Bengal on a promise to identify and deport undocumented migrants. Darshan Dalal has this report.
Along the 4,000-kilometre border separating India and Bangladesh, a new dispute is testing already fragile relations. Bangladesh says its border guards recently blocked several attempts by Indian authorities to move people into Bangladeshi territory without following formal repatriation procedures. Dhaka calls the practice push-ins, an informal transfer of suspected migrants across the frontier. The tensions come just weeks after India's ruling Bharatiya Janata Party swept to power in West Bengal, a state bordering Bangladesh. The BJP campaigned on a hardline immigration platform, promising to detect, delete and deport undocumented migrants. Indian authorities say they are identifying suspected Bangladeshi nationals living illegally in India and have asked Dhaka to verify the nationality of thousands of people. Bangladesh insists anyone found to be its citizen must be returned through established legal and diplomatic channels.
I
have a family, a wife and 2 daughters. I'm going back to my country with them. They won't let us stay here anymore. That's why. I've been here for the past 6 to 7 years, but I don't have any documents, so I won't be able to stay.
For many migrants, the crackdown is bringing years of work in India to an abrupt end. Some acknowledge entering India illegally in search of jobs and higher wages.
Now the government has said they won't keep us, that we are Bangladeshi infiltrators. Because of that, today we are waiting at the Hankipur border checkpoint to go back to Bangladesh.
Bangladesh says one recent incident involved Indian border personnel allegedly attempting to move more than 30 people toward Bangladeshi territory before being turned back by Bangladeshi guards. India has not publicly responded to the latest allegations. The migration dispute has also complicated efforts to improve ties after the 2024 ouster of former Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, a close partner of New Delhi. Senior border officials from both countries are discussing the issue in talks in New Delhi this week. Darshan Dalal, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news of the day. Apple has launched a major Siri upgrade, introducing a more conversational Siri AI. It can read on-screen content and also search across apps and the web. It's Apple's biggest move yet in the AI race, but analysts say that it still lags behind rivals like OpenAI and Google. Elon Musk's Starlink is taking the lead in the airline Wi-Fi market. It surpassed Jeff Bezos' LEO satellite network. Starlink says it's added 11 new airline customers globally, while Amazon's LEO has landed deals with Delta and JetBlue. American Airlines has also announced plans to outfit more than 500 aircraft with Starlink starting in 2027. Turning to sport now. Somali FIFA referee Omar Artan will miss the World Cup after he's been denied entry into the US. Now, a Somali embassy official in Kenya said that Artan had been issued a diplomatic passport in order to ease his travel after earlier visa difficulties. Somalia is one of several countries on America's travel ban list. Iran's Football Federation said the US has removed the ticket quota allocated for Iranian fans for the World Cup. Federations normally receive 8% of the tickets for each of their matches to distribute to supporters. The World Cup, co-hosted by Canada, Mexico and the United States, begins this Thursday, with Iran scheduled to play New Zealand on June the 15th. And a reminder of our top stories this evening. A fragile Iran-Israel ceasefire holds as Israel continues to strike in southern Lebanon. China and North Korea pledged closer ties after rare Pyongyang talks between Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un. And Bangladesh says it has foiled multiple attempts by Indian forces to push people across the border. And that's all from us on W News for now. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. As always, you can follow us on X, and we're back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
I think West Ham get something out of the game.
Did you get it tailored?
No! What am I going to get tailored? Useless.
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge and Colton Cole. We're a day later because of the bank holiday, but also because we wanted to wait for that game last night, and it was well worth the wait. What a game. 13 minutes of madness, Bridgie. Did it cost Man City the title?
I think so. Yeah,
really?
I think so. I think the only game Arsenal struggle with is West Ham. But yeah, I was just gutted. I just think for me personally, not a great weekend of football, to be honest. West Ham losing and then City kind of gifting it Arsenal. Yeah. Bit depressing, isn't it? And then Chelsea. Not a great at all weekend, was it?
It was really bad. It was really bad, Coley. I had to phone you lot last night. It's in our group chat.
It was low, wasn't it?
The vibes were low.
The vibes were low.
I was in bed already.
And you were there with the spiritual guidance, but I just said, I'm not having it.
I felt like I needed to pick everyone up after yesterday.
It was very, like, when you've had a weekend like that, I couldn't believe it. You even went to bed early, didn't you?
Yeah, I was down.
You had enough.
I wasn't actually down, actually. I was just tired.
Yeah, you had enough.
The worst thing about it is I had an afternoon nap because I put the Chelsea game on.
Sent you to sleep.
And I went to sleep. I woke, I think it must have been around 20 minutes, and I woke up on like the 85th.
Do you know what? It's unusual, right? Usually if my phone rings with you and it's like 10:30, I'm falling asleep, probably watching the telly.
Yeah.
And then you're usually like lighting a fire or playing war games. I went, all right, Geezer, what are you doing? I'm asleep. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
It's been a bad weekend.
I think I was taken back as well. And the worst thing about it, the other day when we went out, you were first to go. Or was it?
Yeah, I can't remember. I went early-ish, not too early, early-ish.
And then he slept on the train.
That was last after the pod.
Hold on a minute. We're 3 minutes in. You're talking about trains already. You've dropped it.
No way.
That's what it was. No. That's what it was. So I phoned you, and I was really tired, didn't it? And then he slept on the train home.
I heard that.
Yeah, so I missed my stop.
You missed his stop. How can he tell me?
I know.
I think, do you know what it is? I don't actually know. I was just tired, basically. But I've had started a little program, health programs, a bit of food, lifting more weights.
Hold on a minute.
Got to drink 4 litres of water.
Doesn't need to lift anything.
Stop it. This ain't no little program, just a bit of weights. Are you lifting like Mini Coopers or Corsas or something out of your car park? There's nothing you do is like a little bit of Pilates. What is it? What have you actually...
It's more of a structured program, so there's not as much like hit stuff. So it's probably a little bit easier.
Right.
I'd never used to lift weights all the time, but you're eating healthy, so stop me snacking a little bit. I've stuck to it quite well. There's a few tequilas that have been chucked in along the way.
It's clean drinking.
It's clean drinking, isn't it? But the 4 litres of water I thought would be a problem, but it's actually not too bad.
You do look
like
well.
an elephant. I had a bit of microneedling as well, at a little clinic in Cobham.
Is it?
Edoon, they called me
up. You look like you're growing an afro as well, Geese.
No, that's just, I can't style it. My hair's like a frisbee. It's just hard.
Looking good, man.
But yeah, I think that's why I've been so tired.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of healthier healthier living for a week.
You're looking good anyway. Listen,
Cheers, mate.
I went the other way this weekend after I saw the results. Yeah. Oh, mate, that Brentford West Ham game.
We'll get on to that. Let's stick to this one now, because the 13 minutes, the controversy with Everton's first goal, Barry was in an offside position and linesman flagged, but the VAR ruled the goal should stand because Mark Gurhey, he did have control of possession. I think it's the right call, because I think, listen, strikers do that one. You'll know better yourself, goalie, when you put yourself in the offside position because you sort of want to get on the blind side. The ball was played a bit earlier than it probably should have done. He's offside. Mark Gay just messes up. So I think he got lucky, but from the letter of the law, I'm happy with that as a goal.
I see what you're saying, but at the same time, he's offside. The boy's in the offside position. Yes, now Mark Gay does have the ball, but this is where I just don't understand about that. Remember when the offside used to be offside and he just put the flag up?
Yeah.
Then there would be no issue. Like everyone would know he's offside. But because they've allowed it to play, it's worked in the advantage of Everton. When really it should always have been in an advantage of Manchester City. So it shouldn't even be a split decision.
Yeah.
It should just be, well, he's got in now, put the flag up.
Yeah. So you
that's what I think anyway. I don't know, because he's offside. Yeah. The ball's intentionally played forward towards him.
Yeah.
He's in an offside position.
Because I remember, you know better, when you grew up, like, remember when there was an action and you're a striker and you just get them lazy strikers and the ball say the goalkeeper got the ball and then the ball goes straight forward, and then lazy strikers would just be in the offside position.
Go hugging.
But you see, I remember seeing strikers running back to get on side.
Yeah.
So like, because you knew it was very simple, onside, offside when the ball's played.
Listen, the boy Barry done well though. Come on, he done well, and he still had to finish it at the same time. But I just feel that scenario didn't work in the advantage of Man City. Although yes, there was a mistake made, but that's it. That should be said. You know what? It was a mistake, but at the same time, look, it worked to the advantage of Everton, and Everton they sucked it up, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. I
didn't mind that. Manchester
City dominated possession in the first half, and then Everton come into it. They've had a tricky time going into their new stadium, Everton. I want to ask you about this lad, Bridge. He scored 2 goals. Doku, brilliant. He was getting some treatment from the fullback, though. I mean, how would you have dealt with someone like him? Because I think he's one of the form players.
I would have hated it.
I
can only liken him to very different, because obviously he seems like he might be a bit stronger, a bit stuck with Aaron Lennon and Righty.
Yeah.
Just them proper people who just wingers, just getting at you, very direct. Yeah. You know, you remember you used to kick them too, and they used to just like, when you kick them, you tackle them, and they just bounce up like a rubber ball, mate. It's just like so hard to play against. Like, I'm surprised more fullbacks haven't got sent off playing against him.
Yeah. And I think Pep after the game, you know, he was Pep. You know, he was spiky, he was aggressive, and I think he was alluding to that when he talks about the treatment Doku got. I think personally it's a missed opportunity from Manchester City. They've had a long time to prepare for this game. But what I would say for all Manchester City fans is, when you looked at their running, this was the game you thought they could slip up on.
Yeah, we said that.
We all said that. I think we might have even called a draw. So it ain't the end of the world. Arsenal still got to go to West Ham. And that's the game that we said could be a problem, because West Ham have to get something from that game now.
You have to, yeah.
But if you're David Moyes, are you happy with a point, or are you disappointed we're not getting all the free?
Being that far ahead, I think you'd be disappointed, but you would take a point at the beginning of the game, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, they would have definitely taken a point before. So David Moyes has gone into that game thinking, and I know that he likes Mikel Arteta, doesn't he?
Yeah, yes, his boy, isn't he?
It's his boy, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think that comes into
that was a tag team job.
Do you know what, though? do you know what? That does happen, right? Yeah. That does happen. Absolutely, 100% that happens, right? Alex Ferguson, during our era, right? He had Steve Bruce.
He had mates, didn't he? Yeah.
Sam Allardyce.
Make it hard for them.
Tony Pulis. Right, they were all his pals with a bottle of wine in there.
Yeah.
Right? You know, I remember when I went back to West Ham, I could not believe do you remember our dressing room? So before the game, we're playing Manchester United, and Sam's office was in the dressing room. Right. Yeah. I needed to speak to Sam about something. It's like a set piece or something. It weren't up. Anyway, I've gone into the office before the game. Alex Ferguson sitting in his office. Our team is up there. And I'm like, do you remember I've been at Chelsea for 7 years where you're going at loggerheads. Like, the thought of them even, you wouldn't even give him a sandwich. Not even give him a cup of tea. He's sitting there with Big Sam.
Chilling.
I'm just like, that don't make... And you know Sam's a competitor, but he was like, Ferguson had a little... He was like the godfather for them all.
Yeah.
And I think Ferguson was like playing them...
Boring them off. That's what you said. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, boys, well done. I'll send you over a couple of loan players here and there. When Chelsea come to town or when Arsenal come to town, you make sure you're at it. Do you know what I mean?
I can imagine that.
It's a natural thing, right? When you're friendship, not match fixing.
That's what I alluded to. It's alluded to that.
That's what a reporter would do. Joe Cole match fixing.
Well, you are allowed mates in the game, isn't it? Like, do you know what I mean?
And I don't blame any of them. I don't. Any of them, if they're mates, right? But I think the friendship benefited Fergie.
Yeah,
100%. Maybe anyway. But what I would say is it's completely human nature. If I'm managing a team, and I'm playing against a team, and you're ringing me up the night before saying, Coley, get the boys fired up for me. There's an extra incentive.
The week before,
your human nature. The week before.
Yeah, you send a little bottle over there. A little livener.
I'll be going like, listen. Vegas after the season will go. I said, little.
I'll pay for that.
Ibiza, come, nice bottle of wine.
Also, being up there, do you reckon Everton would have that feeling of wanting to stop City win it?
Yeah,
being up north.
Yeah, there's also
not those two.
No,
not those two.
Well, saying that, I was listening to the radio the other day, and I think Coisty was on. We love Coisty. We're going to get him on the show soon. And he said that Hibs were playing against, who was it? Was it Celtic?
This season?
And Hearts are going for the title. So Hibs...
Yesterday?
Yeah. And Celtic scored against Hibs.
Yeah.
Which...
And Hearts is...
And Hibs fans were celebrating because it meant that Hearts weren't winning. Football fans are all messed up,
they're both in Edinburgh, aren't they?
Yeah. So that's sort of what fans feel. That does happen at that level. And you're right. David Moyes and Mikel Arteta are proper tight, and they would have been... Listen, I'm not questioning professionalism. To prepare your team. But it's human nature. You want to help your mates, don't you?
Yeah.
Anyway.
City's goals, though. Doku's goals. Unbelievable. Left foot, right foot. I couldn't get over the through ball for Haaland as well.
Yeah. The first touch, the way he done it, put it into the space, and it just set them off on the attack straight away. Yeah. And then the through ball, the weight. That's world class.
Yeah. Kovacic is world class.
That's world class.
People forget about him. What players? He's been injured, hasn't he?
Mate, he has been.
Have you seen his CV, Kovacic? He's won Champions League at Real Madrid. He's played for Inter Milan. He's won Champions League at Chelsea. Man City's won it all up there. He's a proper player.
He's a proper player, mate.
What's the mindset of the Arsenal players going to, as we're filming this, where they're going to be playing a big Champions League game? What are they thinking now? Would you have watched the game?
They all would, wouldn't they? Yeah. We've been there. You watch the game before, you watch after. I don't think they'll be thinking it's done. No chance.
But
they'll be buzzing.
Yeah.
They'll be buzzing. They'll be at training having a good time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like when you see when Declan's saying, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
There'll be more of a cheerful mood around the training ground, but they'll have.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
They know it ain't over.
Do you remember that we was going for the league title and we was actually watching Arsenal and we went to the restaurant to watch it. Do you remember that? Roman took us to the restaurant in Chelsea to watch the game. We needed Arsenal to get beat, and they drew. And if they would have got beat, we would have won the league. And I think he wanted the lads all together.
Celebrate.
So but we couldn't have a drink because we had, if they didn't win, we needed to win at the weekend.
Yeah. So the drinks were on the bench.
Drinks were on the sidelines,
just waiting.
But do you know what I remember the first time? What I remember that night? That's the first time I've ever tried caviar. Right?
I remember this.
Do you remember it?
I remember it now.
Right? And I was like, I felt...
Was it like at Scalini's or something
like that? It was one of the nice London...
Tell me,
mate, I just thought, this ain't me. I looked at it, but I've had to pretend I liked it. Didn't I? I was like, everyone's going, it's worth a fortune, isn't it? Like, and they're like, yeah.
I'm
looking at people going, you don't really like that. You don't like that. Right?
It's an acquired taste,
isn't it?
Yeah.
I've never listened, and I'm like, he's digging it in with the bread, and I'm going, nice. But didn't want to be like. I don't know, kids.
I can't remember that far back.
But yeah, so we had that. They didn't get the results. We didn't win it, so we had to the champagne was literally on ice, and then we went back and. Yeah. But I remember it is weird when you got your predicament in another team, watching another team.
In your hands,
I like it. It must be how a fan really feels because it's your life.
Anything can happen.
Do you know what I mean? Anything can happen. You're waiting for it.
Yeah,
I remember that.
It's good to be in a position where you're thinking that, but it's not going to be the death of you.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about Villa.
We're literally like it's over, and if West Ham, if they beat West Ham, we're saying it's over, but it ain't really, is it? It kind of is, but anything could happen.
I'm going to throw at it. If Arsenal beat West Ham, anything can still happen.
But I can't see them not winning the other games, but you never know, mate.
What, Burnley?
Mate, come on. You just never know. We live in hope.
Not Burnley, mate.
Live in hope.
I'm not having the Burnley.
It won't.
If they get beat by Burnley, then they don't deserve to win the league. You know what I mean?
I think West Ham get something out of the game. I'm throwing it out there. Man.
The pressure's on the lads.
Throw it out to the universe. Come on.
Coley, Arsenal play in Europe tonight. Massive game. And people, it's almost like the Premier League's taken over so much of everything that's been. They've got the opportunity to go to the Champions League final for only their second time tonight. And not just an opportunity, they're favourites, I think. Although Simeone did come out in his press conference at the weekend and said they firmly believe they're going to do it. So they're punching. So what do Arsenal...
It's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah. What do Arsenal... do they... Is it distractions? That's not the question.
They just got to go full throttle now, Cole.
Yeah.
Full throttle. There's no distractions. To be fair, they would have had one eye on that game yesterday, but I don't think it's going to be... It would be more the players just not losing their heads and saying, you know what, willing for that game to go in their favour because they got the game the next day. So they need to just understand that what they need to do is just focus on game by game. And that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been saying. That's the murmurs that are coming out of the camp saying that we're just focusing on ourselves. And look, human nature is always going to say that you're going to have one eye on the other team. But at the same time, they're in both races and they can't afford to fumble this. They can't. And it's in their hands. I think every competition they're in is in their hands right now. I think they're the best and they've performed the best. So they deserve something at the end of it.
Yeah.
You know?
They've had a great season that you can't...
They have. They've been the best. They've been the best. And you can't... Look, we can all have our hater hats on and that tribal thing. But listen, man, Arsenal have turned up.
Yeah.
This year, they've turned up. And the way they've been punching... They've done everything that's been asked of them, and I've just got to take my hats off to them.
That's the only thing helping City at the moment, really, is them being in Europe still, isn't it?
That's City will be open.
They had their chance, City.
City will be open. It goes into extra time tonight. Penalties,
get tired.
Strain. They'll be open. They'll be doing that.
And that's quite.
That could have an effect on the players after. You don't know.
I think personally tonight, after the lift of seeing that Monday tonight, them lads been in the hotel watching that game together, and they go. I think it frees them up a little bit, and I think they go and I think they batter Atletico Madrid tonight. I think it's a one, and the place is lifted. All that tension.
They'll be more relaxed.
Yeah, and momentum can build. I want to give a quick mention to Miles Lewis-Skelly, who come in to play against Fulham in the midfield. Right, we talked about they look tired. Zubimendi played 55 games. He's played the most games in Arsenal shirt. And Lewis-Skelly come in and he looked from the first 15, 20 minutes. Sometimes we have a young player playing in that situation. He's gone in there and thought, I need to come to the party now. And he just brought everything, everything in him, all of his soul. He just won every tackle. He was fantastic. And then it gave the lads around him a lift because they're tired. You're tired at this point in the season, right?
Yeah.
It's hard for punters to realise, right? Because the easiest thing to say is, players, you play every 3-4 days. You get paid a fortune. You should be able to do it. Yes. But when you're physically drained, like you've depleted...
No, it's not even physical. You're physical... They're fit enough. Yeah. It's the mental.
The mentally drained.
It's mental.
And the players, to describe the tiredness of someone, listen, it's not like you're tired, like as if, I don't want to go to school tired, I don't want to get up. But these lads are doing everything they can. And they're going to battle every 3-4 days and they're going with everything. But because they haven't they've got cumulative fatigue. They're not at their best.
Yeah, that's it.
And then they're fighting. It's like if anyone's ever gone to play sports when they're not feeling too well and trying to compete, it's like that 2 or 3 times.
And don't you think that's why he does everything to try and do these, like he does these extracurricular activities. You see some of them, right? Yeah. And he's just trying to exercise their brain.
Yeah.
Just trying to exercise it, to try and not think about football, do something a little bit different. And these are the margins.
Yeah.
These are the margins. And he knows that, the psychological battle that a footballer has to go through, especially at this stage of the season. And all these things count. And I think for earlier on in the season, it was like, what are they doing? What are they doing that for? They was doing this thing with the head and everything.
Yeah.
And they had the ball in the middle, and it was a bit weird, some of the exercises that they were putting out there. But these are all the things to try and create a team vibe and try and take their mind off things and try and relax the camp. And he's done everything it takes to try and get this over the line.
So you think Arsenal are going to win tonight?
Yes.
Well, if they don't, this is dropping the next day. You would look a right
Screenshot it, mate.
You said that last time as well.
I got it right.
You got it right. Oh, mate, I hope you're wrong.
Top of the table is incredibly tight and exciting. The bottom of the table it's a 2-horse race now for me. Very bad weekend for our West Ham. Coley 3-0 loss to Brentford. We'll get into that in a minute, what went wrong and what we fear. Spurs, great win at Villa. First of all, what has De Zerbi done to revitalise Tottenham? Before we talk about Aston Villa team selection, and what we think of that, but what is, from your opinion, has De Zerbi done looking at that Spurs? Because they look like a different team.
Just look like they're playing for something, like pride, passion. There's more to football than just tactics. Sometimes you just need inspiration. You need someone to tell you the facts and the reality of what could happen to you. It's as simple as that. And then you might run an extra few yards, you know what I mean? And give an extra 10%. And I think De Zerbi's motivated. Yeah. He's a motivator. You look at his face, You can see that he's a motivator, man. And I think he's not had to come into this thinking that, okay, I've got to come with all the tactics because I just need to simplify this, keep it simple, motivate them, have a little bit of fun at training, and keep them happy. Especially the main characters like the Van der Vens. And on top of that, you got to say, like people. There's certain characters probably in that dressing room which was a bit of a plague.
Yeah.
Like there's certain strong characters in dressing rooms.
Do you want to name names?
No, I'm not. I know they know they are. They're not playing right now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it does affect the rest of the team, especially young players.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a stroke of genius giving Van der Ven the captaincy, by the way.
Do you reckon?
Because he looked like he was never happy.
Yeah.
So now we know he's a good player.
Yeah.
So now he looks at, he said, I'm captain of Spurs. I've got something to hold up. If I'm the captain that keeps us up, that's a massive thing for me. Do you know what I mean? So he's there running about. Then that goes into the other players. They're all at it at the moment. You see them running and celebrating tackles and that. You never got that. You never got that a month ago.
Yeah,
you didn't. So I think fair play to him.
Madison's back in the fold as well.
Yeah, apparently you see what happens when he's on the bench.
No,
I don't think they've lost a game whilst he's been on the bench.
No way.
I think that's the rumor that's going around.
Really?
Please fact check it for me. But and I think it was Madge, DJ Majestic.
Yeah, okay.
He's the one that told me.
Okay.
Says, when Madison's been on the bench, they've not lost a game.
Wow.
I know.
People are holding on to things. What do you think, Richie?
I agree with Carl. I think they've given them belief.
Yeah.
I think there's times when football players probably go onto that pitch and they're like, we're going to get beat. I think there's people out there are literally like
negative
over and over negative. I reckon he's just given them a bit of belief.
Yeah, he's personal.
Maybe a little bit, taxing the way he wants them to play, but I think he's maybe just got them to believe in themselves a bit more.
That's cool.
I think I've been around changing rooms where you feel like Another game, like
don't fancy this.
Is he going to do it? Is he going to turn up today? Is he going to turn up today? Do you know what I mean? They're horrible dressing rooms to be around.
Yeah,
that's when you need a real good manager to get everyone together and have a little bit of belief and a bit of grit and have a right old go.
Yeah. Look at Pereira.
Yeah.
Do you see what he said yesterday?
No.
He's like, this is the best group I've worked with.
Really?
He's really giving them belief, isn't he? And I looked at him, I'm like, are you sure, mate?
Like, we had I love it when managers say that shout. Right? I'm in one of my first seasons at West Ham. Harry Redknapp's a genius. Like, I'm not having it from anyone. He's the most underrated manager. Like, he was proper, right? But we was getting above our stations early on in the season. We were up near Man United. Like, like early in the season, you always get a team that shouldn't be at the top.
Yeah.
And we was playing, I think it was Middlesbrough away. And before the game, he done a speech where he was like, I wouldn't swap you for any of the Man United players. All of us.
And you looked around.
And then we think, what, Beckham? And he's given us it. You're brilliant. And we got beat 3-0.
You got beat 3-0? After that wouldn't work.
Useless.
I wouldn't swap any of you players. Any of them.
But you know what? Like, he could get away with it because by Tuesday or Wednesday, like, we just got back to it.
That's some serious lyrics, Coley.
Yeah, but it's true. But going back to De Zerbi, right? I think what's happened is they've done the Hail Mary Tottenham.
Yeah.
I think somebody within this structure of the club has seen sense. So, like, it's what happens when you don't, and I don't know if it's done by luck or by design, bringing in De Zerbi, because the Igor Tudor, we've got to talk about that. When he come through the door and I heard his first press conference and he was like, I need to run the players, I need to...
Oh, wow.
He was so far off piece of what that group needed.
Yeah.
That group was on their knees, confidence-wise. Like you said, Bridget, I know exactly what you mean. When you're like, you're looking around and you're like, we can't get a win. And all of a sudden top players, professional footballers are forgetting how to control the ball. They're forgetting the basics. The last thing you need is Sergeant Major coming in telling you you're not working hard enough.
Drill sergeant, yeah.
And I think whoever brought him in got that completely wrong, clearly. And then whoever brought De Zerbi in, and I'm not no confidence or faith in they even were thinking this. I think they just thought, he's got a great record. We can get him. Do you know what I mean? Rather than sitting down and going, how are you going to approach this? Because the people in the upper echelons of the game, they probably think they'll get some manager coming in with some PowerPoint program. We're going to go from a 3 to a 4, and then we're going to rotate the fullback in, and then we're going to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but when you know football, and you know footballers, and you know the motions and that's driven them at that moment. De Zerbi, I knew from his first press conference when he was saying, like, they need a father, they need a brother, they need
straight away.
And I thought, he's got it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man,
yeah,
but he's got it.
Man.
And that's what he's done. And they didn't get the result against Sunderland, but he stuck with it. He was like, and then all of a sudden, it's like the flower, like, you know, like you sometimes you can't just go in there and go, right, lads, you've all forgotten how good you are. You're all great players. Go and play. It needs to be every day. It needs a messaging from his group, from his players. It needs constantly, even when they lost to Sunderland, and he's picked them up. So, but I'm not going to give the people that brought him in the props yet, because I don't think they've done it on purpose. I don't think they thought that, because I think if somebody would have gone in there with a PowerPoint plan with fireworks coming off of it, and they're going, oh yeah, don't worry lads, we've got this. We're going to go back to a 4-4-2 and everything's going to change. No, they needed a father, they needed a brother, they needed somebody to just nurture them back into form. And unfortunately, it looks like it's come at the wrong time for everyone else, but the right time for Tottenham. But we have to also say there's been a lot of controversy. Aston Villa changed 7 players for that game, and they looked woeful.
Bang out of order.
But Coley, you can't. Coley, you can't. No, you can't. You're Aston Villa. They got a chance to win the Europa League. Yeah. They can rest players.
7 changes, right? And then I'm looking at them, I'm thinking, all right, which one of you are searching to get into that team? Because now's your chance to get in.
Yeah.
None of them showed up. None of them. Like, it was diabolical.
Yeah.
I was like, show me some spirit. Ross Barkley was involved. I don't like to call out players, but done nothing. No one done anything. And I'm there thinking, come on, the Claret and Blues.
Yeah.
Mate, they were just missing. And then I'm looking at their bench. Even, do you know what my thing, right, was, and I'm blaming Unai as well, right?
I tell you what, it's him hard this week.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
Let it out.
I can feel it.
So you look at, I looked at the bench, so I was like, okay, they got a couple of players that can come and change the game, but you're already 2-0 down, so you might get a draw at the most. Half time comes, I'm thinking he's going to give them like a total redress.
Yeah.
A dressing down, I should say, at half time. And I'm thinking they come out with a different attitude.
Yeah.
They're walking out, and I'm thinking, okay, has anyone been changed? Mate, it was the same team walking out. I was like, no, someone's got to come off.
Yeah.
He kept the same team until I think the 15 minutes in. So I knew he chucked away the game. I know. I knew he chucked away the game. And then when Ollie gets on, and I look, listen, Tammy Abraham was up front. It's unforgiving when you're not getting no service. But Ollie gives a different kind of option. He starts running in behind, starts stretching them, trying to get them up the pitch. Do you know what I mean? Then I start to see a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
But then it went to ground zero again.
Yeah.
Mate, it was nonsense. It's ridiculous. When we need you, Villa. Yeah, didn't turn up.
They don't owe you anything. Or West Ham. That's my thing, right?
Listen, they stole our colours. Yeah, they stole our colours. No, I think it's the other way around.
I know how you feel. We all know how you feel.
Is it like I understand the emotional thing with West Ham because I'm angry for West Ham. I'm like, but that's just the way the cookies crumble.
No. It's West Ham's fault. It's West Ham's fault because you shouldn't be relying, as we was just talking about. Relying on other people. Our destiny shouldn't be in anybody else's hands.
Yeah.
And that's where you need to understand how this football thing goes. Yeah, we can be angry and we can say it's bang out of order.
Frustrated, didn't you?
Frustrated. Yeah, I'm frustrated.
Upset.
But at the same time, we've had our chances to move up the table.
Yeah.
Another weekend of football and we didn't. 3-0 away to... And if you want to go into that game, do you want to go into the game?
Yeah, let's go into West Ham.
I'm tired, do you know what? I realise now when you call me at 9:30, you just needed cheering up, Geese. But I was just so tired.
Mate, I phoned both of you on the group chat. This geezer's sleeping.
I realised how angry and upset he was. He wanted cheering up, but I was too much.
I just went to bed as well after that. Put myself to bed.
Best thing to do. Could have ended up in trouble.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Nothing's good when that kind of anger at that time of night. West Ham lost 3-0 at Brentford.
They had chances though.
Hit the post 3 times.
Yeah.
What do you make of it? Bearing in mind Brentford were there for the take
on him again.
Right, I'm trying to get away from this, but I will say, look, 3-0. I know it doesn't look good to the eye, but it wasn't a 3-0 game. It wasn't a 3-0 game, and but this is another thing. This is we've done this to ourselves earlier on in the season. This is what we are. This is what's happened, and the boys are out there trying. Obviously, they're not throwing in the towel. They're not throwing in the towel. They're just trying, but it's just sometimes the rubber the green don't go. It's like last week with Spurs, the rubber the green. They didn't get it. They got Brighton scored a last minute goal. 2-2. Do you know what I mean? So these things do happen, and it's not over until that fat lady sings.
Yeah,
and I know a few of them.
She's clearing her throat.
It could be.
Clearing
her chest, I tell you that. She's ready to go.
If you two are right, it could be a massive day for West Ham. Do you know what I mean? Right. Beating Arsenal, stopping them, and putting Spurs down, mate. It could be a massive day for them.
But Bridget, I did say it's going to happen at the end of the last game of the season.
Yeah.
Top and bottom
is going to go down.
So you've got to believe. You need that spirit. I believe in that spirit.
I
wanted
it done early, innit? I don't want the last day of the season. I want it now.
Yeah.
Well,
that's it.
Look, put it this way. I think on our predictions, we all thought Manchester City could slip up at Everton, and they did.
Yeah.
And we all looked at Arsenal's game going to West Ham is even more on it now because it's West Ham and Nuno.
We need it.
Yeah.
Needs a result. They cannot get beat in that game to keep it alive because Spurs are playing Leeds at home. Anything can happen there. We've seen Leeds be great. We don't know how they react. They're safe now, so we see that. Right. You know what? I'm not working. I think I might have to come down to that game because I think there's going to be that. I think that's the title.
Yeah.
That is the title, and that is the relegation. That's the biggest game of the season
I'm up
so
for that,
far.
then we can have a night out afterwards if
Yes.
we win.
Sunday.
Sold.
Yeah.
Right, Coley.
Yeah.
You need cheering up, so we're bringing back Colton's quiz back into that. It's I've no idea where we're going with this one, but I think you've got props.
I've got things to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
All right. So let me. There you go. That's for you, Reggie. That's yours.
It's mine, Mike.
I'm even going to take off my.
They're the same sound.
Yeah, that's true. You should have a different sound.
Yeah, that's true. Cool. I'm not going to spend an arm and a leg on our budget on buzzers, geese.
We ain't got much budget. Turn it in.
Oh my god! But don't light a flame next to me. I might combust. All right. Here we go. Michael Jackson will be proud of me. All right. So
I thought you can have a wig on as well.
This is like Colton Cole, the Quizzy Master.
The Quiz Master General.
Yeah.
Quiz Master.
And here's my questions.
All right. Okay.
So, hands on the buzzers, please.
All right, here we go.
All right. All right. There we go. How do you like? Actually fits too well. Actually fits too well.
It even makes it look good, doesn't it? It's annoying, man. It's winding me up. It's winding me up.
Why does it fit so good? I've never tried it.
You look good in most things. You look good in most
I didn't get it tailored.
If he turns up at like that in that, no one would bat an eye. If I was him,
oh yes, they would in a gold blazer.
You look all right, mate.
Well, what's he wearing? He's having himself in.
Did you get it tailored?
No. Why am I going to get it tailored? No.
All right, let's go.
All right. So look, very simple. I'm going to read out the career path of a famous player. You may have or you may not have played with them.
Right. Okay.
When you think you know, press the buzzer.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get it wrong, you are out.
Oh, okay.
Can you read that once more for me again?
So, and the other player gets the rest of the clues.
Okay.
All right, so you can't go early because that's all right.
Yeah.
What? That's what I do.
That's what you do. All right. So
if I'm getting early, I'll never get. I won't get it.
All right.
Come on.
Number one. This is the first player.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he played for West Ham, Bournemouth on loan, then went to Spurs.
Defoe.
Yes, Bridgie, you're right. Well done.
You were going to go, weren't you?
Hey,
he was about to. You giving me a chance? He's giving me a chance.
No, I was waiting. I was waiting. I don't want to go early.
Listen, I'm really proud of you. Well done. Well done. All right.
Right. Okay.
So the next player.
Go on.
Played for Ipswich. Then he went to Charlton.
Ben.
Yes, Bridgie, you're right. How are you getting this? I thought you said you knew nothing about
how are you getting this?
Do you think
it's our era, isn't it?
He's read it.
It's our era.
Are you letting him beat you? I'm doing it slow as well, so just trying to so you can compute.
If you're listening, please go to YouTube and check out Coley's Illuminous gold jacket, because that's the reason I'm not winning this game so far.
All right. The jacket is glary. Yeah. All right. So, number 3, Nantes, Marseille, Celta Vigo, Real Madrid, Chelsea,
Makelele,
PSG. Yes, Claude Makelele. Well done. It's 2-1. Hey. Getting interesting. All right. So, number 4, the player played for CSKA Sofia, Leverkusen, Tottenham, Man United.
Berbatov.
Oh, 2-2. It's the tiebreaker.
Well, as soon as you start with a foreign club, that's me out, mate.
Listen, it's the tiebreaker.
Just there, just poised. Come on.
2-2. Who's winning it, lads?
Come on.
Blackburn. Then Chelsea. Then Newcastle. Then Fulham. Melbourne City. Dead giveaway. The next one's the dead giveaway.
We go Blackburn, Chelsea?
Yeah. Then Shamrock Rovers.
Damien Duff.
Oh, see, he's gone Blackburn, Chelsea.
Yeah.
Duffer. Yeah, I remember. I played with him. He played in front of me.
Exactly.
You could have got closer to another player.
I couldn't have said it any slower as well.
I know. I'm surprised it took me that long.
Yeah. I am as well.
I was surprised as well. Yeah, what a player he was, though.
What a player,
I thought he never come into my mind. He's a great lad as well.
Great player.
Sorry, Duffer.
Yeah.
I remember
he did leave an impression on me as well.
Coley, you won that 3-2. Really proud of you. I'm really proud of your effort.
Cheers, mate. Thanks very much.
Well done.
I'm a bit gutted with that one. To be honest.
Okay.
I enjoyed that.
I don't mind.
You love it, didn't you?
I'm a bit gutted with that
I do
one.
like
I should have won that.
Who likes a pub quiz? Does anyone like a pub quiz? We should do a pub quiz.
I'm not very good at pub quizzes.
We should get these quizzes involved, and then we could make it a bit more interactive.
I'm not very good at pub quizzes. I'm not very good at quizzes.
Well, you was good today. You started
off. Not bad.
You was fast out the track.
Yeah, when the answer's there, it's there.
The Cold pub quiz.
Yeah. And I get to wear the jacket every week.
We should do one. Yeah, we should get
a silver one of these.
Definitely.
We could get a silver one.
Yeah.
Cold pub
anything
quiz.
with pub. Yeah. Okay. Coley, great quiz. Love that. Now we're going to go from one quiz to a TV show. We're going to put ourselves in the shoes of The Apprentice. Right, so I wanted to do this because it's been bothering me. It bothered me even more having gone to Stamford Bridge at the weekend. If we got given the job, carte blanche, to take over Chelsea, we're in there with the owners, and they said, what would we do? Like, what would our first steps be to get Chelsea back to where they want to be?
I'd rather do a quiz.
I'll get my blazer back on that.
Serious question. First things first. What do you do with if they come in cap in hand? They go, "What's wrong? What's wrong? We've messed up. What do we do?"
You don't know, do you?
There's just so much.
If you want me to,
I mean, you need a manager. You need a good manager for a start.
First things first.
But then if you're going to deal with those players that you've got a manager that can lift everyone. You know what I mean? A bit like what's happened at Tottenham. He's given them a bit of a lift because they're just all over the shop.
Yeah, it's a good. Yeah, well, first things
first.
They
got above have got to change their mindset a little bit. Mainly, got to change what plans they had.
It seems it's the only business in the world where people come into it and they hire consultants. Effectively, that's what directors of football are, and sporting directors. They're consultants, right? They're in-house consultants because you come into a business where you don't know nothing about it, right? And then, but the problem is with football is like everybody's got an opinion. We're all fans. Everyone's got an opinion, and there's so much of it. And I think they end up you're getting the consultants, and you're either not listening to them, or they're not doing their jobs properly because they're not telling you when you're going down the wrong path, and you end up going down the wrong path for not just weeks or months, years. So the first thing first, they need to get the manager in, and then the framework around it. But it all has to come from the manager. Is that right?
Yeah, I agree with you. So you get your manager in, then your manager's got a good relationship with recruitment. Get the type of players that he fits. I think the manager should always have a say in what type of player that comes in because he's got to work with him every day. He's got to believe in him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You can't just say, the sporting director can't just say to the gaffer, just try and make him better, and that's it. And then make him fit into your plans. If the gaffer doesn't see him as fitting into his plans or don't think he's good enough, then how do you structure that relationship? Because now I've got to believe in this guy to go out and play on the football pitch, and I just don't think he's good enough. But he has to play because we're trying to make money on him. That's what's happening. That's what's happening.
But they are making money, aren't they? Have they made money?
Well,
not as much as they spent.
No.
And they're far off.
The financial system that's been put in place is way over my head. I try to listen to people who know better than me about it, and the way that it's been structured.
Which is a financial advisor for it, yeah.
The way that
you're really investigating.
But you're listening to it, right? So the way that they buy the asset, they loan against the asset, they put money. It's all they've separated the business in terms of They've like, you know, you've got the merchandise is a business, the football teams are business, the women's teams, it's everything's separated into these different companies, right?
Really?
So I think they're looking at this company, because they look at Chelsea Football Club as a company, and they're looking at it, and at the end of the season, success is what the bottom line is in terms of profit loss, you know, or wherever the value of the club would be, right? But you cannot run a football club like that. You have to run a football club from the football pitch outwards. So for the first thing I would do is go in there and go, listen, we need to get a football manager who's aligned with our principles, and he needs to have veto on any transfers that come in. You know, like,
it's got to be involved.
He has to be he has to tick it. You can have, so there could be 8 or 9 people, as many people in the recruitment team bringing players into your club, right? And you need to look at the character of the players, the injury record, the quality, you know, everything, right? So first thing I'd do that. You could have 7 yeses. If the manager's a no, the players are no, right? And that has to be the case, right? You have to trust the manager, and you have to allow him time to work with him. That's one thing that I would do straight away. I think the fans, you have to...
How much time, Coley?
Mate, I think it's now it's a 5-year project.
So
they've had 3 years of messing around.
And they're starting again.
Now they're starting again, right? Now I think it's a 5-year project. You have to go, right. From what I understand, the finances of you have to sell to buy, right? So now you have to tell the players that. So you have to you have to tell the fans that the PR of it has to be, listen, this isn't where we wanted it to be as a club. Clearly,
we've made mistakes.
We've made many mistakes, and now we're going to have to pivot, and we're going here, and we're going to have to buy players that can get Chelsea from 9th in the table they are now, getting back into consistently in the Champions. Not just 1 year and then our year out. It needs to be consistent, right? So you do need young players, but you do need experienced players. One of the interesting things I've seen coming out the last few weeks from the club is that they have been saying we're going to change. We're going to bring. They're open to change. We are going to change. So they're sort of semi-admitting we haven't done the right. We haven't where we should be, right? But they won't use the word experience. It is experience. You need an experienced manager who understands. Someone like Unai Emery would be like, if it was me, because Unai Emery is, whether he would want Chelsea or not, apparently he's frustrated at Aston Villa. Look what that man's done at Sevilla, Villarreal, Aston Villa. Do you know what I mean? He's coming, right? And he's got a structure around him with his director of football. Buys good players who can play for him, knows what he's doing. Then stick with him and just go, you know what? We trust you. Go and do that. Build the club. But then you have to get the fans on side, right? And you have to sort of go cap in hand to the fans and say, this isn't Roman Abramovich era, right? We've messed up. We're not where we are. We're not competing. We're miles off Manchester City and Arsenal. We need to go. We need you, basically, right? So what do? You want to keep the core fans on side. You know, ticket prices at the games. There's not been 40,000 people at Stamford Bridge. Everyone says the Premier League's hard to get tickets at. Not Chelsea, because the real true fans, you're always going to get the tourist fans, and they need to get looked after as well, because Chelsea's a global brand and football's a global brand, and it's for everyone, right? But the people from West London, North London, North West London, South West London, who go to Chelsea every week, who grew up generations, they need to be able to afford to go to Chelsea, right? And they need to feel like they're heard, right? They don't need none of they don't need to make Chelsea the Hollywood team, because I know that there's a section of the club where they're bringing every 5 minutes, they're bringing like celebrity fans in, where they pay them to come and wave to the crowd. Chelsea fans don't care about that. Chelsea's about winning trophies. It's the King's Road. It's class. It's you know, it's got
different. It's a different feel,
right? So you're not going to make them the Hollywood club. If they become the Hollywood club, so naturally, because people gravitate to it, don't be paying people to come there and pretend that they.
It's all PR.
They've got a movie to promote, right? Look after the fans who've been there all them years, and the ones who are going to be. If Chelsea went at bust tomorrow,
they're the ones that are left.
They're going to go back and watch Chelsea in the conference, and because it's part of it, and they want to see people. Look, there's such a disconnect, because remember there's the internet now. The fans see all the nonsense, all the PR.
Yeah, but the fans are not even connected to the players, and that was the main thing. They need to. You need to create a bond. Like, even till this day, listen, I came through at Chelsea, obviously, And till this day, I've got people that remember me. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it wasn't a flash in the pan. It was actually something that meant something to them. Says, it was one of our own that come through.
Yeah.
That means something to people. Like, can you say some of these players, because they bought some, and even in the academy setup, like they bought players from here, there, and everywhere. It's not a local lad, really. It's some boy. There might be. I'm not saying it's bad, and it's giving opportunities to young players, but it's not local. Do you know what I mean? It's not. They bought them from, say, the Dutch league, or a player from not the Dutch league, but Italy or somewhere like that, and they've come into and we've always been doing that, but not as much and at this rate. And I just think sometimes they just got to get back to what it used to be. Producing your own, that's one thing. You need to produce loads of them. But then, go and buy young players, but mix that with the older lot that understand how to win a game, how to win the league. I feel that it's come away from that so much, and it's not relatable to fans that die out, good earning, high earning. You got the high earning fans, and then you got the ones that can't earn, don't earn that much, but it's not accessible for them, and they don't have a connection with the club anymore. And it's been separated, and it's not nice.
Do you know what? You're right. Like they said, I was chatting to my pals after the game, and they were on the floor, Chelsea fans, and I sit with the fans. I buy my tickets. I sit up there, right, and I like about 65 minutes, half the stadium had left, and then the only time they sung a song about Blue Co out, and it's the only time that I felt that the crowds were like, they're just so frustrated, like they're not being heard, they're not happy with it.
They don't feel a part of it.
But I rung him. My mate rung me after the game, and he was like, you know what he said, and he's going, the players don't connect. He said when Shevchenko, he said this story. He said when Shevchenko, right? He said it didn't work for him, right, at the club, right? Yeah. He said, but do you know what? He every game he come over and he clapped the fans, right, because they were willing him to do well, right.
Give everything.
He'd give everything, Sheva. Like he had everything he got. He did a bad hit. He turned up right. So, and he said at one point they were giving it. He wasn't playing well, but he'd done a little move, and he had the ball, and he said he's running around, and they're singing his song as he's running down the side, and he's clapping while he's got the ball. But there was a connection, right?
Yeah,
and then
it's the connection,
and we was like, you felt a little bit, and it's strange because in this era you have the instant access. You know what your favourite player's having for dinner. You know what I mean? But I would go in as a manager, and I know they're good lads. I speak to them. They're all good boys, right?
They are.
And
it's not their fault.
Do they need to remind, similar to what De Zerbi's done, remind themselves like how lucky and how privileged they are to play for Chelsea? Do you know what I mean? And that is just the fact, right? That's
culture, though, Coley. The culture's gone away from the club. The culture is massive. That's what sets the tone. So any player that comes in, it doesn't matter what player, if it's from Brazil, from Italy, you come to the club and there's a Chelsea way. There's a way of thinking, and I think that's it's come away from that.
Yeah, now it's backbone.
There's none of that no more. So see, like, even it doesn't matter if you're the best player in the world. Yeah. When you come to Chelsea, you know you got to buy into this.
Yeah.
This thing that we call Chelsea. Yeah. You've got to buy into it. We don't pander to you. Yeah. Or we're not pandering to even the owners. Yeah. Chelsea's firm, and there's the flag, and then you dance around that.
There was always a little bit of a core there.
Yeah.
That's gone.
Yeah.
Don't feel like
even before our time, when I used to watch Chelsea, and you had like your Dennis Wise, you know.
Yeah, there
was fear.
Yeah.
There was fear.
They weren't the best team in the league, but you went there and there was a fight.
There, though,
you know, and people associate Chelsea with like the fashion and King's Road and London. London's the best city in the world, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I love it.
Nothing like it.
Right? There's nothing like it. But they still had a core to it, and you still had the people you felt who were from London, who were part of it, and that's all been washed away. It's all been washed away. And if the club need to stop with a PR nonsense, you know, trying to get back to basics. You look after. You give a manager accountability. You say, listen, you build us back up. They was even singing Jose Mourinho's. That, like, you have to remember, Jose left to go to Tottenham, right? And usually that's sacrilege, right? If you go there, but it was like the fans, two or three guys who trying to sing the Jose Mourinho song. They're so desperate for somebody to come in and go, This is what we are. This is what we do.
And we're going back to
and we're
basics.
going back to it. And regardless of results, the fans will go with you, right? This is what we're the fundamentals. We're going to do this, and we're going to be back Chelsea. And if we win, we lose, or we draw, we're going to be, we are going to make sure that we're going in this direction. And they need direction, because I've never seen anything like it, Coley. I'd say, apart from the corporate seats, it was less than half the stadium with 70 minutes.
There's season ticket holders not going.
Yeah.
There's season ticket holders that aren't going. People leaving earliest.
So that's what I'm saying. So like,
it's going to be a long road back.
It's going to be. It's going to have to start from somewhere.
Yeah.
And they've got a chance to do it from now. And then you never know. In 10 years, they're back at it.
Exactly, mate. I'll listen. We're there. We're available.
Yeah.
The dressing room.
Yeah. Well, listen, we can. I think we can shake up a few things over there, innit? Why not?
Before we go, European games this week. We all see the game the other week. Bayern, PSG, mental game. Yeah. What's the most mental game you've been involved in?
Got me thinking, right? It's one that jumps out. There's been a few. But West Ham 5, Bradford 4 at Upton Park. Like, it was insane, mate. Like, obviously 5-4 goals. But 9 the drama, goals. Right? If people see it was, for years, it was in like the top 10 Premier League games of all time. I don't know if it still is. But Paolo was playing, right? And he should have got 2 penalties. And he just decided he was taking himself off, right? So he's so we're playing with 10 men. We're down to Bradford, who were relegation, right? And we're looking at where's Paolo, and he's on the floor on his knees praying to Harry. And Harry and Frank Senior were like stopping him getting down the tunnel because he was walking off. The ref wouldn't give him a pen, right? And Harry's going, "No, Paolo, get on." He's like, "No, Gaffer, I want to go," right? And anyway, so I'm looking over and going, "What's he doing?"
We need you.
We need you. Come on. So there's that. That happened, but Stephen Bywater made his debut as a 19-year-old goalie,
he was
right?
mental as well, wasn't he?
And he bless him, love him, mate. And he was like, he threw a couple in, and he ended up. I think we scored to make it 4-4 or something, and he was watching the replay on the big screen, and then I think Stuart McCall, someone's tried to have a shot from the halfway line, and he's not seeing, and the crowd are like, "It's coming!" And he's like,
I remember that.
He's like, all mad things like that. I scored my first league goal in the game, jumped into the crowd. I think Frank scored the winner. It must have been 99, but it was just a bonkers game.
Yeah. Well, you got one?
Do you know what? I haven't got all mine are like probably just high scoring, like losing 7-1. So not that mental, is it? There's one that stands out to me, but I watched it, and it's at Southampton, and someone's going to have to check the score, but Saints played Man United, and I think it was something like, it might be totally wrong. Is it like 6-2 or 6-3 or something?
I think I remember the game.
I remember right? Games. I didn't play. I was just watching. Oh, okay. And I remember Fergie moaning about the shirts.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, players are blending in with the crowd. So they ended up swapping at half-time. There was just one goal by Matt Letizia, and he dinked Schmeichel from just outside. It was a mad game, brilliant game. Especially Southampton beating them something like, I don't know if someone's found out, but like 6-2 or 6-3 or something like that. That was a mad game.
That's a mad. The Dell at the Dell.
At the Dell. What a stadium that was.
People
Loved
don't realise it.
Yeah. It's a bit like when West Ham leave or Everton leaving theirs. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to move.
It is hard to move,
especially when you have that, like all the players close to the pitch. It's like intimidating a little bit for people going to a small little place.
All the Winchester Massive.
I don't really have a game. I don't think I've just been on the end of spankings.
Yeah.
Well, they're bonkers.
I think actually what other game was there when we beat Man United? I think we beat Man United 4-2 or something. That was an unbelievable game. I think it was us at Upton Park. Man United come in town, beat them 4-2 under the lights in the snow. It was about to get called off actually.
Really,
the game was. So we didn't know what was going to go on, like whether we're going to be playing or not. Like I think it was 45 minutes before kickoff, and then it got called on. And then, I sprung into action. You know what I mean? So I scored a brace.
Did you? Good,
and I'll tell you why this was a crazy game, because John Spector, he scored a brace too. So that kind of stands out. We won the game 4-2. And it was, that was a good game to remember.
We'll hopefully see a load more of them games between the two games that are coming up.
That is correct, Bridgie. And on that note, thank you for watching and listening. Please rate, review and subscribe. We are back on Tuesday. You can watch us on YouTube or listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on all socials and we'll be back next week. See you soon.
See you later. Take care.
Later.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, Al Arabiya English is coming to you from Singapore all this week as we attend the International Institute for Strategic Studies Shangri-La Dialogue, one of the world's most influential and keenly watched defence summits. Of course, any defence summit is always going to have a keen interest on China's interaction with the region, particularly off the back of the recent visit from US President Donald Trump. So I'm very pleased to welcome to Counterpoints Zhao Bao, the retired senior colonel from the Chinese Liberation Army and current senior fellow at the Center for International Security and Strategy at the Tsinghua University. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You listened to US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth make his comments here at the Shangri-La Dialogue. First of all, give me an overview of your sense of his comments to the dialogue.
It's very interesting for me to hear what he said because I've been attending Shangri-La Dialogue for 13 consecutive years except for the COVID period. So I know exactly how his predecessors talked about the China-US relationship. And I also remember clearly what he said about this relationship last year. It's interesting for me to say that compared with his last year's remarks, his tone seems to be much more moderated this year. And
last year, his comments, he was saying that China poses a real threat and that threat could be imminent. So do you think he's toned down his rhetoric a little bit?
Yes, of course, because he was talking more than what you said last year. He talked about how a conflict is imminent and it could be inevitable, although he said he wasn't that sure about that. But his comment actually was, contradictory to what his predecessor said. Yeah, here at the Shangri-La Dialogue, with the remarks made by Lord Austin. Lord Austin's argument was that it was not imminent, not inevitable. Okay, let's forget all these comments. And I believe his tone is much more moderated just because his boss, he referred Donald Trump as his boss, just visited China, in which he and his Chinese counterpart have made a lot of, agreements and consensus on a number of important things. So I think what is most important for us is this concept of constructive strategic stability. Yeah, this is most important because stability can only be found between two powers of equal strength. So in this regard, this is the first time that the United States has officially recognized China as a peer power. Before that, all the description starting from Donald Trump's first term about China are all negative in a way because China is either a strategic competitor or even posing threat, so on and so forth. But this time, you can see, even from Trump's body language in Beijing, that he does have a great, appreciation for what he has seen. Yeah, Yeah.
So do you read it then from President Trump's meeting in Beijing, from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's comments, that now the US has been forced to see China as an equal, not as a lesser rival.
I think so. I like this word you mean. United States is forced to change its policy. Why? Because in the last 9 years since the first Trump administration, we have seen a number of upheavals in the bilateral relationship, which reached a historical high when Donald Trump tried to levy 145% tariff on China. This is insane, right? So that is why I'm happy to see actually the establishment of two new institutions, that is a board for investment and a board for trade, because with these two new institutions, I believe such crazy things like 145% tariff would have to be regulated by these organizations.
Secretary of Defense Hegseth did say, though, a few pointed warnings, I suppose, saying that we can never have a Pacific region dominated by any hegemony. That did seem to be a pointed warning. Do you think China will take it as such?
Well, I think he was hinting China, right? Although Trump's visit to China is successful, but this is intrinsically a competitive relationship. And being here to talk to so many countries, including Americans, allies and partners, I think it is needful for the United States to play up with this kind of, hostile atmosphere, to justify all what he was about to say. But even that was mentioned, it was not to a great extent. What you read from this conversation is that actually we would not be free ridden by any other countries. And, you guys have to share the burden whatsoever. Actually, in so saying, the United States doesn't look like a big brother of the alliance. If you are the big brother of alliance, basically you got to take up the lion's share of responsibilities. If you ask the junior brothers, to share the burden, then what is the point of such an alliance? So I don't know how these countries would respond, but I believe they will have to think. But in this way...
So if you think that the US can no longer say that they're the big brother of the alliance, are you suggesting then that the US has lost its leadership role in the alliance?
I think in a way the United States is really tired of such a leadership role, especially in Europe, So that is why Trump is withdrawing troops from Germany, because I think he was almost heartbroken to see none of these allies would turn up, for example, in the Strait of Hormuz, to join Americans' military operations. So what is the use of such allies, right? So he has natural reasons to doubt about it.
Do you think that is a result of his strategic decision, or has the US relinquished or lost some of its strength on the world stage, and so this is the president's natural response to that?
I think the answer lies in your second question, because right now America's whole strength would not be strong enough to police the whole world. So it has to stay focused. It has to withdraw. And then it has to focus on the Western Hemisphere, which is America's home. And then it has to withdraw to the Indo-Pacific region, which is the most dynamic region in the world. So it has to stay focused. And therefore, it needs, a burden sharing among allies. And to some extent, it would not care so much about Europe anymore.
There has been discussion about what was talked of regarding Iran between President Trump and leader Xi in those Beijing meetings. Do you think that China has sway over Iran? Could China force Iran to accept a deal if it wanted to?
Well, you see, the question is how the deal would look like, right? I think what China can do is the best possible role for China is actually for Iran to give the uranium to Chinese custody, because there are already reports about this, but the Chinese government did not say yes or no. But why? Because China should have no problem of being an honest broker And China certainly have taken knowledge to even downgrade the uranium, even it is needed. Yeah. So in the past, Iran has provided uranium to Russia, but this time Russia itself is in a war. And you see, Iran's foreign minister actually came to China a week before Trump's visit, right? So there should be a lot of behind the door details telling something like that. So I believe this is probably what China can do at the best. Because otherwise, if for China, as Trump wish to give pressure on Iran, Iran can easily say, well, it's the United States that has launched a war, right? So what do you expect us to do? But I think the first thing that can be done about the war is a kind of a joint announcement by United States and Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz at the same time, because that would meet everybody's interest. But as to how we could just get there, I believe the United States and Iran would have to, have a lot of discussions on it. But it seems that Iran is having an upper hand, because even the United States has agreed to defreeze the asset. That shows, Iran has some very powerful cards.
If I can just turn back to the beginning of your comments there with regards to the uranium, do you think the US would accept a plan that would see Iran handing its uranium to China?
No, they won't. And I wish they would, but they would probably be very reluctant, because so far they insist to seize Iran's uranium. I understand why, because anyway, this is the very purpose, for them to launch this war, or even the excuse. So if they launch this war and the uranium they have been trying to find end up in Chinese hand, that sounds like a slap on the face, right? But think of this. There's no way that China would, misuse this kind of uranium, and probably this is the best way, to save face for both sides. Because how can Iran give uranium to the United States? This is just like a total surrender. So it's just impossible. No matter what Trump said, it's just impossible. And we could have a discussion with the IAEA, to solve this problem. That is good for everyone. Yeah.
If we turn to China's relationship with Gulf countries, how would you assess China's strategic relationship with that part of the world?
Well, I think it is always good, because in the Middle East, China is the only country which can actually befriend every other country without any country in the region having any doubt that China could become an ally to its own enemies. So China's role in the Middle East is really positive. The only question is, there are too many requests coming to China, asking China to play a bigger role. And these kind of requests are contradictory themselves. It's just like the war in Ukraine. For us, this is a war between two friends, and both of them want you to help. And how can you help? That is a difficult and most challenging thing. So I believe, I appreciate you asked this question, because now time has come for China to think how we can actually play a bigger role than before, that can actually show China is willing to show the greater international responsibility. Because everybody sees the United States, like it or not, it doesn't behave as everybody wishes. So then they look up to China to play.
And how do you see China playing more of an international role, perhaps particularly in the Middle East?
Well, I think Chinese role could be three. One is a facilitator, the second is a mediator, the third one is a security guarantor. But sometimes you may have to combine all this role all together. As I said, this is almost unprecedented. Although China did mediate between Saudi Arabia and Iran, which is a resounding success for China. I think this success can encourage China, to do more similar things in the future. But I doubt about the so-called theory of filling the vacuum, because these vacuums could be traps, right? Do not try to fill in the vacuum, because in a region, this is just like a forest that is burned. So there are two ways of restoring the forest. One is let it grow back, which takes time. Another is you plant an artificial forest, which could be quickly done, but then you change the environment forever, right? So I think the best way probably is the first one with some humanitarian assistance from outsiders. You just can't let it grow. We don't know how long it will take. But then, in other words, China should play the role of a good Samaritan. Yeah. So that is the only role that is appropriate. Do not do any interventions on the so-called in the name of humanitarian intervention, because we have too many examples of all these humanitarian interventions. Most of them are proven to be failures. Yeah, because every region has its own conditions. So, for example, when it comes to Afghan issue, people say it has to be Afghan-led, Afghan-owned. So, because this is an Afghan issue, yeah. So, see what the United States has done to Afghanistan, and I believe few people now in the United States would say they have done the right thing, right?
And just finally, before we wrap up, you've brought us back to the United States, so I should ask, how do you interpret, how do you think the Chinese leadership is interpreting President Trump's comments, or perhaps lack of comments, with regards to US support for Taiwan?
Oh, I think that is a turning point already, because apparently he was reluctant to respond to Chinese remarks on Taiwan issue in Beijing. I believe in Beijing, the remarks from Chinese would be very powerful. So he tried to avoid making direct response, but he said something on Air Force One on his way back home, right? And there are two things that are important. One is he would be the one to make a decision, but but it will take him some time. So that means this decision is not made, right? The second thing is the Taiwan would be 9,500 miles away from United States. So fighting a war doesn't seem to be so worthwhile. So even this is not clear-cut, opposition to future American intervention, but this is almost like opening a window, which has caused a lot of anxiety among Taiwanese authority. So my general assessment is, with China becoming ever stronger and almost as a equal power, so the United States would find it more and more difficult to sell arms to Taiwanese authority in the future. They may continue, but they would find it very hard, because China simply has more tools in the toolkit, be it sanctions against American companies, or be it a change of decision to buy, such as a Boeing aircraft, or more exercises around the island. So eventually the United States would have to think about this question. Yes, these arms sales are really lucrative, but is it really worthwhile if they invite a bigger danger, which might cost American lives?
We'll have to leave it there, because I see one of the sessions is just wrapped up. We're going to be influxed with people. Zhou, thank you so much, retired Army Colonel and Senior Fellow. Thanks for your analysis here at the Shangri-La Dialogue, and thanks for joining Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Melinda. Looking forward to talk to you one day on another occasion.
I look forward to it as well. Thank you. The US Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, made a very keenly watched address to the Shangri-La Dialogue on Saturday, the first US defense policy speech since President Trump made his visit to Beijing. He spoke at length about collaboration between the US and Indo-Pacific partners, but one thing missing from his address was any real clarity regarding the US position with Taiwan. So joining me is Andrew Yang, former Taiwanese Minister for National Defence and also the current chairman of the Chinese Council of Advanced Policy and Studies, a Taipei-based think tank. Sir, thanks for being on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you. Yeah.
I know that you listened to Secretary Hegseth as he addressed the Shangri-La dialogue. He struck a more conciliatory tone regarding China than he did in his statements last year. What did you make overall of his address?
Well, his address deliberately avoiding to talk about China and Taiwan. I think he leave those issues to his boss, President Trump.
Was that surprising for you?
Not surprising, but predictable. But the core issue, the message he delivered today, is try to emphasize collective security cooperation among United States and allied countries in the region. However, based upon the defense report, he emphasized the allies has to take proactive actions to strengthen their defense, spending more, and don't expect to rely upon the United States. So that's a very strong message, especially ringing the ears of the regional with defense treaty allies as well. Yeah.
How do you think that message is interpreted in Taiwan? Is that a concerning message?
Not necessary. I mean, in a way, demanding consolidation or spend more defense is a similar message delivered by the United States repeatedly. In a way, the objective is try to preserve and protect the peace and security in this region. So the objective has not changed. And also for Taiwan, it is reassuring as well.
There is still the question mark hanging over the most recent arms sale to Taiwan. Do you think the US is going to pull out?
I don't think it's going to pull out. You see the question from the floor asking United States whether the statements made by the naval acting minister talk about could be delayed or reduced as a result of enhancing their position in the U.S.-Iran war. But that has been denied by Hegseth in his response. However, on the other hand, what would be the real decision made by President Trump regarding the recent allocated $14 billion arms sales submitted to the United States? He hasn't decided yet. And also, we heard that he discussed the arms sales issues with Xi Jinping in Beijing, because that is a major concern from Xi Jinping as well.
China says it considers this latest arms sale, if it was to go through as a provocation by Taiwan, is it provocative?
No, I mean, the war is in U.S. court. It depends on United States whether what they approve the arms sales. We also demanded this is the way to strengthen our self-defense. But the decision has to be made by United States instead of Taiwan.
There was also a question from the floor during Secretary Hegseth's address suggesting that some Indo-Pacific countries may feel concerned about the level of US commitment to this region. How do you assess the United States' commitment to the Asian-Pacific region?
Well, regional concern is that because the U.S. is putting a lot of pressures, demanding allies to increase the defense budget. However, a lot of countries has been suffered from the Iran war, and their economy is really not good. And the pressure to increase defense budget probably has a second thought for the regional countries. Yeah.
I mean, I think in 2024, 84% of the Asian market got its crude oil from the Middle East through the Strait of Hormuz. So is it really impacting their ability to now defend themselves?
If you want to reinforce your defense, it requires a lot of investments. However, when economy suffers, where is the money from? And that's the concern.
Indeed. Andrew Yang, your analysis is really valued. Thank you so much. We've heard the Chinese perspective. It's great to be able to speak to someone with such a long history in Taiwanese politics. Thank you for your time on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Youssef Diab, imprisoned in Roubaix, came and prayed 3 times. The Friday prayer at Al-Salam Mosque.
You were forced to support them and to prevent their killing and bring down the Syrian regime. The file about the bombings was delivered to the newly instated management in Syria.
After Bashar, who else must fall before these people get their rights?
The Syrian regime has fallen. Assad fled. But his allies, Hezbollah, remains and still holds power.
We were surprised it happened. We had only a loose thread in the network.
Only the Lebanese state and its army can provide protection to anyone.
Someone who bombed a church in '94 wouldn't hesitate to blow up the Al-Salam and Al-Taqwa mosques.
Welcome. Today we take you back to 2013. Precisely the 23rd of August. It was Friday. Worshippers were gathered at Al-Taqwa and Al-Salam mosques, listening to the sermons of Sheikh Salim al-Rafay and Sheikh Bilal al-Barudi. Suddenly, 2 huge blasts struck. In seconds, everything turned upside down, and chaos swept in. Death filled the air. 48 people were killed, and hundreds injured. Anyone following politics in Lebanon could quickly guess the main suspect. Given the Assad regime's long, brutal history with the Lebanese city of Tripoli. Later, the Lebanese courts did convict officers and a terrorist network linked to the Assad regime for their role in the attack. Much has changed in Syria and in Lebanon since then. This spurred a stronger push to seek justice for the victims of the conflict. Today, we reopen the case, up close and on the ground, to uncover, unraveling its hidden truths, identifying its key figures, and exposing those stained with guilt and blood. What course will justice chart now? For 50 years, the northern city of Tripoli suffered, subjected to the oppressive control of the Assad regime, its pervasive influence casting a heavy shadow on every part of life there. A city once celebrated for its rich cultural diversity and historic heritage tragically became a platform for unwanted battles and the scene of horrific bloodshed that the city never asked for. For many long years, the inhabitants of Tripoli lived in a state of constant fear and suppression. When Syria's army withdrew in 2005, many believed that Tripoli would enter a new era of peace. But instead, they soon realized the suffering hadn't ended. This marked the beginning of a fresh wave of upheaval, peaking with the 2013 mosque bombings. These tragic events served as a stark reminder that the scars of the past continue to bleed, just like the lingering wound of Mahmoud Jabr, a survivor of the horrors of war. The horrific massacre in Tabane in 1986 and the brutal conditions of Assad's prisons, yet destiny, took his eldest son Firas, killed in the Al-Taqwa mosque blast.
He was at the mosque door, sitting right there. Then the blast hit. A piece of shrapnel struck him in the back of the head. It killed him. The news. No one could bear it. May God avenge him, them and those who follow them. He was loved by all. Stroll through Tabana. The whole town mentioned Firas Jabr, Mahmoud's son, and they bowed their heads out of love. As much as he was generous, he was always doing charity work.
Do you miss him?
Yes, I really miss him. God rest his soul. I miss him so much. In 12 years, I've had no justice from this state. Give me just a fraction of my rights. Arrest them, Rifat Aid and his people, Ali Mamluk and his gang.
The harsh moments that Tripoli and its people endured were incredibly tough, even for the city's firefighters, including Mohammed Abdo, experienced these harsh moments firsthand.
The bombings at Al-Taqwa and Al-Salam, enough already. I've been in the fire brigade for over 30 years. When we arrived, everyone was shouting, Allahu Akbar. People were bustling out from the heart of the mosque. All praises be to God. For Sheikh Salim al-Rafay, if he hadn't delayed the Friday sermon just a little, this would have been a disaster. The number of victims would have doubled.
We traced the bombing operation to uncover more details. The investigation led us to retired Colonel Ahmed Hamid. Indeed, this man was once on a list of targeted individuals. Mahmoud recalled the name of Youssef Diab, who is currently incarcerated in Rumey prison.
Youssef Diab locked in Rumey prison. He's the one who prayed Friday prayers 3 times at Al-Salam Mosque, just so he can accurately calculate the timing, observe it, and calculate the average. He came at that calculated time, but by God's will, they were delayed by a few minutes. They were still sitting when the explosion occurred. The blast struck. Many fell victim inside the mosque. Had they been standing now, it would have been a full-blown massacre. Most would have died. The culprits were a large, vast gang. The Syrian regime was behind a serious crime. Among the executors was a man named Hayyan, a sheikh. Ramadan, he's a cleric from Jabal Mohsen, to be honest. The investigation is still ongoing at the military court. The papers list many participants, either officers from the Syrian regime or criminals from Hermel, or from Jabal Mohsen. Some of them are still around. I could mention where they are located. In Hikra Masoudieh, or especially Jabal Mohsen, wherever the judiciary and security forces duty work, to find them and bring them to justice. Simple as that.
Truth is, Tripoli holds deep resentment toward the state. It never stopped. The city suffered from neglect for decades. Omar al-Sayed, a journalist and eyewitness, confirmed the state was aware of certain signals that indicated suspicious security preparations were being made at that particular time. They knew who was planning, knew the cars, arrived from Syria, and we knew who was handling them. Before that, Michel Zamaha was there. Where were you? That man warned 2 months earlier about imminent bombings at Al-Taqwa and Al-Salam mosques. He warned the Interior Ministry. He was locked up for his own protection. He provided the details then. Plan was altered. Cars parked. They disembarked. We found the attackers at another location. They were fleeing. The army intercepted them. Details are available. What we found during our investigation is that during the preparation phase for the bombing, there were 2 networks functioning simultaneously. This was revealed by MP Ashraf Rifi of Tripoli, with a security background, who once led Lebanon's internal security forces after the assassination of PM Rafik Hariri. He followed the case closely as Justice Minister in that period.
What pushed us to launch the investigation quickly was that someone had been assigned to monitor me and Sheikh Salim, Al-Rafi Al-Taqwa Mosque's imam. 4 weeks ago, he gave us full details. We had intel that I was a target. My house overlooked Al-Salam Mosque, with Sheikh Al-Rafi as the imam. We were already keeping watch. Seems they'd formed more than one network, one for surveillance and another for execution. That's why we had prepared for the network. But the second network, our informant was unaware. They're the ones who executed it. We were shocked when it happened. We were following a lead. We were initially surprised by the execution because that's how we were following the network we had. On the other hand, we have all the details because those who were arrested confirmed all the information we already had available. In intelligence, this is referred to as a crossroads. You catch 1, 2, maybe 3, and their statements so corroborate the narrative we previously held.
Tripoli was targeted because of what it symbolizes. Tripoli, Lebanon's second capital, embodies the harmony of Muslim and Christian coexistence. But importantly, it represents the nation's heartbeat in all its forms, which they attempted. It represents the national spirit. At that moment they tried, among the citizens of a single nation.
Acts of terror are carried out by criminals. That's a fact. Everyone agrees, especially when it's aimed at Tripoli streets and people. Tripoli has always embraced all its people. It's a mother to everyone. In the end, she lost the lives of her children. Some of them didn't even belong to any Christian sects, while the majority were simply known as Tripolitans. Therefore, I believe that particularly targeting places of worship was heavily condemned.
This is a full-blown criminal case, drenched in hatred, steeped in extremism. Why is their extremism tolerated, yet ours isn't? That's the question we ask every day. Why? This is the entrance to Jabal Mohsen, across from Bab al-Tabane. In reality, these two districts have long been at odds due to political games that surpass the understanding of their inhabitants. Jabal Mohsen has long been a Syrian stronghold, a refuge for Assad loyalists. And when the mosque bombings happened, all eyes turned there because the attackers came from and hid in that area. Yet the people of Jabal Mohsen denied any role in the attack or its execution, as confirmed by former MP Ali Darwish, the Alawite representative in Tripoli.
Public sentiment across Tripoli, including in Jabal Mohsen, was unified. Residents of Jabal Mohsen as well were condemning the bombing that took places. They felt the condemnation for the bombing in Jabal Mohsen in their conscience. The people behind the bombing weren't representative of the community. No decent or principled person who possesses a balanced character and human principles would ever condone bloodshed. Terrorism has no religion, no race, no color. These attackers must be confronted. These individuals should be dealt with by the state, its judicial institutions, and security forces. You're now in Jabal Mohsen, in a square called American Square. You're currently in Jabal Mohsen, in an area called American Square, once of all Tripoli's groups. Before the war, Tripoli was a symbol of unity. But then the Lebanese conflict happened. We paid the price. The people of Tripoli, directly the people of Jabal Mohsen, lost their livelihoods and lives. All of Tripoli is impacted as Jabal Mohsen is a part of it.
The fall of the Syrian regime undoubtedly changed the equation, in Syria and in Lebanon as well. It gave hope to Tripolitans, especially families of the bombing victims, that justice might finally be within reach. Sheikh Salim al-Rafai, the imam who survived the blast, received a promise from Syria's new president, Ahmad al-Sharaa, to investigate the mosque bombings. But al-Rafai also implored the Lebanese state to act, to follow the proper legal channels, to seek justice for Tripoli's victims who paid a heavy price for standing with the Syrian revolution.
Despite this horrific crime, the state arrested only one man. The rest fled to Syria, some even facilitated their escape. Hence, the state failed to deliver justice in this crime, not for the Sunnis or for anyone else. Unfortunately, the state treats people unequally in Lebanon. It does not rule with justice, it rules by force. That's why people lost faith in the judiciary, as well as many security-related issues and some officers within the security services. People have lost their trust in them.
Every year we held a memorial for the bombings. We raised our voices and appealed to the judiciary to secure our rights. But this year, I refused to participate. They asked why. I said we're celebrating the regime's fall this year. We'll claim our rights with our own hands, in front of everyone, God willing. May God be praised. We've witnessed the crumbling of the regime. The bombing decisions were made in the basements of the now defunct criminal Syrian regime.
I wish that it spurred changes here too. Those appointed by Iran's party, they were strategically positioned by the Iranian party. And the Syrian regime, this so-called resistance camp, they're stationed at security posts, including border checkpoints. Just remove them. There's no pressure now. Were they even competent? No. They work towards a specific goal. Judges, security officials, all working for one side.
Praise be to God. Brother Ahmad al-Sharaa, first to visit Syria, and had a meeting with the head of state. The visit was pleasant. We had a fruitful discussion, where we discussed two key issues. First, detainees imprisoned for supporting the revolution, which we believe relates directly or indirectly to Syria. Second, the mosque bombing suspects who fled to Syria, whether Lebanese or Syrian nationals. We presented both issues broadly.
The new Syrian leadership was handed the mosque bombing file. The case of the mosque bombings has been handed over. And God willing, they gave us their word, vowing to relentlessly pursue all who were involved in this.
But the problem is, Lebanon hasn't even sent a formal request to the new Syrian president, or even to the previous, now obsolete regime. They've never demanded extradition. The Lebanese government should be sent at least a letter to Syria, past or present, requesting extradition for a heinous, brutal crime. They haven't. The Syrians are ready. If they're asked, we can't blame Syria. The request must come from Lebanon, not from us.
There will be demands to the Syrian state to pursue all those named in the indictment or final court ruling. And on the Lebanese side, we're hopeful, now that a new government is in place, we'll push the new justice minister to follow, because this isn't just Tripoli's concern.
On September 2, 2016, in a bold move, Judge Alaa Al-Khatib issued a verdict against all members of the terrorist network behind the bombings. In 2019, the Judicial Council also issued a verdict on the case against all members of that same group. But due to the power dynamics at play, ordinarily these rulings were not enforced due to the suspect's disappearance, or were protected by the Assad regime and its allies in Lebanon. However, today there might be more room for legal action. After Assad's departure, the Bar Association in Tripoli will work on reviving the case and take it forward in court.
The
The assassinations never stopped before or after the mosque attack. These were strategic targets for the Syrian regime, a situation that has been exacerbated over time and escalated after 2011 as it defended its dictatorship. He then headed towards Lebanon after defending the dictatorship in Syria and began to stir up discord and destabilize since the time of Michel Samaha and his involvement with explosives, and the military court found him guilty of this charge. He had a plan in mind. The Syrian regime was intending to instigate tensions in Lebanon, aiming to reduce the pressure on Syria. This was followed by the assassination of General Hassan, then Minister Chatta, and the twin bombings at Al-Salam and Al-Taqwa mosques, all executed with the aim of alleviating pressure off the Syrian regime, all part of the same effort to protect the regime and terrorize Syrians and Lebanese, and prevent them from rising against it. We won't spare any effort to pursue justice before the highest authorities in Syria and Lebanon. Will follow up with Lebanon's presidency, cabinet, and judiciary, with the Lebanese Minister of Justice to liaise with, to get in touch with their respective counterparts in Syria. Syria's Minister of Interior is also involved, aiming to uncover the depth of this network, to apprehend those who have been sentenced and those involved, to uncover the full network and arrest the convicted and the fugitives. Many are now on the run in Syria or Lebanon. The security forces also need to monitor and apprehend them. We are committed to pursuing this case to the end.
The Lebanese judiciary did its part. It issued a final ruling, naming those responsible, suspects, fugitives, collaborators. Approximately 24 individuals were identified. Only one individual is currently detained in relation to the case, while all others have fled, not to Russia. They're in Syria or nearby. Yet, they must inevitably face justice, regardless of the time it may take.
In a city swaying between hope and despair, the state remains committed to all its children, striving to heal the wounds of the afflicted and restore their faith in tomorrow. In light of the country's transformations, the judiciary and security forces play a pivotal role.
It's not enough to issue a ruling. True justice lies in our ability to implement this ruling.
The regime has fallen, Assad fled, yet Hezbollah remains. It still holds power in government formation, in the courts. He controls the judiciary, the military court, and has influence over many judges. Therein lies the issue.
A society without justice can't be stable. It's like telling people, go seek revenge. We'd regress thousands of years back to tribal vengeance instead of civilized justice that spares innocent lives.
We are the oppressed merely demanding our rightful dues. Implementing justice by bringing notorious murderers to face trial in courts is simply what we demand, as they are known and present among us.
Every so often, on various occasions, the Lebanese Forces Party reiterates the necessity of the need for justice in the Al-Salam and Al-Taqwa bombings.
People were killed while praying. Children burned. Men were torn apart. Others are still in pieces. Are they supposed to wait for Assad to fall to get justice? Where was the world? Just watching. Where were they? Just observing our pain.
We belong to this country, this city. Peace with our surroundings is essential. The only true authority is the Lebanese state and army. Even those who never said this before are saying it now. That's a good thing. If someone's guilty and there's evidence, no one should defend them. This applies to everyone. The Lebanese state is the sole authority. So is the army. The Lebanese army is the sole security authority, nor any cover for any perpetrator from any side. If the state truly wants to enforce its authority, it will face no obstacles, particularly in Tripoli or Jabal Mohsen.
Arif al-Ayyubi, the muezzin of Al-Salam Mosque, He was severely injured in the chest. It wasn't easy for him to revisit the memory. Despite everything, he found himself vividly recalling the terrifying moments when the explosion occurred.
I was sitting in the second section of the mosque, across from the ablution area. The Sheikh had just begun the prayer, he said. Indeed, Allah and His angels send blessings upon the Prophet. Believers, bless him and wish him peace. At that moment, I experienced an intense pressure. Suddenly, I was hit by the blast heat. It felt like the weight of the world was on my chest. The first sensation was pain. My God, a sharp pain like pressure on my chest. I couldn't take a deep breath. But by the grace of God, He granted me the strength to endure. I immediately ran to the mosque to check on my brothers. What I realized is that the officials had abandoned us. They should have stood tall like real men. We stood by them. It's as if they didn't know what to do or why. They seemed careless, as if they had completely given up.
Perhaps here at Al-Taqwa and Al-Salam mosques, everything was restored better than it was before the bombing. But what Mohammed Faisal lives today is proof that some things can't go back to how they were. Faisal, a father of 3, still suffers from that bombing and still lives with shrapnel lodged in his head.
To this day, I only pray in the school mosque. I can't pray Friday prayer in the main mosque. I pray in the school. They open it. I go in and pray. I can't pray in or outside the mosque. Not afraid. God. He took away my fear. Praise be to Him. I still relive the moment. It's been 13 years, but I still feel it. Once, I went to the mosque 20 times just near the door behind it. I sat behind the column. You live it. You keep imagining it. Until the guys came and checked my back. I'd done a million things. Started the car. Handed it over. Went there, lifted someone off the ground, came back. All before people even arrived. I was unaware of my bleeding. I was torn but oblivious. Praise God. The pain from the metal. They didn't remove the stitches. I did. I've completed everything. I didn't really feel pain, just discomfort. I couldn't sleep on my head. I'd try different positions. All stitched up here, yet no real pain. No pain from the explosion to my recovery. I ended up with 120 or 130 stitches. My back, my head, plus parts they taped instead. Still, we came out okay, thank God. Devastated, clueless, praying the martyrs find justice, because they died for nothing. In this country, they pay from their kids' future.
In the corners of this city, stories of pain and loss are told. Faces marked by wounds, hearts burdened with the weight of separation. They live among painful memories, all longing for one word: justice.
I believe it's only a few months away. May it bring solace to the victims' families and peace to the martyrs, so that justice may prevail and the criminals may retreat from their bloodshed. The retribution will descend upon them. The justice and promise of the Almighty cannot falter. We will soon witness it. Justice and retribution.
In this case, we say, let there be justice for you and for us. We're not asking for favoritism, just fairness. If someone bombed a mosque, he should be judged. Same if a church gets bombed, or a Hosanna.
The most important thing is that our great effort is not portrayed as revenge by Sunnis against Alawites. We want justice to take its course, even if the perpetrator is Sunni, whoever they are. This is not a sectarian movement. It's a movement against the regime's agents, regardless of their sect.
After enduring such patience, both I and the victims' families out. Does this mean our blood is worthless? We can't stay silent. We're not saying we want personal revenge. We're not hunting them down. Urging the security and judicial bodies. Go on, seek them out and present them to the law. Let the world proclaim, indeed I feel secure in this country. I live with 5 stars, just like anyone else. Just like any other citizen, frankly speaking.
Justice is served when an oppressed person Has his oppression lifted and the investigation goes to the end?
If it's revealed through the investigation that the Syrian officers were ordered by Ali Mamluk, then Ali Mamluk should stand before the Lebanese court and face justice. That's the duty of both the Lebanese and Syrian governments. At the very least, he should be summoned now as a witness to fulfill this request. When we can link the explosives and those officers to Ali Mamluk, or someone even higher, then we can truly prosecute them.
After the Lebanese state and judiciary confirmed the involvement of Assad's regime, it's clear that the Bashar al-Assad regime was involved in this operation. Regrettably, as with numerous scenarios related to Lebanon's resistance axis is, we don't reach any resolution.
If some wanted individuals are in Syria, we've now got cooperation from the new government. If they're in Lebanon, or even in another country, and if their protection was in Syria, Syria's regime used to protect them if they went over there. We may not reach Iran, but if they move elsewhere, I believe Lebanon or others could work with Interpol to catch the rest and prosecute them. We want justice. Justice today is about uncovering the truth, identifying the culprits then, arresting them and executing the sentence.
In the end, we're all citizens of this city, one of many groups. Tripoli needs diversity. Don't think it's not. Tripoli, as a city, is a sanctuary for all its inhabitants. Despite being the northern capital and Lebanon's second city, there's a real need to reinforce this sense of belonging. I've come to believe that now, in this current phase, that even the people of Jabal Mohsen now see Lebanon as their first and last home. They're part of this country.
In Lebanon, we must coexist. Christians, Muslims, people of all beliefs, we must rise, and we may never get such a chance again.
Time has moved on, yet this wound remains unhealed, transforming into memories of the tragedies have become part of this land's identity. While we wait for justice, the spirits of the casualties continue to inspire Tripolitans in their persistent pursuit of justice and a state of institutions.
هالمكان لأنه روح البابا الطاهرة طلعت من هون وراحت على الجنة عند رب رحيم.
I come here because my father's pure soul departed from this very spot to the merciful Lord in heaven. Over the years, the memories of that cursed day still haunt hundreds of Tripolitans. The sound of the explosion, the smell of death, the streets and faces that vanished in a second, making it feel as if they are experiencing those moments anew. It seems as if time has come to a halt on the 23rd of August, 2013.
I can't forget this tragedy. It's always with me. As soon as I step into the mosque, it brings back those tragic images.
Today, we could be torn apart in the mosque at any moment.
Dad, I long for your presence, yearning to call you Dad.
May no one endure this. It's unbearable. Nothing's more precious than a child.
The hardest part was the two little children hugging each other, dead. No one understood.
Your son is the most precious thing in the world. If you lose him, your whole life turns dark.
What's worse is the scenes you've seen. They stay with you forever.
We will not forget, we will not forgive. That slogan was raised by the people of the city. The cries of the victims' families reflect their commitment to justice. A sacred right that cannot be relinquished, no matter the time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Copenhagen. Roam around the city of Copenhagen and you'll find anything and everything to suit your tastes and interests. Denmark's capital is filled with historical landmarks, architectural sites, and museums that speak of its culture. What to do in Copenhagen? Visit the famous Little Mermaid, of course. The diminutive stature of this bronze-cast Hans Christian Andersen heroine is considered the city's most iconic landmark. Many who've seen it will come home with a postcard or a photo of the great replica. Then, of course, you should sample its best and most iconic dishes. The Danish, or also known as the New Nordic Kitchen, is in fact known as among the world's best. It offers a modern take on the traditional Danish cuisine that uses seasonal local produce that's organic and climate-friendly. It's highly recommended that you visit one of its best kitchens and gourmet markets for an authentic culinary experience. Meanwhile, for entertainment, Copenhagen is highly praised for its jazz music. It has also become a means to express voices on certain issues such as racial tolerance and free thought. American jazz musicians have actually made the city their home since the 1960s. Since then, it has become one of the characteristics Copenhagen is known for. It's got top-notch jazz clubs, open-air concerts, events, and international jazz festivals are held here on a regular basis. Another landmark that reflects the city's culture and history is Christiania. The autonomous free town Christiania was founded in 1971. It is the site of an abandoned military camp that has continued its existence for over 4 decades. As an effect, the city of Copenhagen has come to be known as the liberal and free-thinking capital. A visit to the city will definitely teach you some of the remarkable stories of its history. Not to be missed are the canals, of course. 1. There are the painted houses on the canal side. Make sure to visit Nyhavn, a former sailor's haunt transformed into a lovely summertime tourist trap. Then there's also Gamle Strand, where a street market adds a lively air during the summer. And finally, Christianshavn, which is filled with canals. It has earned the nickname of Little Amsterdam. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. And these are our top stories this evening. President Trump blames Iran for shooting down a US helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz. China and North Korea pledge closer ties after a rare Pyongyang talks between Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un. And Spencer Pratt's out. The former Hill star and Trump favourite is out of the running for LA mayor. But experts say it's not the end for the reality star turned Republican. US President Donald Trump has blamed Iran for shooting down a US Apache helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz on Monday night. Talking to Truth Social, the US President said, "I have been just informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, out of necessity, respond to this attack." It comes as the US and Iran continue to engage in restored ceasefire. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel's fighting with Iran has stopped for now, after both sides exchanged retaliatory strikes that raised fears of a wider regional war. Iran's military says it is halting offensive operations, while Netanyahu warned Israel would respond with force to any future attacks. Despite the pause in fighting with Iran, Israeli strikes continue in southern Lebanon, with reports of casualties following attacks near the city of Tyre. Now, to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Alex Malouf, the founder of Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers. And joining us from Dubai, it's the managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Both of you, thank you so much for joining us, Alex and Michael. Alex, we'll turn to you first in this. Let's talk about this helicopter that's been downed first and foremost. The threat of retaliation that we're hearing in the last hour only from the US towards Iran. I mean, hardly surprising, I guess. But it's another blow to what is, let's face it, a very fragile ceasefire. It's seen more fire than cease, I should say, in the last couple of days. So it seems like it's hanging on by a thread yet again tonight.
You know, this is a story where it goes left and right. You know, it's a yo-yo. We had early this morning President Trump saying that we are, again, a couple of days off from an initial agreement in terms of essentially making this ceasefire hold for 90 days while the bigger issues are discussed. He was talking about the nuclear issue once again, saying Iran would not have a nuclear weapon. The story about the helicopter is fascinating because the helicopter was downed yesterday, so you would have thought that it would have broken yesterday. It's been a whole news cycle since then. The 2 pilots were rescued, so they are fine. If they were in Iranian custody, it would be a much bigger story. And we obviously had as well the tit-for-tat between Iran and Israel in terms of both rockets from the Iranian side and missile strikes from the Israeli side. So, you know, where do we go from here? Who knows? You know, do we want to focus on the ceasefire agreement? That's obviously President Trump's call. How would he retaliate, if anything? You know, Iran has been pretty much pummeled over the 100 days of war, because this is now the 100th day. But there's also questions around, you know, issues such as
the power of the U.S. Air Force. We were told many times before that they had control over the skies of Iran. This is obviously now not the case, given that they've shot down a helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz, the Arabian Gulf. But there's also as well the issue of, was Iran within its rights to do this? The Iranians would say, yes, it is a wartime situation. They would have said that the helicopter is basically on our border, and it's our right to defend our territory. So again, where do we go from here? What do the two sides want? The Iranians are saying the agreement is here. President Trump is saying, no, we're still not ready for it. At the same time, he's also saying there's an agreement. And now we have this piece about there needs to be a response to the helicopter being down. So, your guess, Jono, is as good as mine.
And I guess we have had this looming over us thinking we're 2 days away from the World Cup. President Trump had said we'd have a deal done by then. Thursday is not that far away. I think realistically, anyone with a head on their shoulders that is in any way functioning will say that Thursday is an unrealistic timeline to get even this MOU across the table.
Yeah. Look, if you're a betting man, would you put money on having an agreement down by Thursday?
I think we're no closer than
Yeah, I don't think so as well. So, in terms of what comes next, look, your guess is as good as mine. I think pretty much all the parties would say they want a ceasefire agreement, especially the Gulf, given that the strait is still closed. What is also interesting, the increasing reports about ships going dark and basically pushing out oil and gas from the Gulf. I think we've got to a point whereby this is the reality and we've got to basically work around it.
Yeah. Michael, let's turn to you. Do you think President Trump is discovering that end of war, as it's been titled so many times? Nice little slogan there. Not as easy as a policy to adapt as he would like, I think, to put this into place.
Absolutely. I think Donald Trump, as he so often does, is suffering from recency bias. And the U.S. military was able to score great success in Venezuela. They came out of that with no deaths, and one helicopter pilot had been shot. That's not how most military operations unfold, though. And so what he has to remember is that, and it seems so basic, but there are two sides. Yes, you are the president of the United States. Yes, you are the most powerful man. But you have to recognize that just because you want it doesn't mean that it's going to happen. And he has to recognize that not only are there the Iranians in play, but this is something that we've been saying for 100 days now, is that Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu can be maybe a bit of a loose cannon when it comes to trying to stick to what it is that the U.S. administration wants to achieve. The Israeli prime minister has very much a focus to remain in office. The longer he remains in office, that means that his corruption trials won't continue and he would not be facing jail time. Now, in Israel, voters go to the polls sometime within the next 5 months. Israeli law says that there has to be an election by the end of October. That means that Benjamin Netanyahu needs conflict. He needs this war because it puts him in a better light, in his opinion, in his campaign's opinion, to be reelected. And if he's reelected, then he can, of course, avoid corruption trials and maybe jail time. So Donald Trump, while he has his focus, of course, for the obvious reasons, because the Republicans are getting it in the neck, there's a very good chance that they won't, in the midterms, control the House. They could lose the Senate. That happens, Donald Trump's going to be a lame duck president. And then, no doubt, if the Democrats hold the House and the Senate, they will probably try to introduce impeachment proceedings. That's something that he definitely doesn't want to face. But Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu against the Iranians. Just because Donald Trump says the war is over, or he says, as Alex said, that we're a few days away from a peace deal, does not mean that there actually is going to be a peace deal. And the last thing that I would say is that Donald Trump, during the campaign trail, he talked an awful lot about how the war in Ukraine would not have happened if there had been strong leadership in the White House. And I think he thought that if he was there simply demanding that people abide by whatever it is that he wanted, that everything would stop. He's now realizing firsthand that it just doesn't work out like that.
Alex, before we move on, I want to quickly ask you if you think that, as Michael has rightly pointed out, both have different reasons. Both Netanyahu and Trump have different reasons for either wanting to stop this war or have it continue. Is this going to be a test of the bromance that we've seen over the next couple of months, you think, as we get closer, hopefully, to some level of a peace deal or at least an MOU?
I think there's a misunderstanding in terms of the type of relationship we have between Israel and the US. This is not a relationship of equals. Israel is the largest recipient globally of US military aid. You're looking at around $4 billion a year, and that's tied in to US spending until 2028. Without American weapons, Israel would struggle in terms of defending itself. And also as well, you know, if you look at the power of lobbying in the US, you know, Israel spends a lot of time and effort to ensure that American politicians are on side. But what is fascinating here, and this has been really the legacy, the impact of the past couple of years in the war in Gaza and now what's happening, is that for the first time in recent history, more Americans see Israel as negative than as positive. So, you know, we have a situation whereby in the medium to long term, Israel is most likely going to lose American support. So it's not a great situation for Netanyahu to be in, even though he positions himself as Mr. Security for Israel. Without American support, it's going to become a lot more difficult for Israel to do what it does, not only at home, but also within the wider region.
Well, you can also see our interview from earlier on with Penny Gatz, which is up on our website, on Arabiya English's website. You can see that right now as well, in which we talked more in detail about the relationship between the US and Israel. Thank you both, Alex and Michael, for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. Chinese President Xi Jinping and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un have pledged closer ties and also deeper cooperation following 2 days of talks in Pyongyang. Xi made a rare visit to North Korea's capital as Beijing looks to restore influence over its strategic ally and also its socialist neighbour. Michael, we will talk to you about this first of all. Is this a friendship visit? Is it, I mean, let's face it, North Korea's leader normally quite isolated. China's leader has been far less of a wallflower in the last couple of months and even in the last year. Is this just trying to prove that both still matter on a global stage?
I think it's more of a performative trip, and it's for the people who were not there. It's for Donald Trump, and it's for Vladimir Putin. Now, North Korea definitely needs China. Certainly, we recognize that because of the economic relief packages that China's able to pass along to North Korea. China and North Korea have that healthy relationship when it comes to North Korea accepting the generosity of the Chinese. But the Chinese also need the North Koreans for a couple of reasons. One, if President Xi can show to Vladimir Putin that he has a better relationship with North Korea, then I think that that will help certainly President Xi feel that he is in a better position, because I think that he was starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, the Chinese leader was, because the North Koreans were sending troops to fight for the Russians in their war with Ukraine. So we know North Korea needs China. China also needs North Korea for a couple of reasons. One, so that they can sort of prove, maybe to themselves, perhaps to the rest of Asia, that they hold sway, influence over North Korea. Now, one of the worst kept secrets is that North Korea has nuclear capabilities. And if that's the case, I think everybody feels a little bit more secure if the Chinese can prove that they have, as I say, influence over the North Koreans. The other reason is that if the Chinese leader, who's going to be going to the U.S. This year to visit Donald Trump, if he can show to Donald Trump, who wants to restart diplomacy talks with the North Korean leader, that Kim Jong-un is sort of under the sway of the Chinese leadership, then I think that that will help the Chinese leader show that he has a little bit more power, and maybe that helps him in negotiations with Donald Trump to get what he wants if he can deliver the North Korean leader to talks with Donald Trump.
Alex, what do you reckon? What do you reckon about China here? Has it quietly accepted? Because as Michael mentioned, there's this elephant in the room in the form of the nuclear capabilities of North Korea. Both leaders meet. Neither seem to discuss North Korea's nuclear capability. Have they just said, right, we're going to quietly accept that North Korea has got nuclear capability and not reference it again and just move on from it? Is that what China's doing here?
I think the Chinese president is happy in terms of controlling the situation when it comes to North Korea. North Korea has had nuclear weapons for over a decade. They made it very obvious they have nuclear weapons in terms of their own testing. They've also been testing increasingly ICBMs. They've also been looking to build out their fleet. So North Korea hasn't been standing still. But at the same time, if you look at the region, if you look at the global play in terms of politics, North Korea is not on Iran. So, you know, it's limited in scope. It is there. It's not causing any issues, so to speak, in terms of the region. What is interesting in terms of China is it's basically saying to the US, look, this is our neighborhood. And if you look at US policy in terms of the global situation, Asia has been very much put to the side. You know, when President Trump was in Beijing, he didn't discuss anything in terms of Taiwan. It wasn't even mentioned publicly by either party, which again, I think suits them. What is, again, fascinating with North Korea, if you look back to President Trump's first period in office, it was one of the big issues. You remember the bromance which they had in 2018, where they met in Singapore. They were discussing about an agreement basically to do what they're now doing with Iran, you know, reduce your or give up your nuclear capabilities. We will reduce or remove sanctions. I think given what's happened in our region, I think North Korea would be looking at itself and saying, why would we want to do that? You know, nuclear weapons are essentially a way that we can leverage our power, we can leverage our influence. And again, China has ultimate control because China controls the only land border, the only way that North Korea can bring anything in or export anything out of the country. So, you know, China really holds all the cards here. And Xi Jinping is making that very clear to his American counterparts.
I mean, I would also maybe potentially argue, and Michael, question to you on this one, that Kim Jong-un actually holds some cards as well here. He seems to be in somewhat playing China off of Russia in terms of this power play right now. Is that maybe potentially what we're seeing? Is that a wise move?
So I think it's certainly one of the few cards that he has to play. He wants to make sure that he does have a healthy relationship with the Russians, I think. I also believe that he wants to make sure that he has a healthy relationship with the Chinese. And I think you want to make sure that you are letting your friend know that you have other friends. It's imperative that the North Koreans continue to do what they're doing, making sure that the Chinese are kept close and the Russians are kept close. And it's probably in his best interests to make sure that they both are kept guessing a little bit, so that they are both willing to work with him and give him some of what he needs. Otherwise, North Korea is going to be, you know, finding itself in an even worse position economically than it currently does.
Finally, Alex, I want to turn to you on this. Do you think that this is also maybe potentially a message from North Korea to the US to say, hey, by the way, don't forget we've got allies over here, just to play it safe?
Look, I think just even to say we're still here.
Yeah,
you
don't
know,
forget us.
You know, we haven't gone anywhere. We haven't disappeared. You know, we are still an issue that you should be thinking about carefully because, again, we would love sanctions relief. We would love to be able to bring in more currency. We'd love to be more secure in terms of our position as a country. And given we are now 8 years beyond 2018, nothing has really moved the needle in terms of the US and North Korea. So it is something I think that they would like to restart in one shape or form, given the US are preoccupied with the Middle East. We will see.
Alex, Michael, thank you both for your thoughts on that. We'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much. Moving on, showbiz meets politics. He is the former reality star on MTV's The Hills, but sadly for Spencer Pratt, LA Mayor is not going to be on his resume or LinkedIn, at least not anytime soon. The young Republican is out of the running after he failed to qualify for November's runoff against the current mayor, Karen Bass. Alex, we'll turn to you on this. Tricky, another celebrity who's getting into politics. This time it's Spencer Pratt, who's lost. And I don't know if that's reassuring or if it's worrying that he got so far in the first place. I'm not sure which way to take this news.
Well, look, first of all, Americans love celebrities turning into politicians. You know, we've got President Trump, who was on The Apprentice, with his catchphrase, "You're fired." You have, the most famous Californian to run for office, which was President Reagan in the 1980s.
50 terrible movies.
Well, look, I think the 50 is a big number. I'll probably give him maybe 45 or 46. Some were okay. But what I would say in terms of celebrities, they have a number of advantages. One is they are known entities. They're known by the public. They're known by the media. So they've already got a head start. They already have the oxygen of publicity wherever they go. They are followed. The second thing is, in order to be a celebrity today, you've got to be able to communicate well. You've got to be able to deliver the soundbite. You've got to be able to essentially deliver the message through either the media or social media, through digital channels. And that's what Pratt did very well. He obviously didn't do it well enough, but you've also got to think that this is California. This is very much a blue state. Yeah, exactly. He did look to local issues. He is a local. One of his biggest issues that he was campaigning on was the inability of the mayor to effectively tackle the Palisades fires last year, of which he was also somebody who lost his own home during that time. So he did look at local issues. He was known. He was seen as a Californian from LA. But at the same time, it wasn't enough to carry him through. So being a celebrity will take you far, but maybe not to the finish line, at least not in this example.
Maybe we needed a more relevant celebrity, because I haven't heard of Spencer Pratt in probably, prior to this year, about 15 years.
Well, I was going to say, look, The Hills was in 2008, so it's been a while.
I vaguely remember it, obviously. Michael, celebrity candidates, are they somewhat of a joke, or is it actually now something that is maybe a warning sign for politics and the future of politics, as Alex referenced there?
So you might consider them a joke, but you certainly have to take them seriously. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples, not just of politicians, but others who have a fairly significant sway in the world of politics. If you remember, it was July in 2024 that there was a scathing op-ed that appeared in the New York Times talking about how Joe Biden should bow out of the race and let Kamala Harris run, which, of course, is eventually what happened. But the person who wrote that piece was not a politician. It was George Clooney. Another example, and one of the reasons why Donald Trump is in office is because Charlie Kirk and Turning Point did such a great job trying to get out the vote for young men. And they did that through TikTok. Another example, even more recently, is Zohran Mamdani became mayor of New York, partly because of the infectious nature and the popularity and the consistently appearing on social media. Now, when we gauge social media, when we talk about its success, it's usually likes, shares.
I believe, Michael, we may have lost your feed for just 1 second. We'll try and get you back. But Alex, I'll turn back to you on this one while we're getting Michael back onto our chat once again. Like we've said, there has been a lot of celebrities who've ventured into this. One might argue that it is a celebrity who would potentially know the market better. They will know that field better. And like you've said, they'll give you that soundbite and they'll get straight into it. And they can then concentrate on doing the job at hand, whatever that may be, the politics of that particular job that they've walked into because they've been elected into that position. So you might argue that actually they're probably more suited than the average Joe who's come up through the ranks of party politics.
You could argue that, and there are a lot of potential Democrat runners for not just the midterms, but also longer term in 2028. We've had people dropping names such as Oprah Winfrey. She's often been talked about in terms of a potential Democratic politician. I think the challenge you've got as a celebrity is as soon as you dip your toes in the water of politics, you know you're going to lose a significant portion of your fan base. So is that something you want to do? The same with sports stars as well. With sports, it's a little bit different because often sports is associated with one group or the other group. But again, it's a risk that people will take. Arnie did it very well when he became the governor. And his positioning was, even though he ran as a Republican, he governed for everyone. And I think, to pull that off is a very difficult trick. So, if you want to go down that route, sports stars, I would add that they often will do it at the end of their career, once their playing days are over. But with celebrities, it's a different case because, again, you can be a celebrity until the end of your days.
Michael, I want to pass back to you on this one because there is a Canadian example of this as well. Ken Dryden, who ran for office and got elected as well. So I don't know how well he's performing, in fact, but that's been a sports star, an athlete who turned to politics afterwards. And I don't know how much success he's had in that role, but maybe there is potentially some call and some market for that.
So he hasn't been in office for a number of years, and he was in the Senate, which in Canada is an appointed position. But he had enough of a profile that he was someone who was considered by, the Prime Minister for him to be appointed to the Senate. Now, Ken Dryden, a very famous NHL goalie in ice hockey, passed away this year, but he had such cachet that he was able to, as we're talking about here, translate that popularity into the world of politics. And I would just bring it back to the Donald Trump administration, because you have a defense secretary who was a TV host. You have the head of the FBI who was a podcaster. And of course, you have the president himself. I would say that nowadays what you're talking about is policy versus platform. And you could argue that because most voters in America distrust traditional politicians, that most would feel more comfortable going with somebody that they recognize, even if they're not quite sure of their politics. Graham Plattner, who's running for Senate in Maine, he's a perfect example, somebody who probably 10 or 12 years ago would not have survived some of the recent news that's come out about his past. But it's a different era today. Politics is almost just a popularity contest, and policies don't seem to have the same gravitas that they once did.
Michael, Alex, we'll leave it there on that story. Thank you both so much for your thoughts on it. Let's move on. Have Americans, and maybe the world, finally reached a tipping point, quite literally? After years of giving gratuities in restaurants and cafes, many believe it's time to actually cut back, with many saying that the culture of tipping is ridiculous. Michael, as we mentioned, a Canadian, so this might be something I feel like you're very generous as a people. Has tipping become less about generosity and maybe more about consumer guilt?
So it has, certainly for a segment of the population. My first job was in the late 70s, and I worked as a busboy in an Indian restaurant in Toronto. And I come from that background of service industry where I would be reliant upon gratuities to earn a little bit more. When I was in university, it was the same situation. I was working as a waiter, and it is essential. Now, you can take the approach that it's not my job as a consumer to correct what is a societal problem or a labor issue that one employer has with his or her staff. But that's not the world that we live in today in North America and in most parts of the world. Tipping is still very much essential for many men and women in the service industry to earn a decent income. So my belief is that while many people will feel uncomfortable tipping, maybe only tipping 10%, it's certainly within their rights. But I think that we all have to recognize that if you're going to go out, my belief is, you need to factor in a gratuity. And I don't know that 10% in 2026 is necessarily considered a decent amount of money to leave the service team that's been working with you, for you, during the course of your evening out.
We'll say the cost of living crisis has hit us all a little bit hard. And Alex, I think a lot of the time when you now are given that machine in order to be given the tip, which of course is not obligatory, but everyone kind of feels like you must give something, 25% will pop up as the biggest option on there. How do you feel when you see that? Kind or conned?
The power of guilt. You know? How much? What are you going to press there?
Yeah.
Look, I was born and raised in the north of England. How do I put it nicely? You know, if we're going to tip, it's got to be for good service. And I'm waiting for all the stories which are going to be coming out of North America from the World Cup in terms of tourists going over and discovering the American tipping culture. Because, you know, the challenge in the US is people are not paid a minimum wage. Mm-hmm. And tips are effectively used as a means to ensure that people can basically afford means and do their job properly. But, you know, the way that we look at it, for example, in the UK is, if you're not going to give us a good service, then why should we tip? And
it's not a very European thing to do, to tip. In fact, in some cultures, and Michael, I'll pass it back to you on this, I don't know if you've travelled to Japan or even to Australia, New Zealand, where it's not that it's not commonplace, but it's actually, in some places, even perceived as being rude if you tip somebody for just simply doing their job. I mean, for instance, I walked into the studio today. So far, nobody's slipped me any cash whatsoever because I've just done my job.
So I lived in Japan for many years, and the Japanese culture, definitely it is about people who would take offense to being tipped because they very much see the service industry differently. But the people who are working in the service industry in Japan, for the most part, are getting paid a proper wage, something that they're expected to live on. So if you are not working knowing that you need gratuities, then you're probably going to be in a culture where they accept that what they're going to be paying you is a decent wage.
Alex, there was also, and I want to mention this because we saw the famous clip from the White House where the McDonald's delivery arrived in, which was a great opportunity for President Trump to mention how he had given tax relief to hospitality workers as well. And as Michael has mentioned, a lot of these people rely on these tips heavily in order to be able to make ends meet. So I guess we are seeing the US leaning into tip culture a bit more, whereas the rest of the world is just kind of not really embracing it.
But, you know, I think the US approach to tipping has become more international because you see a lot of the services which start in the US, you know, be it, for example, the likes of Uber and car rides, or in terms of food deliveries. You've seen how the US has basically exported this approach. You know, if you go into the app, you will have on the app, you know, this question, how much do you want to tip your driver? Yep. And I think, you know, sometimes when you look at the service that is given, you think about where we are. Summer, it's going to be 40 degrees plus, 40, 45 degrees Celsius. And, you know, if somebody's delivering to me in summer, again, I feel that, you know, I should be giving them something.
Yeah, something.
And again, you know, look, it's always a trade-off. If you feel that people are being paid a fair wage and they're doing their job properly, then, you know, that's one approach. But if they're not being paid a decent wage, then, you know, does the power of guilt come into this?
I do want to check with Michael before we move on, and this is just a quick example whereby last week I went to an establishment, I ordered from an app, I sat at the table, I paid through that app, and at the very last minute I was asked, would I like to tip 7, 15 or 20%? Michael, given a situation like that, whereby there has been no face-to-face interaction with the staff of the restaurant, in that situation, do you tip at all, or just tip the bare minimum, or what's the policy?
So it pains me that I probably agree with you, and I defer to whatever you decided to do, which means probably the least amount. And I'm okay with that. In that particular instance, I don't think that you should be under any obligation to leave anything.
Thank you. I will ask you as well, Alex, I may as well. Would you have left the tip? I left 7%, just FYI. I'm not that stingy, and I'm not from the north of England. But 7% is what I left. Would you have left the tip?
Look, I'd have left the tip. The percentage of what I would have left would have been very much dependent if my wife was there or not. Okay. So, yeah, if my wife was there looking at me, I think I would feel under more obligation
More gentle.
Yeah, I would feel her eyes burning on the back of my neck. So yeah, I would definitely up it.
Thanks to both of you. It looks like wonderful customers in a restaurant if you're in hospitality. It's that time of the show where both Alex and Michael have chosen two of the quirkier stories from the news today. Alex, we're heading back to Japan. We just spoke about Japan and tipping culture. It was on my bucket list. Michael has lived there for many, many years. That was until I found out about the increase in bears that are just randomly roaming around in Japan.
Look, this bear was definitely doing its job. I don't think it was tipped. Essentially, this town in the north of Tokyo was effectively shut down for 4 days. The bear was roaming the streets. It was obviously I'm assuming coming out of hibernation fairly recently. I'm assuming as well it was hungry. But schools were closed for 4 days. I'm sure the kids were very happy about that. Primary schools, middle schools, people were staying indoors as well. There were multiple sightings. Apparently the bear went from an arcade to a couple of restaurants to wherever it was. It went to a university, wholesale market. After 4 days and a major manhunt or bear hunt,
I guess.
Yeah, bear hunt's probably preferable. With choppers, with people on the ground, they finally caught it. It did take a couple of tries in terms of the tranquilizer gun. The first two hits were misses, unfortunately, but then they did essentially incapacitate the bear. They took it off, and unfortunately for the kids, at least of the town, they open up on the 5th day. So, the bear is now being taken care of. But it's an issue in Japan. There have been a number of deaths.
Yeah, there's been a number of deaths from and they rip your arms off. I mean, he looks cute on the videos that we just shown there, but they are, of course, lethal. Michael, as someone who we mentioned a while ago, you've been in Japan as well. Had you encountered any bears in your time in Japan? I've only ever seen them akin to Yogi look for picnic baskets, which I can only imagine is what this bear was out there looking for.
No, the only bears I saw in Japan were in the Tokyo Zoo.
Michael, we'll stick with you as we move on to a story that I really did not expect. The mullet. Some would say the world's worst hairstyle. Not everyone, obviously, and definitely not one gentleman in Denmark who's got a different idea. Michael, tell us more.
So I would start by saying that as a hockey player who was very active in the 1980s, this is the era from which the mullet came. Now, I can also proudly say I don't have one now, and I didn't have one then. But what we have here in Copenhagen is the Mullet Championship. And we had 12 competitors, 1,000 spectators, and the AP is reporting it as something that was, as you can see from your screens, appreciated by many, partly because each competitor is given 60 seconds to go up on stage and to show his mullet moves. And that's one of the ways in which he will be judged. Now, I like this story an awful lot because it's kind of in the vein of, if you build it, they will come. The man who organized it actually had a hair transplant himself, and he wanted to compete in the United States, but he couldn't because he's not a U.S. citizen. So he created this competition. This was the 4th year, as we can see, somewhat successful perhaps. But we did have a winner, a 43-year-old man named Thomas Berg.
I would argue that because he'd had a hair transplant, he shouldn't have been allowed to take part in the US version of it for that simple reason as well. I mean, Alex, I don't know if you've ever sported a mullet. It's very Gen X to have a mullet these days, though.
Look, I've never had a mullet. And even if I had, I would not admit to it. Definitely not on live TV. But all I will say is that 1,000 people turning up to this is very impressive. I just hope that they were all barbers and they were getting their scissors out, because if I look at the mullet, I just think back to 1980s football, 1980s rock and roll bands. And for me, the mullet is very much of that time and should have stayed in that time.
Michael, was there ever a time in your life, you mentioned about your ice hockey days, was there ever a time when you sported a mullet yourself?
No, never had a mullet. I did. I know it's difficult to believe, but I did have Elvis-type hair in the 80s. I can show you a photograph at some point. I swear that was the case.
You know,
but no, it never went down the mullet road.
Well, we were curious to find out just how that would look, actually, Michael. We've enlisted the help of AI to see exactly what you would look like had we given you a mullet. I think we can pop that up on the screen now and just give you a little a look into what could have been the 1980s version of Michael Jabri Pickett. Can we get that up onto the screen, guys? That is wonderful.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yes. So, well, now that, like, I'm feeling like I just had a friend who actually did the hair transplant here. He didn't go to Turkey. He did it here in Dubai. And I'm now tempted. Perhaps I'm falling in love with this.
You know what? It's very Andre Agassi. It's very of the time as well. I think it's a very authoritative look. Michael, I enjoy the mullet look on you. I got to be honest with you. I think it's not a bad shot. I hope we've inspired you to maybe take a weekend trip to Turkey.
Yes, yes. I'll be one of those gentlemen, you know, that you see on the airplane with the incredibly swollen head.
The team here have said you look a bit like a Viking, and now that I see it, I can't unsee it.
Yes.
Well, there we must
I'll take that.
There we must leave it. Thanks to both of our guests in the studio, Alex Malouf, the founder of Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers, and also in Dubai, managing director of This Is Dubai, celebrating their 1-year anniversary today, actually, Michael Jabri Pickett. Thank you both so much for joining us. And that is all from us on W News Extra for tonight. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X. And GNT with Tom Burges Watson is on the way next. Goodbye for now.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up in today's programme, President Trump hints that an Iran deal could be reached within a few days. We ask, how likely is that looking? Well, Pakistan, which is mediating the diplomatic efforts to strike a deal with all parties in this conflict, also strikes an optimistic note, suggesting that a deal could be reached this week. Plus, we're going to be speaking to a former Israeli military intelligence officer and asking what he makes of talk of a rift between Netanyahu and Trump, but also whether he thinks that Iran has plugged the leaks that allowed Israel to gain ground in the early stages of the conflict. All of that to come in Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest developments in the Iran-Israel conflict and the fragile pause in hostilities announced just yesterday. Well, both sides agreed to halt attacks following on from a US-led push to de-escalate. But in Lebanon, the situation appears far less calm. Israel has carried out fresh strikes on the southern city of Tyre, killing at least 8 people. Well, the attacks came even after President Trump publicly warned the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to escalate the situation any further. Well, despite the latest violence, President Trump says he is still confident that a US-Iran agreement could be reached within, quote, just days. Let's listen to what he said.
We have ongoing negotiations in Iran and with Iran, and that hasn't stopped. And we could have at least an idea by 1 or 2 days from now, but I think it's going well. The blockade continues to hold 100%. Nothing is getting through our blockade. No oil, no income, no nothing. Nothing's getting through the blockade.
Well, we're joined now by Danny Satrinovich, who is an Iran specialist. He's a former Israeli military intelligence officer and was Israel's defense intelligence representative in the United States. He joins us now from Tel Aviv. Danny, it's great to have you with us on the program. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us. On the one hand, we're hearing from President Trump calling on Israel for restraint in Lebanon, and yet we've seen fresh deadly attacks on Lebanese territory today. 8 people killed in the south of Lebanon. And the Iranian Foreign Ministry doesn't believe that Israel would carry out any action without prior coordination and cooperation with the United States. I'm wondering, is that the case? I mean, does Israel ever act without consultation with the White House and its blessing?
Thank you very much for inviting me. And just to relate to this important question, I'll say that definitely Israel and the U.S. are coordinated, but Israel is an independent country. And Israel believes that the need to act against Hezbollah and to dismantle Hezbollah, or trying to dismantle Hezbollah by military means. The problem that we have is not that we are not coordinated with the U.S. The problem that we have is we are not able to dismantle Hezbollah with only military means. And we need to go also for the political means. And this is the problem that we have. We are relying too much on the military force, and we can see that not only in Lebanon, but also in Gaza and West Bank, and also regarding Iran, and electing the diplomatic muscle that we need to use in order to reach an agreement that will serve the Israeli interests. So Israel and Lebanon need to work also with the Lebanese government to help it to overcome Hezbollah. The problem that we have is not that we are not coordinated with the U.S., but we think that only by military means we can find a solution for that, and that is, of course, not the answer.
But there is a problem if you listen to some of what President Trump's been saying. I mean, he gave an interview with Axios in which he warned the Israeli leader not to return to war with Iran. President Trump is quoted as saying, "I said, Bibi, you better be careful or you'll be on your own very soon." I mean, how serious is it, the idea that, you know, perhaps Israel and the United States are going in different directions?
That is very serious and very problematic to the state of Israel. We need to remember that one of the strengths of Israel's security establishment and ability to project force, especially towards Iran, is a good coordination with the U.S. and the fact that we have the U.S. backing. The fact that the U.S. president wants to reach an agreement with Iran and Israel want to see the extension of this war is a problematic because it actually shows to our friends and also enemies in the region like Iran that we are not aligned. And this is a major problem. It's not only when Trump's saying, "I'm not interested that Israel return back to the war," but actually alluring to the fact that Israel will do anything that he wants. And actually, I'm not sure that he's got it wrong. So the problem that we have right now is actually twofold. One, that we are highly dependent on the U.S., and it will be very hard for Israel to act alone without the U.S. support. But even more than that, even the U.S. will reach an agreement with Iran. Israel has no ability to change this reality. Netanyahu cannot go to the Congress and give a speech against Trump like he did with the Obama era. So we are in a very problematic situation where we're not supported by the U.S. in continuing of the war, and U.S. is pushing us for an agreement that Israel doesn't want to see with Iran.
Right. So you're saying basically that Trump clearly wants a deal, and he said to Iran, he said, quote, you've shot your missiles, that's enough, now get back to the table and make a deal. And what I'm hearing from you is that perhaps Israel doesn't actually want a deal. They think perhaps, and I don't really think the logic behind that is that perhaps they'd be kicking the can down the road if they did strike a deal right now. Do you think that's the calculation? Do you think that's what's holding Israel back?
Well, yeah, I agree. And I think that we have to remember one thing about the Israeli policy regarding Iran. Israel see every agreement with Iran is a bad deal because it's any deal will strengthen the same regime that Israel seeks to topple. And we are not aligned with the U.S. in that regard. As I mentioned, the U.S. is really want to end this war and reaching an agreement that Israel is opposed. Israel want to turn back to war. Israel want to preserve the maximum pressure campaign. It's not going to happen if the U.S. will reach an agreement with Iran. So Israel is in a very deep problem right now. Now, thinking that just 4 months ago, we went to war with the U.S. to topple the regime, and now U.S. wants to reach an agreement with this regime, and Israel is staying in its own current policy. But looking into the future when a much greater problem in Israel, because this was our policy towards Iran, only sticks, no carrots, relying on us aligning with the U.S., acting against Iran. Now, obviously, if Trump reached an agreement with Iran, this strategy has actually failed. And we have to think about a new policy regarding Iran, knowing that without the support of the U.S., it would be very hard for us to tackle the Iranian capabilities.
I mean, does Netanyahu need a deal in the same way that President Trump needs a deal because he's got the midterms coming up? I mean, Netanyahu does have an electoral test of his own in the autumn, probably in October. Does it make a difference to his standing? I mean, presumably he must think that having an ongoing war and showing Iran he means business boosts his chances in the ballot box. Is that his calculation?
Definitely a deal is good for Trump because we know the constraints. You know, you have the World Cup, you had 250 years anniversary for the U.S., you have 80-year-old birthday of Trump, and of course you have the midterm, and he wants to lower the gas price. So definitely he needs an agreement. I'm not saying he will be there because it's going to be very hard. The Iranians are very hard clients, but he definitely is trying to do so. From the Israeli standpoint, an agreement is a severe blow for Netanyahu because actually it shows that the war failed and the regime is there. Netanyahu is hoping to return back to war, but if not, then at least to the maximum pressure campaign, saying eventually that he will push back the U.S. or other elements to return back to war against Iran. And the deal, of course, will prevent that from happening, and that will be a blow for Netanyahu that hoped that the war would strengthen his position in the Israeli public, and now we are seeing that this failure is not helping him in his poll. And the agreement between the U.S. and Iran will be another severe blow for him. So it's another reason why he's trying to object this kind of a deal, but his ability to influence Trump is highly limited. We have to acknowledge that.
Right. So we've concluded that a deal is good for Trump, perhaps not so good for Netanyahu. And it sounds like you agree with the reports of strains, tensions, exasperation, whatever we're going to call it, between these two men, Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. Do you see a point at which perhaps President Trump could essentially scapegoat Netanyahu, throw him under the bus, and perhaps point the finger of blame at him for leading him, we might say in colloquial British English, down the garden path, essentially into a quagmire, into a trap?
Well, one thing won't happen. That's obviously Trump won't say he failed. So if you need to blame someone, it will be Netanyahu. We already seen indication for that from the talks that we have, the scripts. Again, if you're believing everything that's being published in places in the U.S., I think that if we'll take that for granted, obviously that Trump already started the blame game, saying to Netanyahu about that there is a sense that he feels that Netanyahu tricked him. Now, still, we have to remember that Netanyahu and Trump have good relations. So it's not that we will see everything being burned in the relations between those two. But I still think that we'll see more and more indications coming from the U.S., blaming Israel for misleading the U.S., meaning the administration. And as I mentioned, we already have indication for that. Now, we have to remember one thing about that. The U.S. will determine what will happen with Iran. With all respect to Israel and Israeli capabilities, we have limited capability to influence that because when you're going to war with a superpower like the U.S. will decide how we're going to start the war, but also will decide how it's going to end, despite what Israel wants. And this is the price that Israel is paying for fighting alongside the U.S. It's a be careful what you wish for phenomena.
And also, it's a bit of a last chance, isn't it, for Israel in some respects, because there must be people in Israel who've made the calculation that a future U.S. administration might be nothing like as accommodating as the one that's there right now. I mean, do you think this is perhaps something of a last chance for Israel?
I'm afraid you're absolutely right. I don't see, from Democratic side, Republican side, even Trump after the midterm election, I don't think we'll see the same thing happening and ever again. The U.S. bringing here carriers and threatening the Iran and actually attacking Iran twice, not even once, in June and in February. And this is so unique that I don't think it's really a unique event in time that's not going to return back, a very singular event. And I think that, as I mentioned, regardless of whether we'll have candidates from Democratic side, Republican side, they're not going to return back to this adventure. I think Israel had one chance, and we have to admit that we failed. Yes, we had operational achievements, but at the end of the day, we didn't topple the regime. Israel killed, for the first time in history, a leader of another country, not to bring a deal to dilute the enriched material in Iran, to topple the regime. And we failed that. And even worse than that, we have a worse regime now in Iran, more to the extreme. And look what happened just 2 days ago when launched missiles toward the state of Israel, while Israel even attacking Beirut, not attacking Tehran. So in a very problematic situation now and for the future, and I think we have to return back to the drawing board and rethink of our policy regarding Iran, because definitely what we tried to do, we didn't accomplish.
And what's for sure is that Iran must be delighted to read reports of this important relationship under strain, the relationship between the leaders of the United States and Israel. Since you mention Lebanon, and, you know, we've seen multiple reports in recent weeks and seen the pictures. I mean, entire swathes of southern Lebanon have been flattened. We've spoken to a number of people, including Lebanese officials, who suspect that Israel is eyeing perhaps a territorial expansion, you might call it. In fact, some Israelis say as much. They're caught on camera saying as much. What do you believe Israel's intentions are in Lebanon?
Well, Israel's intention is first and foremost to bring peace and security to the people that live in the northern part of Israel. That's from the 7th of October. They're having a hard time living in their houses because of the constant attacks coming from Hezbollah. I don't believe that Israel has any willingness to expand our borders, but the fact is that we are hearing people, even ministers in our own government, saying that, so I can understand why people suspect that. But looking at what Israel is trying to do and looking in the past, I don't think that this is what Israel intends to do. I really hope that we are able to work with the Lebanese government, that I think it's a historical change in Lebanon. Joseph Aoun, I think, is a leader just like Anwar Sadat was back then in Egypt, willing to negotiate with Israel while they are in war with Israel. So I think that Israel needs to work with them, work with Nawaf Salam, to strengthen the Lebanese government, to weaken dramatically Hezbollah, knowing that we cannot dismantle Hezbollah completely. We have to accept also our restrictions, also a kinetic one. And I think we have to work forward, even withdrawing from Lebanon as some sort of a gift or present to Aoun, showing that working with Israel has its benefits. But unfortunately, as long as we continue staying in Lebanon and our ministers talking about expanding Israel, then I can understand why people think about the greater Israel concept, that I really think that it's not even connected to reality, but unfortunately, those statements are very problematic in that regard.
Right, and those sorts of statements in that second scenario you just described there would serve as a perfect recruitment tool for Hezbollah because it would give them a raison d'etre, i.e. to defend Lebanese sovereign territory. I want to draw on your intel experience and ask you about something President Trump has been saying in the last few days. I think it was last Wednesday. He told reporters, quote, "We actually spoke with Hezbollah for the first time ever." And then Hezbollah has gone on to say we actually had no direct contact whatsoever with President Trump. So I'm wondering to myself, who do you think President Trump has been speaking to, thinking he's been speaking to Hezbollah? Do you think he has been speaking to them?
I suspect he didn't speak to Hezbollah. I speak maybe not him directly, but maybe ISAF, the ambassador, spoke to Nabil Berri, that he is the representative of Hezbollah in the eyes of the American side. So this is, I think, as close as they can ever speak to Hezbollah, that has no interest, I think, speaking to the U.S. as well. But I think Berri is in a very unique position where he can coordinate between Hezbollah and the U.S. and also have good, of course, connection with Joseph Aoun. He's an important figure that I think, in the terms of negotiating on the future of Lebanon, I think he's incremental in terms of how things will move forward and how we can bring also Hezbollah to the table. Again, we have to understand Hezbollah is a terror organization that wants to destroy the state of Israel. But I think that this is the main reason we have to work with Aoun and Salam to strengthen them, to strengthen the Lebanese armed forces. But in return to your question, I think the most that the U.S. can speak to regarding Hezbollah is actually Nabil Berri.
Okay, so the Speaker of Parliament there, you're saying, is the interlocutor between the two sides. I mean, does Israel have any back-channel communications with Hezbollah? And did you, during your time as an intel operative, ever engage with Hezbollah?
Well, of course, I highly doubt it. Israel has no direct link to Hezbollah, the organization, and Israel has no interest to do that. But Israel has the ability to move past and back and forth messages to the Lebanese government through UNIFIL, through other elements, through the U.S. representative in Lebanon. So if Israel wants to convey something to the Lebanese government, definitely we can do that. Let them know now that we have direct connection in the negotiation between them. In the past also we had meetings between LAF, the Lebanese armed forces, and Israeli elements in Akura. So it's not a problem to pass back and forth messages. I think that the main problem that we have now is what is the best strategy solution in order to weaken Hezbollah and to strengthen the Lebanese government and to show eventually the tangible earning from working with Israel. I think this is the main thing that Israel need to focus right now, and knowing that we have our limitations from Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, and understanding that in the end of the day, you cannot end a war with only military might. You have to use also the diplomatic muscle that will enable you to capitalize on your military achievements.
Right, and again, you're echoing the point you made earlier about the total absence of carrots and the omnipresence of sticks, which is an important point. At one point, Danny, it really looked as though Hezbollah and Iran were hemorrhaging information, locations, top secret information. And that led, as we know, to the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah. It led to the assassination of the supreme leader that we talked about just a moment ago. Do you think Iran and Hezbollah have managed to plug whatever it was intel gap that was leaking all of this information?
Well, I think that the campaigns, the 12-day campaign and this campaign, the last one, actually show the intel and Persian superiority of the State of Israel. The fact that we managed to kill the Al Jassi leader twice in a gap of 8 months, or even killing the Basij commander and people like Ali Larijani that knew that we are looking for them during the war, actually show the fact that we have intel superiority and we are able to reach everywhere in Iran. The problem is not this. The problem is the understanding that even if you have those military achievements, they are not being accumulated in strategic ones, meaning that, yes, we toppled those people. It was important in terms of create mayhem within the decision-making process in Iran, especially in the 12-day war. But in the other day, the regime will overcome that and able to show strength and to retaliate to the State of Israel. Same thing goes to Hezbollah. We had 2 major achievements against the organization, killing of Hassan Nasrallah and his replacement, Hashem Safiaddin, with a gap of a week, again showing our intel superiority. But then we thought that Hezbollah is actually disappearing, but he's still there. He's weakened. Naim Qassem is definitely not Hassan Nasrallah, and not Hashem Safiaddin. He's not charismatic. But in the end of the day, they're still hanging on. They're still attacking our forces. So I think those events need to let us know one important thing. Despite our achievements and our operational intelligence superiority, we have to understand that we have also our limits. And we cannot use, as I mentioned, only our kinetics. And this is why I think that we have to utilize that in order to reach good agreements. If we're going to stay only on the decapitation side, it's important, but will not give us the solution or ending the war, whether it's in Hezbollah or Lebanon or in Iran.
But there's still a serious opportunity here for Israel, I'd assume, given that with the Iranian economy under severe strain, Lebanon's economy is under strain, a lot of the Hezbollah revenue sources and financial institutions no longer exist. Doesn't that mean that intel can be acquired at a much lower price in the market than perhaps it could have been 5 years ago?
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. Definitely when the situation is bad, it's maybe easier to lure people to work with you. But again, those are tactical, operational questions and are not strategic ones. I think we have to look at the bigger picture. Intel is important, but we'll never have 100% intel. And I think intel is not a solution to the strategic problem that we have. I think one of the main problems that we had during this campaign that we thought that our intel superiority will allow us the ability to change the trajectory of a country like Iran. This is why we fell. So in terms of intel, we can, yes, no, you have more information, less information. That's important that you have, of course, more information. We'll never have 100%, but even more than that, that's not saying, even if you have intel superiority, that you're able to change the course of a country like Iran.
Okay, just lastly, and very briefly, if you don't mind, Danny, I mean, does it look and sound to you like an end to this conflict is going to happen in the days ahead, as some optimists seem to suggest it might?
Well, I think that definitely we are much closer to an agreement than escalation. I'm not saying escalation is not possible, but I was thinking that I think both sides are more or less past the Rubicon in the willingness to reach an agreement. It's very hard because Trump looking for a winning picture that the Iranians are not giving him, and the Iranians demand things that Trump really hesitate in terms of economical ease. But I think that returning back to the war, when you see the constraint of the U.S., I think it's low point now. Yes, there are the spoilers of Lebanon and the Hormuz Straits that are challenging the ability of the sides to contain things. So with no agreement, definitely those spoilers are problematic. But all in all, I think that we are much closer to an agreement, and I think that the chances of the U.S. want to return back to some sort of a full-stage war, I think, are limited as well. This is why I think that we are on the final stretch, more or less, of this current escalation.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Danny Satrinovich, Iran specialist, former Israeli military intelligence officer. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, even as President Trump voices hope that a deal with Iran can be reached, the major question still remains: when will the almost 4-month-long conflict finally come to an end? Well, President Trump has said in recent months multiple times that the US is getting closer to an agreement with Iran, even as the negotiations continue. Well, before we look at where the talks stand today, let's take a look back at some of the president's earlier comments.
We're negotiating now, and it'd be great if we could do something, but they have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. I would only say that we're doing extremely well in that negotiation, but you never know with Iran. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing.
Well, Jim Townsend is a former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon. He joins us now from Washington. Jim, great to have you with us on the program once again. Let me start by asking you for your opinion. Does it look to you like a deal is on the horizon?
Well, I think it is on the horizon, but I'm afraid the horizon is a bit far out there. I think there are elements that they've agreed in terms of it's kind of an agreement to get an agreement. It's not going to be the long-term final agreement in terms of disposition of the uranium and this type of thing. This is a kind of an agreement to get us around the table, and I think they are close to that. But there's probably a sequencing issue here, or there's an issue where both sides are trying to work the politics of it, so both sides look like they're winners. So I think that's what we're seeing right now, posturing, rhetoric. But once that's done, I think we'll then see the big negotiations begin, which could take a long time.
Okay, and if the talks amount to nothing and they break down, do you see any likelihood of a return to all-out conflict? And if you do see that scenario, what do you see the U.S. military doing differently in such a scenario?
Well, I think if this totally breaks down, there will be and I wouldn't think it'd be a long-term type of thing, but there could be a renewed violence as both sides express their frustration with one another. We'll see, maybe some strikes by the U.S., that kind of thing. And then I think that some of the nations in the region, whether it's Pakistan, Oman, others, getting back involved to try to patch it all back together again. I think both sides would like to get out of this. Both sides want to get out looking like winners. And they also know that the big decisions are ahead. So they're playing for time in some ways, but neither really has unlimited time. They might claim they do, but both sides have a clock. And I think if they're going to return to something violent, it's going to be as a trying to get back to the table, but they might have to go through that first.
Okay, Jim, we're about 14 weeks, aren't we now, since President Trump ordered the attacks on Iran. The US military is having to adapt to a very unusual state, which is it's not a state of conflict exactly. It's not a full war, and it's not peace either. What does that tell us? Does it tell us that there's no appetite for war? Does it tell us that we're in a total stalemate?
Well, we're in a place that is very unusual in so many ways. Dealing with Iran takes a long time, and there's twists and turns, so that's not so unusual. I think what's unusual for all of us is watching this play out in public. If you were watching the JCPOA negotiations under the Obama administration, you would see some twists and turns and plays and this kind of thing. But of course, it was done quietly behind closed doors. Instead, we're all watching this happen, getting frustrated and not understanding it. So you could call it a stalemate. But it's really a pause while the negotiators and the two nations posture right now. I think they've had some discussions which led to having an agreement that's probably within reach, but they've reached an end game here where they're trying to manipulate what it looks like to the outside. Trump he's got a certain message he wants it to look like to the American people, and the Iranians are the same way. And so I don't think either one wants to get back to war, that's for sure. I think they want to try to get past this initial talks and get into the major negotiations over uranium and this kind of thing. But they've got to look like winners, both sides, and that's why they're posturing now.
Joseph Votel, who is the former commander of the U.S. Military Central Command, described the current phase of the conflict as, quote, very, very dangerous. And I'm wondering whether you share his concerns. Is it particularly dangerous, do you think, to be in this sort of limbo situation, whether it's neither all-out conflict nor is it peace?
Well, I think in the Middle East, limbo is dangerous. I think it's dangerous anywhere, but I think particularly in the Middle East, where things can be triggered and violence happen, unwittingly. But I think another word might be that it's dangerous, but it's fragile. What we're looking at now, what the two sides using these intermediaries have been able to agree is fragile. And I think the danger in this is that something could happen, and it almost did with the exchange of missiles between Iran and Israel just 24, 48 hours ago. That shows how fragile things are and what can happen with that if things do break apart and we resume fighting. And so that's the kind of danger that lurks when you have something fragile such as we have right now, this fragile ceasefire. And once that breaks and you get back to violence in the Middle East, that can certainly go in different directions.
What's it like for the U.S. military when they're on standby like this? They're at this constant state of, I think it's called level 10 alert vigilance. I mean, it's not at all typical to be on standby for such a long period of time. What's it like for them?
Well, it's tough. And that's another clock, I think, that Trump is having to work against is not just his own midterm elections, but he's got to worry about the military who are out there, the Navy. They're on these ships. And those, there's a morale issue with the crew, obviously. There's an exhaustion factor. There's maintenance that's got to be done on a routine basis that they're not going to be able to do. There's the ammunition shortage, of course, that we've heard about. But they're at a high state of operations. They're on patrol. They're shooting down whether it's missiles or drones. So they're on constant watch, constant alert, and that takes a lot of energy and a lot of maintenance, and it takes a lot of logistical wear and tear on that fleet. And if the Marines are still there, I'm not even sure where they are now, but they're also going through an exhaustive period for them. They can't train. They're on these ships. They might go in maybe to do some training in the region if they've got time to do it. But this isn't something that the military can do forever. Their fighting edge is dulled over time if they're sitting and waiting. And so this is something that I know is having an impact, and they don't know where this is going either. That's something else too, is the unknowable. What should they plan for? What's the worst case? What kind of supplies are they going to need if they don't know where they're going next? So there's a lot that goes into a fatigue factor that certainly impacts the fighting capability of those forces in the region.
Sure. I mean, clearly under a lot of pressure, a lot of strain, the active service members and, of course, their families as well. And as you say, that's affecting morale. One of the polls I saw was a May poll conducted by Reuters Ipsos. It said that only 1 in 4 respondents view the U.S. military action in Iran as having been worth it. So that would imply 3 out of 4 people do not think this military campaign has been worth it. Do you think figures like that also affect morale?
Oh, I think so. I think, in the military, when you're under such stress and strain and you're tired, it's good to know that the public has your back, that everyone understands why you're there. You understand why you're there. Your leadership understands that. You feel like a team. You're going towards a common objective, and you're getting letters and news from home that are supportive, where you know that those you love understand why you're there. Right now, it's hard to determine that. And we're not at the end of this either. We'll see if at the end, and again, not just of these negotiations, but the bigger ones to follow, if in fact there can be agreement that does away with the nuclear threat from Iran, which of course is a long-term one, if it opens up the Gulf, if these bigger goals have been reached at the end of the day, then I think that, you could have an argument that this was, in fact, worth it, particularly if the nuclear threat is just done away with. But if at the end of all of this, you come away with about what you had when you started, and then certainly there's a lot of question about was this worth it at the end of the day. But when you're in the middle of it, it is really good to have support coming from home and from your leadership, and for everyone to have a clear understanding on why you're there.
Right, and you started that answer talking about common objectives, and I wondered whether you've detected a growing divergence in the objectives between the United States and the objectives of the Israelis.
Well, I think there's definitely, there might be somewhat of a common purpose there. Both countries look on Iran as a threat in different ways. As a force for instability in the region, a dangerous region, as Votel said. And so there is some commonality, but I think there's an agenda that Netanyahu has that is not necessarily Trump's, and they can work at cross purposes. And I think we're seeing that with Netanyahu's war now going on into Beirut against Hezbollah, that they, of course, are proxies for the Iranians, and they're being pushed back hard by Israel for good reason, by the way. But that, of course, is getting bleeding over in what Trump's trying to do, which is to extract himself and to look like he's got a winner on his hands. And Iran is making that hard because they want to use that as as a force mechanism over Netanyahu, and to have Netanyahu pull back from his attacks. So there's a lot of cross purposes going on here, and the agendas aren't necessarily the same ones.
Do you think there is a sense in the United States that somehow Israel has led America astray? Because that's certainly one of the narratives you can read between the lines.
Well, I think it's interesting. I think among the American people, Israel, particularly after Gaza, after they were attacked by Hezbollah in such a monstrous way a few years ago, but the results of that, what Israel has done with Gaza, and of course this wider war now with Hezbollah striking Iran, I think there is a lot of confusion and mixed feelings among people in the United States who are supportive of Iran, of Israel, supportive of Israel, understanding of the situation Israel finds itself in, particularly after their attacks, the attack on Israel and their response. And now, but they have over the past number of years seen the violence and the tragedy of a lot of this warring back and forth. I think there's confusion among a lot of the American people about how they feel. On the one hand, they feel supportive, but on the other hand, they are aghast at a lot of the death and destruction among civilians, particularly. So, being led astray, I don't know if they've determined one way or another. They're just, I think they're very confused about how they feel.
And President Trump clearly sounds frustrated in some of the interviews that he gives and some of the readouts of some of the phone conversations he's had with Netanyahu, or at least the reported readouts, have suggested there are fraying tempers, tensions between those two men. And we're hearing President Trump come out with things saying things like, I call the shots, Israel doesn't call the shots. Why is he having to say that?
Well, I think he is feeling. He's feeling very sensitive about his image, and his image is always one who's in charge. His image is always one of having the cards. Whether you're Zelensky or Netanyahu, you don't have any. He does. He likes that feeling of that he's got these cards. Does he really believe that or not? I don't know. But certainly he's sensitive to the criticism that he doesn't have the cards, that in fact he's being manipulated by Netanyahu, that he's a puppet, and Netanyahu has gotten us into this war, and Netanyahu has convinced Trump to do this or that. I think he's very sensitive about that. So I feel he's got to always defend this concept out there that that's the situation, whether he's being accused of that or not in an interview or something like that. I think he feels very sensitive about that and wants to make sure that his followers know that, no, in this case, he's got the cards and he's the one in charge. And that may or may not be true.
Indeed. I mean, President Trump puts out that message, and then just using today as a case study, we've got President Trump on the one hand calling for restraint in Lebanon, and then we read reports that the Israelis have hit the port city of Tyre in the south of Lebanon, killed at least 8 people. That's just today. I mean, not only is that going, in the face of what the President of the United States is calling for, it's placing, isn't it, traditional U.S. alliances in this region that I'm talking to you from under quite a lot of strain, I'd have thought, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I think the situation that the two leaders face right now is one of high stress, considering, how they're engaged. They're both, they've got their forces in battle. They're under a lot of criticism, both of them are. The outcomes are not known very well in terms of the trajectory on where these two events are going, both in Lebanon and in Iran. Are they going in the right direction? Is this going to be a winner? And then, as I said, they find themselves clashing in terms of what their agendas are. And for Netanyahu particularly, he's got an agenda that he has had for decades and decades. He's doing some things now that go beyond his feelings towards Trump or his feelings towards the United States. To him, he feels he's got the destiny of Israel in his hands, and that he's going to finish the job no matter what happens in Washington or what he's being told is happening there. So I think, they're under a lot of stress, not just because of the situation itself, the characteristics of the warfare that they're involved in, but because of what they're trying to do ultimately, and the pressures and the criticisms that they're getting from all sides at home as they try to pursue these agendas. And for Netanyahu, this is existential.
Okay, we've heard from the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying that it could take years to replenish U.S. inventories of missiles and interceptors. How serious, in your mind, is the concern about depleted supplies of munitions?
It's very serious, and this is something that is no secret among people who watch these kinds of things. This is concerns about our stocks of particularly the exquisite or the very high-tech missiles that are used, the air defense missiles, long-range strike missiles. Those have been depleted, certainly since the Biden administration and the second invasion of Ukraine. And a lot of these were provided to Ukraine, and then a lot of them were used defending Israel from Iran earlier on. I mean, there has been a much higher usage of this than ever considered by those in the government who have to buy these missiles. This wasn't this kind of this string of actions that have been undertaken where we've needed this ammunition. Houthis, for instance. I don't think those in the logistical world 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when they were making contracts to buy these missiles, they had a usage rate like that in mind. This was not foreseen. And so now we find ourselves going from one engagement to another, and these stocks have dropped down. And I think everyone has watched this, and they've warned successive presidents about usage rates and to find alternatives to the exquisite weapons, particularly. And so this is something that everyone is taking very seriously, and it's really up to industry to somehow surge and to cut the time it takes to manufacture these weapons. And I'm sure they're working on that now, but like Hegseth said, it's going to take a while for some of these Patriot missiles and others to be manufactured to the point where the magazines are filled to where they need to be.
OK, well, we've covered a lot of ground. I still wanted to ask you a lot more questions, but I'm being told we're out of time. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. Jim Townsend, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to us.
You're welcome.
Well, for more, we can speak now to Dr. Roxanne Farman-Famayan, who is an Iran expert and Professor of International Politics at the University of Cambridge. Dr. Farman-Famayan, thank you so much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. We were just listening to some excerpts of comments made by President Trump, and not for the first time, it would appear. He's been hinting once again that a deal with Tehran is imminent, 2 to 3 days. He seems to be saying, and that ties in with what sources in Islamabad have been telling this channel. They're saying that a deal this week is on the cards. At least that's the hope. Is that looking likely to you?
Well, I think these have been very fitful negotiations for well over a month. President Trump in particular has been quite committed to putting a positive spin about the short-term arrival of a very good outcome, but we see that this is elusive, and I think that it's very possible that over the next few days, with the backing of really quite a few members of the region, we see Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Egypt and Turkey and Pakistan all working to try to move this forward and encourage both sides. But there are significant sticking issues, and I think these important pieces have not yet been resolved. Certainly we're not hearing from Iran that some of their key requests are being met.
Right. I mean, clearly from a US perspective, and when you think about it from President Trump's perspective, he's got record low approval ratings right now. The midterms are becoming ever nearer, and he's got a couple of spoilers. One is that Israel doesn't seem to want a deal necessarily with Iran, and Iran is probably acutely aware that time is, in many ways, on their side. I mean, they can hang on for quite a bit longer, can't they?
They probably can, but they're actually in a position right now, I think, of possibly losing some of their greatest leverage if they don't bring some kind of resolution to this over the next few days or weeks, because in many ways, President Trump is at his strongest to be able to offer the things that Iran most wants, an unfreezing of their reserves, the lifting of sanctions. Once the midterm comes along, Trump will be a sitting duck president, lame duck, and he will not have the capability, perhaps, of pushing through some of these rather difficult demands that Iran wants to the American public, especially if he loses the midterms in a way of losing his control over the House and the Senate, because then there's a possibility of impeachment proceedings, so his focus will shift significantly. So I think now is the time that Iran needs to be flexible and make the gains that it has had in the military scene now turn into negotiating gains.
Okay, so if sanctions are lifted as part of an eventual deal and some of these frozen assets are unfrozen, I'm wondering what effect that is going to have on the Iranian leadership. Do you see that as somehow boosting their standing domestically speaking?
Well, it certainly would. It would if sanctions were lifted and some of the reserves were unfrozen. That would finally give the economy the boost that the Iranian economy has needed. Right now, we're seeing that food inflation is running about 150%, and although there is certainly no shortages in Iran, the prices of just living has gone up enormously. So the people of Iran would certainly feel as though there had been progress in a key area of the national strength. But I think what we don't know is how well the if you will, the leadership, which is very much a leadership facing a war and conducting these negotiations, how they would do in terms of a transition to a peacetime period. We also don't know where Israel would sit on all of this, and the conflict with Israel could be something that continues even once the Iran-U.S. conflict has been brought to a semi-formal or formal end.
I mean, this calculation made by the Israelis, and it would appear by the Americans as well, that the leadership in Tehran would buckle after a fairly short period of time, especially after the assassination of the supreme leader. I mean, clearly that was a miscalculation. I'm wondering whether, on balance, though, these last 102 days, whatever it's been, have had the effect of weakening the leadership there, or has it had the opposite effect? The rallying round the flag, has that ultimately strengthened them?
Oh, I think that part certainly has strengthened. I think the Iranian people generally, although they don't necessarily support the nature of the regime leadership at the moment, certainly feel as though it's protecting the country by keeping it together, and that it has shown real force as well as pragmatism in dealing with the United States and with Israel. It's been careful in terms of the kinds of attacks it's carried out. We see that in the most recent ones. It was careful not to hit any civilians and to make the point symbolically without affecting major civilian and urban areas. And so I think that's something that the Iranian people take quite a bit of pride in. And I think that shows them that there is some possibility with this leadership. But the leadership itself, I think, has strengthened as well. I think it's beginning to settle into the new roles that the people leading it have taken on. This regime is a very, quite a diverse one. It's a network of different people leading different parties and different institutions within the government, the military, the Justice Department, the parliament, the president elected by the population at large. So we see different individuals leading different groups and working very tightly together. And this is something I think that the people of Iran find appropriate at the moment. How well it translates, as I say, to the post-conflict situation, we'll have to see.
Right, but not much sign of any opposition emerging. And that was something that the United States and Israel seemed to think might happen. And when we spoke before, you talked about how improbable and unlikely it would be that the Shah would ever return to Iran to lead the country. I mean, the fact that there wasn't a sensible, realistic, moderate, whatever adjective we want to use for an alternative leadership, I mean, how much of a difference did that make in keeping the current leadership in place?
Well, my view has been that the system in Iran has strategically ensured that there were no strong opposition forces at all, both within the country or outside, because to be a strong opposition figure in the diaspora means having close connections into the military or the civil service or the elected parliament in Iran, and that simply has been discouraged both forcefully as well as ideologically. So there just simply isn't a large group with any traction in Iran, and that's been by design. But also by design is the fact that this grouping that runs the country has always been quite a multifarious group, and that itself is a structure that enables more moderate people to rise should the situation lend itself. And I think it is clear that should sanctions be lifted, then the business community and the small business community will be able to take off. That will contribute to the size of the middle class, which has suffered enormously under sanctions. And once there is a middle class, then the diversity of political views and elected officials starts playing a larger role in changing the shape of the government. And I think that's what people in Iran are hoping for.
Dr. Farman Farmayan, if there is no deal to be found here, and there's a return to fighting, and we can call that Chapter 2 of the war, because there has been this lengthy period without any major hostilities, I think we can say. Do you think that Iran has played all its military cards? And we're told that their navy has been severely weakened. We're told that in many ways they've been degraded. But do you think they have played all their cards? Do you think they were gearing up for a Chapter 2 in which they perhaps unleashed other proxies, or perhaps focused their efforts on the Red Sea? What would Chapter 2 look like, in your opinion, if we get to that stage?
Well, I think it's hypothetical that we'll get to that stage, but I certainly see that even in the current exchange of aggression that we've seen over the last several days, the Houthis in Yemen have now joined the fray and have shut the Red Sea entrance off, and certainly have done so specifically to stop Israeli headed shipping. So I think we're seeing that will play a role in any possible future conflict, should it move into Chapter 2, as you describe it. And certainly the Houthis also have sent several missiles to Israel, a reminder of what it was like during the June war and the Gaza war. So I think that would certainly be a factor. I do not think that Iran has used all its various military options. I think it certainly could attack much more forcefully some of the key infrastructure of the Gulf than it has. It's been quite careful not to hit things such as desalination plants or electrical grids, which would affect the civilian populations and possibly in a major way. And I think that would certainly be a possibility should it be finding itself back in a conflict situation, because its view is that the Gulf states, if they have in the past or are currently helping the United States, open themselves out to be a target. I think the state most likely that it would hit more would be the Emirates, the UAE, and that is because of its close relationship with Israel, which has only become closer in some ways since the ceasefire took shape.
Right, and one proxy that doesn't show any signs of going away anytime soon is, of course, Hezbollah, and disbanding them has proven to be an extremely difficult task for the Lebanese government and for all parties that want to see that happen. What do you think the Lebanese, the Americans, the Israelis need to do more of to bring about drawing a line under the Hezbollah era? What do you think they've got wrong in their efforts to disarm and disband Hezbollah?
Well, I think if one looks back at the history of how Hezbollah came together, and one has to remember that it began before Iran began to support it, because Israel had occupied the south of Lebanon back in the 1980s and stayed there until the year 2000. And that was when Hezbollah took form, along with a number of other militias at the time, including Christian, one must remember, until Israel finally withdrew. The purpose Hezbollah says it has is to ensure that Israel does not take over Lebanese territory. So I think if they're to be believed that if Israel really were to withdraw entirely and not threaten the south of Israel, that Hezbollah itself would probably be reduced in size and purpose. I think at the moment its popularity is also beginning to soar inside Lebanon as Israeli incursions have grown and as its attacks on significant urban areas such as Tyre and Beirut have taken place. And since it's also been using chemical weapons, particularly white phosphate, in the urban settings. So at the moment, I think it's very difficult for Israel, either Israel or Lebanon to do much except for agree to a withdrawal from Lebanese territory, which the Israelis are simply not doing and have no plan to do. And of course, if one looks at the trajectory, Israel has operated with more or less little constraint inside its general region. And even internationally, it has really not been condemned significantly, and it continues to attack and cause death inside Gaza with very little international commentary or constraint, and American weaponry continues to flow to it. So I think this action by Iran at the moment to support Hezbollah, but more importantly, to say to Israel, you simply cannot keep breaking these ceasefires and act with impunity, is an interesting new development, a first case of a real response to this strategy that Israel has had and carried out successfully until now. And so we'll have to see if there's a slight change now in the overall balance or strategies within the region.
And just lastly, I mean, do you think that if a deal is struck, and clearly Iran wants a package deal that includes Lebanon within that deal, and that's something that seems to have flummoxed to some degree Israeli and US negotiators, although Iran has maintained a consistent position with that regard. I mean, do you think that as a byproduct of such a deal, the Hezbollah issue will be dealt with anyway? If Iran and the United States and Israel are getting along better, doesn't that make the need for Hezbollah somewhat reduced? And do you think that paves the way to a Lebanon that's free of it?
I think there's a lot of ifs in that question, and I understand why. But I think if all of that were to take place, certainly Hezbollah's purpose and position would be thoroughly diminished. However, I think what is very interesting in this, as we look towards whether there is going to be a deal over the next couple of days or next couple of weeks, and what kind of deal that turns out to be, the question arises, is Iran really willing to give up, for example, a sanctions relief and an unfreezing of its own assets if the position of Lebanon, Israel, and Hezbollah cannot be resolved as part of that? And that's a real question, because Iran itself is in dire need of it for its own sake of to improve its economy and to show that it can achieve those benchmarks. And so to let that go in the face of insisting that Lebanon and Lebanese peace be part of that deal is really quite a big challenge to it. And it will be interesting to see how this actually gets worked out. I think that in many ways, Israel would have to be part of that final negotiation. It has not been part of the U.S.-Iran negotiations, so it's exercising the leverage it can at the moment, and whether that's sufficient to actually stymie a deal or whether that will be a separate deal, we'll have to see.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Roxanne Flaman-Famayan. Thank you for your time, madam. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming. All of it is managed by the women.
We met Selsalaitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname was also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Another people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi system, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Siai Tabor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage
all things, because in our society, women also has more power, but the youngest one
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70%, and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman, because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname, though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if you continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work also. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us, so they will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine, work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter. Because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents. So the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years. But will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Material society, it will be different afterwards, but then material process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also like, as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. Some a little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also, no? Everything will be changed, but in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
The question that diplomats have to ask themselves is, what is diplomacy 202? What is unorthodox diplomacy? How do you get heard in a world before you get punished? How do you put on your armory so that you are not insulted in the White House? How do you prepare so this is a completely different thing. How do you run with trade deals so that you take the insults in the White House? How do you speak truth to lies when you are shown that mass graves that you know is in the DRC and not in South Africa? How do you do that?
Hello and welcome. Welcome to part 2 of our interesting conversation with the former South African ambassador to the US, Ibrahim Rasool, who talked very candidly about his experience as a diplomat in Washington, D.C., some of the issues he faced. He talked about Cyril Ramaphosa's visit to the White House as President of South Africa. And now, in part 2, he reveals why some of these issues are so important to him. Now, I was going to ask you a bit about domestic politics because the ANC has always been known as the leading party, pretty much unchallenged until more recently. And now, of course, there's the GNU, the Government of National Unity. Considering what's been going on in the fractions occurring within South African politics, is it time for a rethink for the ANC?
If the ANC hasn't started rethinking 5 years ago, then the ANC will deserve what the voters continue doing to it. It will be a tragedy for South Africa if the ANC were ever to become irrelevant in the politics of South Africa, because the glue that held not just the nation together, but that kept at bay black rage and kind of white complacency was the ANC. And so the point of the matter is, if we lose that, how does it take its punishment? It can go the slow death route, in which first the EFF goes out and takes away 10% and then or 7%, and then along comes MK Party of Jacob Zuma, and they take away another percent, and then you're down to 40%, etc. Or it can say, let's risk a glorious death with a possibility that we get a glorious resuscitation. And the glorious death will be, let's cut the umbilical cord with anyone who has been corrupt in the ANC. And then rebuild our trust that we have with the electorate, and give the electorate something to rally around, a clean moral party, rather than living a whimpering life.
One of the complications I would guess you have is that you and a lot of those who have witnessed the pre-apartheid era so personally are of a generation of generations that think in a particular way. But then you have a younger generation, which, for example, the FF Economic Freedom Fighters of Julius Malema, he was ANC youth before, they appeal to the younger generations.
And I think that is always going to be the case, and that's why it was always important to have a youth league in the ANC that kind of socializes the next generations. And in socializing, you give them a true nature of what struggle is, its organization, its mobilization, its campaigns. Secondly, you give them a benchmark of suffering. Suffering isn't when you can't get a BMW. Suffering isn't when you can't wear Gucci's. Suffering isn't when you don't have a Breitling watch, etc. And therefore, the calibration of suffering is that we now have taps in every house, whereas before we had one child designated to fetch water from the river rather than go to school. That we now don't have candles in the house, you flip a switch and you've got a light in the house. You see, that's the fundamental changes. That if you're 60 and over, you get a pension every month, whereas before you didn't because you were black. That you can now learn math and science. Before it was prohibited in your curriculum. So you see, once you make post-apartheid things too normal, you don't have a reverence for a history of your parents where none of that was available. And so we need to socialize people into this history of apartheid. And so we're so busy teaching technical things, which we must, that we have forgotten to refresh their memory.
Presumably, though, you have to be careful. You don't lecture to the degree where the young close their ears and say, la, 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 we don't want to know. We see the rest of the world moving a particular way.
No, absolutely. And I think that that's why history, being a history teacher myself, doesn't have to be boring. It has to be experiential. You've got to invest in the hard drive of the country. You cannot say, for example, we are putting all our money into bread and butter, but you don't build the sites of memorialization. You don't have a proper memory that captures the massacres and the education museum about what was the curriculum before.
And then ultimately you have to present South Africa, sort all this out, so you can present South Africa as a unified country so that it can attract foreign investors, it can show its position in the world in a stronger way, surely.
I don't think that those are mutually exclusive objectives. How you refresh the memory of our young people, how you put bread and butter on the table, and how you compete in the world. And I think that South Africa does have the infrastructure, for example, for education. It has the kind of electronic infrastructure where our young people transact on their cell phones and become entrepreneurs. I just think that, and that has been an advantage for us over many years, that our banking knowledge, our banks are the best, our justice system is the best, etc., etc. I just think that we are not clicking it together into one unified strategy as our presentation to the world.
I'm going to move on to your career as a diplomat and some of the smart things people have said. You have said a couple of quotes based on diplomacy. You've said diplomacy is not the art of lying, but it's the art of telling the truth gently and constructively. Diplomacy is not flattery or denial, but it's persuasion based on intellectual honesty and integrity. Diplomacy is not the abandonment of your core values, but it is about universalizing them for a better world. And diplomacy is not sacrificing your interests, but it's about pursuing them with dignity. How has diplomacy changed since your early years?
So, orthodox diplomacy meant that diplomats studied the Vienna Convention. They were taught the Vienna Convention. There was a way in which you did things, and there was a language that you spoke. There was a strong foundation of civility in all of that. And so navigating the gentleness in your diplomacy, the truth-telling in your diplomacy, navigating how to secure your values while advancing your interests, those were the kind of stuff that made my first stint as a diplomat really exciting. How did I do that with the kind of Obama administration? I think in this round, the rules were gone. In this round, you were punished without being demarched, called in for an explanation. Your note verbals, when you say to Secretary Rubio, can my Minister of International Relations call you for 2 minutes to congratulate you on being appointed? And they don't respond to it, but you hear on a tweet that they're not going to talk to us. And so forth. When they don't pitch up at the G20 without explanation, and after you inquire through note verbals about it, you read on a tweet that we won't go there because South Africa's leadership of the G20 is based on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion. That's why we won't go. When the one who steps into you at a low level is then prohibited from posing for the family photo, and to her credit resigns after that. So I'm saying that this is a world of fundamental incivility. And therefore, the question that diplomats have to ask themselves is, what is diplomacy 202? What is unorthodox diplomacy? How do you get heard in a world before you get punished? How do you put on your armory so that you are not insulted in the White House? How do you prepare so this is a completely different thing. How do you run with trade deals so that you take the insults in the White House? How do you speak truth to lies when you are shown that? Mass graves that you know is in the DRC and not in South Africa. How do you do that?
Has Trump invented a new form of diplomacy in this way, or has brinkmanship essentially been at the core of it, even if it was more subtle?
I don't think that anything that Donald Trump does is diplomatic. I think it's all brinkmanship. And we were very good going into the USA, believing that transactionality was the critical language to speak. And we were prepared for that. We read The Art of the Deal, we tried to understand, we tried to divine his mind and so forth. But he's essentially capricious. He's essentially unpredictable. He is essentially mood-driven. Some of our diplomats joked, we said, he's like the cushion pillow. He's going to speak based on the impression the last person left on him. And so the point of the matter is, you cannot prepare a diplomatic path for that. You've got to be at the height of your wits. And I think the fact that I was able to do what I call an encircling strategy. I did the business associations. Then I moved towards the think tanks. Then I got through 22 doors of Congress and Senate in an encircling strategy, and then clinched at the last White House. And it was based on really trying to change the atmosphere around the president, as opposed to trying to change the mind of the president. And I think we succeeded in doing that. So when someone tells me, a senator from the MAGA says, you're too close to China, get rid of your relationship with China, then you can speak. Then I said, Senator, you know, you pointing a shotgun at South Africa's knees, threatening to kneecap us, but you first want us to throw away our crutches. Then the senator, when he sees the image, he laughs. He says, I can see what you mean. So the point is, that's the kind of disarming that you have to do as you move towards the White House.
So I was going to ask you, is there anything you like about Donald Trump's style of diplomacy? You said he's not a diplomat, so is there anything you like about his non-diplomacy?
I think that, believe me, I predicted that if the Global South agenda and the G20 agenda of South Africa is realized in two important ways. One, that we can reform the global architecture for the United Nations and the World Bank. There is only one maverick that can do it, and that is Donald Trump. Because the absence of diplomacy could be resulting in the fact that he has no holy cows. He's loyal to nothing. Unlike Biden. Biden is loyal to all those institutions, and therefore you can't expect a Biden to reform those institutions or to subvert those institutions. But here is a man who has, his incivility is so universal. His capriciousness is so universal that if you want that kind of reform of the global architecture done, he may be the man who could do it, and therefore you've got to compete for who sits last on that cushion.
So early on, the twist is early on in his first term, he used the term holes for, I'm trying not to get bleeped here, for many African countries. Do you think he takes Africa seriously in any way?
I think he's taking Africa seriously now, because The fundamental method in the madness in the USA is that the USA has fallen behind in the scramble for critical minerals. You see, there's no accident that Donald Trump in his inauguration was surrounded by the tech barons, starting with Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, etc. All of them know that what will define this moment in the fourth industrial revolution is the access to critical minerals. They've identified, they now have a critical mineral czar in the White House. That's how important it is. They've identified 50 critical minerals that the USA needs in the short term if it is not to be overrun by China in the technological race. Of that, 12 of those 50, the US is 100% dependent on other countries. For 29, 50% dependent on other countries. And for 13 of them, absolutely dependent on China, either through China's providing it or China processing it. So this thing about Greenland sounds mad, but Greenland is the access to the melting ice where critical minerals may be available in the Arctic. The joke about Panama, the US never wants to be in a situation where the passage between the Pacific and the Atlantic is closed. The bombing of Houthis, that the Indian and the Atlantic Ocean must never be held hostage again. So Africa has 30% of the world's critical minerals, and South Africa 80% of the world's platinum critical minerals. So is Africa taken seriously? The moment of absolute aggression against South Africa came when South Africa lost 18 soldiers in the eastern DRC to M23, believed to be a proxy of Rwanda, believed to be a proxy. We lost 18 soldiers in defense of the critical minerals of the DRC. Once South Africa withdrew its forces, the United States came into the DRC and have signed a deal now for how to harness the critical minerals of the DRC. So, if Africa is important, it is because it is critical for critical minerals.
You know, you've mentioned the role of China, and I wonder, with South Africa's position in the world today, the growing BRICS alliance and so on, is it possible there are these new economic alliances might help redress this Western dominance up to now? Do you see a realignment on the global stage to the degree that South Africa could benefit from this?
Part of the reason that South Africa is in the crosshairs is because South Africa finds itself at a very interesting place in the global architecture. It is in BRICS, it is in the non-aligned movement, it is central to the African Union, it is the president of the G20, and so South Africa finds itself wherever the counterbalance to Western domination is being born. At this moment, there is a multipolarity developing, just more poles in the world around which to organize the world. It is not yet of the capacity for what I would call multilateralism, the ability to do what you want to. So there's no, America fears it, that this multipolarity will express its multilateralism through, for example, de-dollarization, getting off the dollar system. I don't think even China is ready for that. We can experiment. If I buy oil from Saudi Arabia, I pay them in rand. When they buy meat from South Africa, they pay us in rial. We can do those kind of things. But the fact of the matter is, the world isn't ready for de-dollarization. But that would be a warning bell in the US that if this multipolarity develops further, it could lead to that. It could lead to intra-global South deals. South Africa sends all its platinum for processing to China, and the US has to buy it so that they can manufacture cars in the US. So it could deal with those kind of things. So what I'm saying in short is that there is a multipolarity developing. It is not yet of the capacity for multilateralism, but the US is anticipating those kind of possibilities and therefore needs to resolve a few issues before then.
So, you know, in that respect, I guess South Africa's sudden presence with the ICJ filing would show that these other nations are willing to stand up now. What did that ICJ filing by South Africa do against the genocide case against Israel? What did it do for South Africa's standing?
I think South Africa emerged at that moment not as an economic or military superpower, but certainly as a moral superpower in the world. That it was able to take a step, taking Israel to the ICJ, which potentially could be, as it may be proving now, to be against its interests. And particularly when, in a sense, you jeopardize your interests in order to advance core values, core solidarities with the Palestinians, and stirs the conscience of the world, then I think it is threatening to those who have nurtured an impunity in Israel. And so what happened out of that is that South Africa, through its interim ruling that it got from the International Court of Justice, where 14 of the 15 judges said they may have something to answer for on the genocide. The signs are there. Suddenly, the narrative that all history in the Middle East started on the 7th of October 2023, that narrative fell apart. That people saw the beginning of the movie, they saw that moment in the movie, and they could also now predict how the movie was going to end through the depopulation of the Palestinians, the increasing of settlements, the demilitarized zones that will squeeze the Palestinians and Gaza into one corner, the disabling of Hezbollah in Lebanon, the taking of land. That's how the movie is going to end. It may not end with a two-state solution even. So, but the fact is, South Africa intervening at this critical moment in the plot showed the whole movie. And the fact is that that stirred the conscience, not just of the campuses in the US and the streets in the US and all over the world, but even young Jewish people who may not any longer have a grandmother or a grandfather who was physically in Auschwitz. And they could now think with their conscience and say, I'm Jewish, I enjoy being Jewish, I want to be Jewish, I may even love Israel, but I will not give a blank check to Netanyahu to achieve the end game that he has in mind. So I think South Africa stirred the conscience of the world, and when Ireland and Spain join South Africa, then you know that you are breaking the consensus that has, the guilt consensus that has carefully built up in the Western world.
So I'm going to quote you here where you said, withdrawing from the International Court of Justice is not an option until Palestine is free and Israel is accountable. And though you've seen that support, as you said, how much pressure is South Africa facing with this issue ongoing?
I think that we've already paid with all our aid. I think we're already slapped with 30% tariffs. And we can say it's part of the generality of the world, but there was something visceral about how South Africa was narrativized in all of it. Terrible things are happening there. They're doing a genocide. We were pilloried in the world like no other country. Mexico was just slapped with tariffs. Canada was just slapped with tariffs. In our case, the narrative had to be particularly horrible. And that was particularly to break down South Africa's moral authority. You don't have the moral authority to take our ally Israel to the International Court of Justice. That is why the language against South Africa was so visceral.
Do you see progress in people's perspective? You said there are younger generation Jewish people who may love Israel but say, look, I won't give a blank check to Netanyahu. But, you know, there are those analysts who say that, and Jewish and Israeli actually, who say that the term anti-Semitism is becoming weaponized in order to be the standard argument against what they see as Zionism. Do you see progress in the way the world is thinking?
You know, starting at a different point, we had to warn in South Africa the weaponization of the term racist. When populists use racist labels or labels of racism and racists to justify why they didn't get a job, why they didn't win this, why they didn't win that, then we know that they are weaponizing something sacred in what went down in the history of South Africa, and that we should never be able to allow that term to be weaponized in that way. So we acted against that by education and by prohibiting hate speech in our Constitution. I think if Jewish consensus does not salvage the notion of anti-Semitism, prevent it from being weaponized, and stop it from becoming the fig leaf for Israeli atrocity, then they are in danger of sullying the memory of the 6 million who died in the Holocaust, because they are taking a sacred memory and putting it at the service of a government in Israel to protect atrocities by that government and to cover up for a genocide in the name of the 6 million people. And therefore, every community must not be preached from without to stop the weaponization of the notion anti-Semitism. It has to be an intra-Jewish debate in honor of the memory of those who have truly died at the hands of anti-Semitic tyrants in the world.
As a Muslim, I want to get your perspective on the way Islamophobia started to grow in many places, especially post 9/11. Where do you think things stand now for the Muslim world in general?
I think that Islamophobia is a phenomenon that is now admitted. You can now Google the spelling of Islamophobia and find the word. Whereas up till 5 years ago, it was not to be found in Google or Chrome or whatever the case may be. So it is now a word. It's been a hard fought for word to enter. And I come from a Muslim community that had the height of Islamophobia. Muslims were enslaved in colonial South Africa, and Islam as a religion was banned in colonial South Africa, and under apartheid it was declared a false faith. So that is Islamophobia. So I often say this to people so that they don't confuse the slight, every slight against a Muslim, as an act of Islamophobia, because we must bear in mind the fundamental notion of a discrimination, which is a bigotry, which is a power relationship. So for me, I will forgive someone who comes to me with a prejudice, because all that they've learned about Islam, they may have learned from Osama bin Laden. So I must understand that that prejudice by them must be diffused. But they don't have that, so they may have their right to a prejudice because we may have presented Islam in a problematic way, in a violent way. They may have learned it in their textbooks. So I must be able to forgive a prejudice, but I can never forgive a discrimination, because the discrimination is the ability to turn an inert prejudice into a powerful act of exclusion, of humiliation against you. So those are the kind of very important nuances that we need in this world today, whether for Islamophobia, whether for anti-Semitism, whether for racism. And so the world needs a conversation about back to those kind of basics so that we get it right.
You're creating parallels, basically, between the terms anti-Semitism and anti...
They're all children of one family.
Yeah.
The family surname is bigotry. Ignorance and fear are the first generation. And prejudice and discrimination is the second generation. And then you've got all these children running wild.
And I know you, as a Muslim, have tried very hard to create a greater understanding and to fight Islamophobia as well. In fact, Nelson Mandela praised you on it. What did Madiba say to you?
No, Madiba found it very counterinstinctive that a global community that often isolates because its theology could be isolationist in the wrong hands. It often excludes itself because its theology in the wrong hands says stay away from anyone who doesn't believe in eat like us, pray like us, and dress like us, and so forth. So he found it very strange that we formed an organization called the Call of Islam. Its first acts in its quest for liberation in South Africa was to affiliate to the United Democratic Front, which was the internal liberation movement, and its second act was to affiliate to Desmond Tutu's interfaith movement. Because we did the counter-instinctive. We inserted ourselves with our identities and, in fact, I think, enriched the whole of the struggle, the whole of the interfaith movement with a perspective of Islam and Muslims that I think, by its example, combated the historical Islamophobia that was there. I challenge, for example, American Muslims who do face Islamophobia. My son gets held up for 2 hours at Dallas International Airport because of his name and his religion. He's seconded every time. I get seconded when I don't have a diplomatic passport. So the fact of the matter is, I tell them that the best way to fight Islamophobia against Muslims is to join the struggle against racism by finding touch points with Black Lives Matter, for example, so that we show that all bigotries are related. So we've got to do the count, and that's what Nelson Mandela recognized, the ability of my generation to do the counter-instinctive.
Moving on to the G20 now, then, you've got South Africa as the chair. What are the main benefits for South Africa?
I think that, first, the main burden for South Africa is that South Africa completes 4 years of global South leadership, starting with Indonesia, India, Brazil, and now South Africa. So the global South had been building up for a reform of the global architecture, issues like debt, issues like development, just energy transitions, etc. The challenge for South Africa is that we hand over the chairperson or the presidency of the G20 to President Trump. And so that's the challenge. The burden is we've got to complete a job of the Global South. The challenge is we've got to hand it over to Donald Trump. So South Africa has to decide, in a sense, whether its presidency, under these very unpredictable, difficult geopolitical circumstances, whether it salvages a few things that it runs with, or whether it tries to push through that agenda and give it to Donald Trump, whether Trump will even be there to receive it. Those are the imponderables for South Africa. And so if I were South Africa, I'd understand that I'm probably in a holding operation. The big systemic changes won't be made. Maybe out of the global financial architecture, we can get some debt relief. Maybe out of that, we can get the 19 of the 20 to invest in making up some of the aid that was lost as a result of the actions by the 20th member. I think South Africa needs to see how much of that agenda it can complete, seduce Donald Trump to come and take up the chain, find him on a day that he may be maverick enough to take on the global architecture. I think it's a very unpredictable year for South Africa.
A day when the cushions had time to recover, yeah? So I'm going to quote you here on that. You said, "Our friends are mighty, in the G20, but they're also the downtrodden, the oppressed, and the occupied. Do you feel Donald Trump is trying to bully the G20?
I think he's trying to take over the presidency of the G20 on his terms. We don't yet know what it is. But if, for example, he thinks that the G20 is going to be the place, another site of struggle in his trade war, if he thinks that this is going to be his platform to lord it over the G20, he could have one of two reactions. He could either have acquiescence, that people sit him out, or they go along with him, or he might just be able to translate America first into America alone. Because the G19 may well say, listen, if we sit out next year, let us act on an agenda that I think gives us strength in the trade war and in the face of this kind of bullying from the United States.
Is it essential that he attend, that the US attend?
As President Ramaphosa said, we don't want to hand over the leadership to an empty chair. Because that's what it is. It could either mean that he sends someone else to receive it, or it means that it could be the end of the G20. If it's like disqualification in a relay race. If the baton is dropped, or if the runner refuses to run, you have disqualification. So that really would be the kind of options available to us.
Personally, do you think he will come or not?
I think he has enough of a sense of the grandness of the occasion. If vanity is a driving force for him, there is nothing more vainglorious than coming to say, I am now the president of the G20. So I think we should work with that instinct rather than anything else.
To wrap up the last part of our wonderful conversation, Ambassador, let's bring it back to South Africa's relationship with the USA. Where do you believe things stand now, overall?
South Africa's relationship with the USA has always been at three levels. We've always had troubled relations with its executive, its White House, who basically see South Africa's allies, whether it's Fidel Castro and whether it's Yasser Arafat, and then thought that they could lecture to Nelson Mandela about who his friend should be, and Nelson Mandela told them where to get off. So we've always had that one. Reagan never wanting to impose sanctions on apartheid. So we've had a troubled relationship at the White House. We've had 50-50 relations with Congress and Senate. It took until 2008 for Congress to remove Nelson Mandela from the terrorist list. 2008. But there were glorious moments in which, led even by Republicans, they overturned Reagan's veto and passed the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act. So it's a 50-50 thing. But we've always had wonderful relations with the people of the United States. Those were the people who refused to eat our oranges, who refused to unload our ships, who refused to have anything to do with South Africa. And whether it was Danny Glover, the actor, whether it was even disputed as it is, Bill Cosby having on his fridge boycott apartheid for his shows, the musicians, etc. So, and you see, that's what frightens a Donald Trump. That South Africa is actually the one country with a constituency in the United States. That when South Africa does something, like, for example, the case against Israel, it does find echo because South Africa has been a moral beacon for ordinary Americans. So, all in all, it is Congress that decides a goer. It is the executive and the administration that decides on trade. And so we can create a pressure from the bottom, but we've got to do smart negotiating in the middle. And the negotiations has to be based not on, oh, we're so poor, please help us. It has to be based on the fact that says, this is our leverage. We have 600 US companies, they're making enormous profits, and if you impose these tariff and trade restrictions on us, they suffer. That we have 80% of the world's platinum, every car needs platinum for its catalytic converters, and if you want our platinum, then we negotiate this deal. So I think and then, believe it or not, to say we have 20 South African companies in the USA. They employ thousands of Americans, and if you do this, it will have an adverse effect on how Sasol is able to bring in its feedstock, and if you put tariffs on that, then 10,000 Americans lose their livelihoods in Louisiana. So I think we've got to become hard-nosed. That's the language of transactionality. We'll not win the language of values. Let that narrative go. The world knows who's the adult and who's not, who's the liar and who's not. But the fact is, if we don't go in there knowing what our leverages are, we'll be eaten for breakfast.
Just to throw in a personal anecdote involving Nelson Mandela because of what you just said. Back in '97 when I interviewed him, he had just met with Muammar Gaddafi, who was president of Libya at the time, and he had a big backlash in the media because of that. And when I asked him how he reacted to the fact he had such negative press in the West about meeting Muammar Gaddafi, his words, the line stuck in my head. I've got it recorded somewhere. I will not have anyone tell me who my friends are.
Absolutely.
So that's exactly what you said, he said.
Absolutely.
I wonder, who represents South Africa in DC now, considering what happened to you?
I think that we have what is called the chargé. It is the one who would have been my deputy. He is the chargé d'affaires. The president has, I think wisely, withheld the naming of a successor, but has in the interim put in place a special envoy who I think is facing challenges of his own, because no one who has ever tasted white supremacy in South Africa can withhold themselves from telling the truth about who they're seeing. So he's facing those challenges. And so, in a sense, the way in which presidents come in and out of Washington by themselves, it appears as if those moments in the White House are very important for Trump and kind of eliminates. So ambassadors do the footwork, but the big scene is in very kind of direct relations with that. So I think that South Africa doesn't need to tempt a kind of rejection at this moment by the USA. South Africa must certainly not allow the USA to choose our ambassador for us. And already you're coming with those kind of... We don't choose their ambassador even if we were to find him or her very odious. But the US must not choose our ambassador.
What are you doing now as such then? What is your day-to-day job?
So I basically have returned to my foundation, which is called the World for All Foundation. And I think I do a lot of my work through there. I'm considering what my next step would be. There are quite a few offers about how I can do my work. But I think, for example, the World for All Foundation has been invited to make a contribution to Syria's rebuilding through the idea of what models of statecraft are available if you don't want to be Islamist. What's the middle line between a kind of Islamist model, a dictatorial model, or a outright Western democracy? There must be. And so the World for All has built up some of those kind of expertises.
Now, having been declared persona non grata by the US Secretary of State, are you able to return to America?
No, they've also revoked my my travel visa, my tourist visa, and which was expected.
Under a better circumstance, if there was the opportunity to return to that diplomatic post, is it something you'd be interested in doing?
No, I don't think so. I think I've now, it was already quite a big decision about whether I should go the second time. I did it out of a sense of national duty rather than burning ambition. I'm not a career diplomat, so I don't think so.
Do you wear that persona non grata badge with honor, or is it disgrace?
No, absolutely. It's an honor wherever I'm going. I think that it says there was one ambassador who stood up and didn't take the BS. It says that there's one who had the courage to stand by the values. And so I think that for me, it's absolutely a badge of honor.
So, Ambassador, no regrets?
No regrets, absolutely.
Thank you for being so kind with your time. I know you're unemployed technically, but still. Good to give us a
Thank you very much,
Thank you, sir.
All the best. Nice seeing you again.
Thank you, sir. Fascinating insights there from the former South African ambassador to the USA, Ibrahim Rasool. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. Do give us your comments and feedback and subscribe to the show, and I'll see you soon.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi, dear capital city of the United Arab Emirates. It's an orderly, industrious city that's situated in a convenient waterside location. Abu Dhabi has definitely made itself a bustling center for government and business. Travelers have gone curious to see what else is in store in Abu Dhabi. Probably the most popular attraction is Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. The place never disappoints. It is clad in Macedonian marble in all its beautiful and mammoth landmark building. Its exquisite design hails from Fatimid, Ottoman, and Mamluk elements. Definitely a modern mosque that pays homage to Islamic architecture. Around the city are districts of old majestic buildings. One of the very famous ones is the Al Hosn, the oldest building in Abu Dhabi. It is also called Old Fort or the White Fort. The palace was built in 1793 to serve as a home of the ruling family and seat of government. One of the most recommended places is the Women's Craft Center. Here, you'll see women demonstrating their expert weaving, embroidery, and basketry skills. And not only do you get to witness how these products are done, you can also buy and bring them home as souvenirs. Then of course, in every city is a perfect spot to get the best view. Abu Dhabi has its own observation deck too. See views of the skyline from the Jumeirah and Etihad Towers Hotel, the highest points in the city. And finally, for a glimpse of the city's natural beauties, there are zoos to visit, such as the Emirates Park Zoo. You can spend the day learning about wildlife and see rare white tigers, giraffes, and elephants here. There's a flamingo park, a monkey zoo, and sea lions too. There's also the Yas Island, often frequented for sunbathing. There are stretches everywhere on the sandy beach. It is also where the Yas Marina Circuit, where Abu Dhabi's Formula One racing takes place every year. Or maybe you prefer the Liwa Oasis. It's got sand dunes offering activities that make the perfect break from the city. Go camel trekking, sand surfing, or ride dune buggies. And for a much rather chill activity, try the boat tours. It's also one of the great ways to view the city. It's great especially when you're watching the sunset or dusk set over the city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.